Preface to Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PhyllisV. Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. Preface. There are some people in the world whose pride is so great or so little that the remarks of any individual respecting their condition do not affect them one way or the other. Such a person was Lady Hester Stanhope, and I beg leave, at the outset of this work, to apprise the reader in the most explicit terms that I have published nothing in what I am about to submit to his perusal which she would not have desired to be now made known. As a professional man, who was for many years her physician, I may naturally be supposed to feel a deep interest about her. And when I had seen her, in the first epoch of her peregrinations, dwelling in palaces, surrounded with all the luxuries common to her rank, and courted and admired by all who had access to her, I could not but be poignantly affected in beholding the privations to which she was latterly subjected. My object being to portray a character which is not duly appreciated by people in general, I could devise no better means than that of giving a diary of her conversations, wherein her observations on men and things fall naturally from her own mouth. Whilst I acknowledge my own unfitness for such a work, my chief reason for undertaking it is the possession of numerous memoranda, resembling the unfashioned marble fresh from the quarry, rudely shaped, but, to the philosopher and moralist, bearing the marks of the soil from whence it was taken. Had I entrusted them to abler hands, to form into a more perfect composition, the materials might have been embellished, but it would have been at the expense of their originality. Lady Hester Stanhope, noble by birth and haughty by nature, had carried out from England all the habits of her order. But a prolonged residence in the East amongst the Turks induced her to reflect on the different customs of those around her, and she adopted by degrees all such as she thought had good sense for their basis. Every year brought her nearer to the simplicity of nature, and taught her to throw down those barriers with which pride, reserve, and etiquette have hedged in persons of rank in this country. Barriers favorable to a complete separation between the rich and poor, between the high and low, but which have also excluded our aristocracy from the enjoyment of many of the pleasures of life, and have too often made them the slaves of their own greatness. The following pages are faithful transcripts of Lady Hester Stanhope's conversations. In the 1,001 nights that I have sat and listened to them, I have heard enough to compile an uninterrupted history of her life from her infancy to her death. But, of course, much has been necessarily suppressed, and much more forgotten. The reader, therefore, must content himself with a less continuous narrative, which, it is hoped, will not prove uninstructive, and is, at all events, strictly true. The phraseology of the speaker is religiously preserved, as will be readily acknowledged by those who have known her. In many instances it is but little conformable with the present style of English conversation, but any alterations made in it to suit the fastidiousness of some tastes would, by destroying the fidelity of the picture, shake the authenticity of what remains. I have touched slightly on Lady Hester Stanhope's religious opinions, and although I am quite sure that a traveller was seldom, if ever, allowed to depart from her presence without an insight into her sentiments on these points, even from the little I have said, it will be plain that not one has done her justice in speaking of them. I sincerely trust that nothing will be found in the following pages which can with just cause wound the feelings of any living person. And it is to be borne in mind that chagrin and disappointment had soured Lady Hester's temper, and put her out of humour with all mankind, so that her praise and blame must be received with all due reservation. Before I conclude, I think it necessary to add a few lines respecting the last months of her existence. Lady Hester Stanhope died, as far as I have been able to learn, unattended by a single European, and in complete isolation. I was the last European physician or medical man that attended her, and I was most anxious and willing, foreseeing her approaching fate as I did, to continue to remain with her. But it was her determined resolve that I should leave her, and those who have known her cannot deny that opposition to her will was altogether out of the question. There is no doubt that by prolonging my stay on Mount Lebanon, I might have been of considerable service to her ladyship. She was about to shut herself up alone, without money, without books, without a soul she could confide in, without a single European, male or female, about her. With winter coming on, beneath roofs certainly no longer waterproof, and that might fall in, with war at her doors, and without any means of defense except in her own undaunted courage, with no one but herself to carry on her correspondence, so that everything conspired to make it an imperative duty to remain with her. Yet she would not allow me to do so, and insisted on my departure on an appointed day, declaring it to be her fixed determination to remain immured, as in a tomb, until reparation had been made her for the supposed insult she had received at the hands of the British government. It would have been expected that the niece of Mr. Pitt and the granddaughter of the great Lord Chatham might have laid claim to some indulgence from those whose influence could help or harm her, and that her peculiar situation in a foreign country, among a people unacquainted with European customs and habits, being left, as she was, to her own energies to meet the difficulties which encompassed her, might have exempted her from any annoyance, if it did not obtain for her any aid. A woman 60 years old, with impaired health, inhabiting a spot removed many miles from any town, amidst a population whom their own chiefs can hardly keep under control, was no fit object, one would think, for molestation under any circumstances. But when the services of Lady Hester's family are put into the scale, it seems wonderful how the representations of interested money-lenders could have had sufficient weight with those who guided the state to induce them to disturb her solitude and retirement. Will it be believed that when in August 1838 I took leave of her, the beam of the ceiling of the saloon in which she ordinarily sat was propped up by two unsightly spars of wood, for fear the ceiling should fall on her head, and that these deal pillars, very nearly in the rough state in which they had been brought from the north in some Swedish vessel, stood in the center of the room? Her bedroom was still worse, for there the prop was a rough, unplaned trunk of a poplar tree, cut at the foot of the hill on which her own house stood. It may be asked whether there were no carpenters or masons in that country. There certainly were both. But where carriage is effected on the backs of camels and mules, and there are no wheeled vehicles whatever, in a sudden emergency, such as the cracking of a beam, resort must be had to the most ready expedient for immediate safety. And with her resources cramped by the threatened stoppage of her pension, her ladyship could not venture on new roofing her rooms, a work of time and expense. The perusal of the narrative, which is here submitted to the reader, will sufficiently account for Lady Hester's debts, and the most cursory visit to her habitation at Jeune, or Jean, as the French write it, would have proved to anybody that the money which she had borrowed was never expended on her own comforts. A tradesman's wife in London had 10 times as many. Having no other servants but peasants, although trained by herself, she could scarcely be said to have been waited on, and a tolerable idea may be formed of their customary service when an eyewitness can say that he has seen a maid ladling water out of a cistern with the warming pan, and a black slave putting the teapot on the table, holding it by the spout, and the spout only. But these were trifles in comparison with the destruction and pilfering common to the negresses and peasant girls, and so little possibility was there of keeping any article of furniture or apparel for its destined purpose, that after many years of ineffectual trouble, she, who was once, in her attire, the ornament of a court, might now be said to be worse clad than a still-room maid in her father's house. Her ladyship slept on a mattress, on planks upheld by trestles, and the carpeting of her bedroom was of felt. She proclaimed herself, with much cheerfulness, a philosopher, and, so far as self-denial went, in regard to personal sumptuousness, her assertion was completely borne out in garb and furniture. How far she deserved that title, upon the higher grounds of speculative science and the extraordinary range of her understanding, let those say who have shared with the writer in the profound impression which her conversation always left on the minds of her hearers. Peace be with her remains, and honor to her memory. A surer friend, a more frank and generous enemy never trod the earth. "Show me where the poor and needy are," she would say, "and let the rich shift for for themselves. As free from hypocrisy as the purest diamond from stain, she pursued her steady way, unaffected by the ridiculous reports that were spread about her by travelers, either malicious or misinformed, and not to be deterred from her noble, though somewhat quixotic enterprises, by ridicule or abuse, by threats or opposition. I take this opportunity of thanking the Chevalier Henry Guise, French consul at Aleppo, for the communication he so liberally made me of the correspondence between Lady Hester Stanhope and himself, and from which I have selected such letters as bore on the subjects noticed in the diary. The reader will form the best estimate of that gentleman's merits from a perusal of them. The Author. London, June 18th, 1845. End of Preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 1. When Lady Hester Stanhope commenced her travels in 1810, I accompanied her in the capacity of physician until, after many wanderings in the East, I saw her finally settled on Mount Lebanon. But being obliged to return to England for the purpose of taking my medical degrees at Oxford and London, after having passed 7 years uninterruptedly in her service, I took leave of her. My successor, an English surgeon, disliking an Oriental life, left her, however, at the end of a year or two, and, at Lady Hester's request, I again revisited Syria. But I found that her ladyship had in the meanwhile completely familiarized herself with the usages of the East, conducting her establish entirely in the Turkish manner, and adopting even much of their medical empiricism. Under these circumstances, and at her own suggestion, I again bade her adieu, as I then believed, for the last time. It was my intention to have cultivated my professional pursuits in London. There were great difficulties to be overcome, difficulties which have been ably depicted in the graphic pages of a recent publication. I did not wait, however, to try the issue of this slow career. Years of travel had inspired me with other views, and it was with much secret satisfaction that I resolved to avail myself of an opportunity which Lady Hester's wishes again presented me, of once more traversing the mountain solitudes of Syria. It is not altogether an idle tribute of respect and admiration for her character to say that the prospect of resuming my former position afforded me real pleasure. Long habit had reconciled me to her eccentricities, and even to her violent and overbearing temper. I had a profound sense of her exalted nature, and I felt that her oddities and peculiarities weighed only with those who knew her merely by common report, and that they in no respect affected her intrinsic worth in the estimation of such as were intimately acquainted with the sterling qualities of her heart and understanding. I had been honored with letters from her, in which she gave me reason to understand that she should be gratified by my presence in Syria, and I promptly expressed my readiness, in reply, to resume my situation near her person. The long intervals, however, which elapsed in the transmission of letters, sometimes as much as 4 months, added to the uncertainty of what I should do, and the absolute necessity of doing something induced me, while the correspondence was pending, to enter into a professional engagement with a gentleman of rank. When her anxiety to receive me, therefore, was definitively conveyed to me, I was placed in the painful dilemma of being obliged to apologize to her for not being able at that time to join her. This apology naturally generated a feeling of distrust in a mind so sensitive and impulsive, a feeling abundantly exhibited in her own peculiar way in the following extracts from letters received from her at this period. Some of these letters were written by herself, and some by her protégée, Miss Williams, at her dictation. Extract of a letter from Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. July 30th, 1823. I shall not either scold or reproach you. I only hope that the line you have taken will turn out in the end to your advantage. I confess I am sorry and mortified that, after having rendered me several services, you are still in a situation so little independent. Were I inclined to be angry, it would be with . For, had he been like the chevaliers of former times, he would have said, Doctor, however it may be inconvenient for me to part with you at present, I so much respect your motives, and so much admire your fidelity, that, so far from opposing, allow me to promote your views. And I beg you will accept of this purse for your little wants. When you have finished with it, I trust you will consider me as your next friend. And I flatter myself I may expect from you the same proofs of attachment. But the world is spoilt. No good feeling exists. All is egotism. Had Blank's mind been as elegant as his horses, carriages, and servants were when I saw them years ago, he would not have acted thus, and taken advantage of a man's circumstances to have made him act against his inclination. I have no right to demand permanent sacrifices of you or others. The time will come when you will see with deep regret whether or not I had taken into consideration your interests as well as my own present convenience. I was surprised at your offer, so often repeated, and less surprised at your conduct, as a doubt often had occurred in my own mind, if temptations of any kind happened to be thrown in your way, whether or not you would have strength of mind to refuse present advantage and comfort. You have acted as you judged best, and as you thought circumstances authorized you to do. But you can never persuade me that General Grenville, the soul of honor and feeling, could ever have recommended a man to break his word. Had you simply asked him, before you had made up your mind, shall I keep my word and go, or accept of those offers, give me, I do entreat, your candid opinion, I know what it would have been. But, having decided, what would you have him say? That I should be angry? No, He knew me too well not to be aware that no sacrifice, which I did not believe to be a voluntary one, could have any value in my estimation. I cannot explain my feelings without seeming to praise myself. I make one rule for my own line of conduct, and one for that of others, and have two separate judgments. I mean, one regulated by truth and feeling, and one after the fashion of what is thought right in the world. I never judge myself and those I really love by the latter. I wish them to be pure and high-minded, and to have confidence in God's mercy if they act from true principle. But you worldly slaves of bon ton must not be tried by such a test. Mr. Murray was right. She will not be angry. No, because she thinks you all children. I mean the gay world of which you now make a part. I need not have said all this, but it is a hint as to the future, when the folly and uselessness of modern ideas and calculations will be at an end. I have been thought mad, ridiculed, and abused, but it is out of the power of man to change my way of thinking upon any subject. Without a true faith, there can be no true system of action. All the learned of the East pronounce me to be a ulema min Allah, as I can neither write nor read, but my reasoning is profound according to the laws of nature. I shall say nothing of this part of the world, where I had latterly announced your speedy arrival to some of my particular friends and to my family. Your interest about matters here must now be at an end, and it fatigues me so to write that without it is a case of absolute necessity. I must give it up. I have no assistance. My two dragomans are low-minded, curious, vulgar men, in whom I can put no confidence. In short, they can only be called very bad, idle servants, having no one property of a gentleman belonging to them. James's loss, the general's death, all has afflicted me beyond description. I heard of James' affliction 6 months after. To write, not to write. No proper conveyance. What to say after a year, perhaps, to open the wounds of his heart without being able to pour in one drop of the balm of consolation? What I say would be vain. He considers me as a sort of poor madwoman who has once loved him. Therefore he is kind to me. But as to my opinions having weight, no. To be considered as a sort of object is not flattering, but so let it be. There is no remedy for it or other evils, except in the hand of God, which, if he will stretch forth to save me, all may vanish. If not, I shall vanish, for I am quite worn out. You will probably never receive the letter I alluded to, enclosed to a person. They must have heard of your conduct, and therefore think it unnecessary to see you or give you the letter. Why did you inquire about this? What a simpleton you are! But there, it all ends. There will be no more jumbles to make. Perhaps you may not hear from me or of me for years. Remember, I shall give no opinion about you to anyone. Therefore, do not fancy, if you see a change in people's conduct, it comes from me. The world and fashionable loungers take up new favorites every day, and discard the old ones without reason. All are not General Grenvilles. No one so likely to be mortified at this as you. Why do you not talk to me of James' poor little children? And why not have asked to see them? Have you forgotten how all about him interests me? I fear folly and fashion have got hold of you. H. L. Stanhope. In the year 1826, my professional engagements with the honorable individual before alluded to having ceased, I made the necessary preparations for my departure from England. Lady Hester Stanhope's situation, feelings, and intentions at this precise time will be best understood from 3 long letters which she wrote on 3 successive days of January 1827, the very month in which I set out, but which I did not receive until the July following at Pisa. To make the contents of these letters intelligible, it is necessary to premise that a traveler, whom we will designate as Mr. X, had, during a visit to her ladyship, at her residence, insinuated himself into her confidence so far as to make her believe that he was sent by the Duke of Sussex and the Duke of Bedford, and a committee of other influential Freemasons, to inquire into her wants, and to offer her such sums of money out of their funds as would extricate her from her pecuniary difficulties. How she could believe in such a gross tissue of falsehoods it is difficult to imagine, unless we are to suppose that Mr. X was himself the dupe of others, who, for some sinister purpose, had furnished him with papers and documents so apparently authentic as to impose even upon Lady Hester Stanhope's wonted sagacity. Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. Blank. January 5th, 1827. My dear Doctor, I will not afflict you by drawing a picture of my situation, or of the wretched scarecrow grief and sickness have reduced me to. But I must tell you that I am nearly blind, and this is probably the last letter I shall be able to write to you. Indeed, no other will be necessary. I have received your letters of September the 17th and October the 18th of last year. What tricks played upon me, who have sacrificed everything to what I thought right. X, upon his arrival here, gave out to everybody, a month before I saw him, that he was the bearer of important letters from persons of the first consequence, and that he was sent to see into and settle my affairs. When he presented himself to me, he said that B wrote to him to go to Syria, and Og sent him, and that his expenses were defrayed by the Sharkey, and that everything would be as I could wish, and more than I could wish, at least as far as I had expressed. As for his having become a guarantee for my debts, or having advanced me £1,400, with the promise shortly of £5,000 more, It is all pure invention. He did say that he had written to order a box of jewels worth 20 or 25,000 piasters to be sent to a merchant here to be sold on my account. And he said also he should send a letter of credit from Constantinople for 100 purses, for me to go on with until an express could arrive from England. The money he was to draw from his mercantile house, and he told me I need not be uneasy about it, as he should be paid instantly upon his arrival to England. He talked about its being his duty, etc. I certainly believed all this, but have never seen a farthing. What he said to your friend, Mr. Von Ziziano of Cyprus, I know not. But Mr. V. offered to send me $2,000, which I accepted, and gave a note for 6 months, as desired, and the time of payment is now 9 months past. X, moreover, assured me that in England nothing had been well understood, excepting only that all was wonder and approbation. He said that he should return here with all that I wanted, and should bring with him bricklayers, carpenters, etc., to enlarge my house and premises, as many great people would be coming who were anxious to see me, so that not a ship appears in sight, but poor and rich fly to the seaside, shout and bare their heads, praying that it may be my ship. For all know my distress, and that I shall live upon charity. According to the ideas of the East, they expect to see a great box of money left me by my brother, and the contents of his storeroom, and all his pots and pans. It would not, therefore, be prudent for X to return here. He would fare ill, and I should not know what to say. Should he arrive, I shall not see him, for he must be either a spy, a swindler, or a scapegoat for lies, and none of these characters do I wish to have anything to do with. Poor Williams knows nothing of all this, except that I am in debt and in expectation of money which is to come, for X told everybody so. But she is at times uneasy about the future, and so on. All is right with her. She is strictly honest, but ignorant, having been a spoiled child, doing only what she thought proper, and never having learned household affairs. Yet, had she not been here, everything would have been much worse, as all you know are thieves or wasteful, destroying beasts, unthankful, improvident, and whom it is impossible to teach anything or to make listen to reason or common sense. Write to B, or call upon him until you see him. Do not give it up, but until you have seen him, say not a word of my letters to anyone. Let B take notes and speak to Og, not you. Let prudence and silence be the order of the day with you, and even with the Sharkey of all nations you sometimes dine with. B is a pure one by birthright. I believe X has acted by command like others. Therefore, in my heart, I am not angry with him, yet I will not see him. Now, here are my orders and ultimatum. We will suppose 2 cases. If X's story is true, and my debts, amounting to £10,000 or nearly, are to be paid, then I shall go on making sublime and philosophical discoveries, and employing myself in deep abstract studies. although, as my strength is gone, I cannot work day and night as I have done. In that case, I shall want a mason, a carpenter, a plowman, a gardener, groom, cowman, doctor, etc., so that I must have assistance. Income made out, £4,000 a year, and £1,000 more for persons like you that I should want, and £5,000 ready money for provisions, building, animals, money in hand, etc., that I may start clear. In the second case, in the event that all that has been told me is a lie, then let me be disowned publicly, now and hereafter, and left to my fate and faith alone. For, if I have not a right to what I want, which is in the hands of Messrs. Sharkey and Company, I will have nothing. Nothing else will I hear of, and grief has departed from my soul since I have taken the following resolution. I shall give up everything for life that I may now or hereafter possess in Europe to my creditors, and throw myself as a beggar upon Asiatic humanity, and wander far without one para in my pocket, with the mare from the stable of Solomon in one hand, and a sheaf of the corn of Beni Israel in the other. I shall meet death, or that which I believe to be written, which no mortal hand can efface. There is nothing else to be done. I shall wait for no dawdling letters or fabrication of lies, of which for these 5 years I have had enough. The will of God be done. I shall cheerfully follow my fate and defy them all. For what are they without me? In the long run they will see. But I have too lofty a soul not to observe the strictest line of honor towards even my enemies. Dear little Adams, I have never written to that Johair, but all the past is written in my heart. I only waited till the cloud of my misery had dispersed, to let him know I was not ungrateful. Should it please God to deliver me out of the hands of my cruel brethren, as Joseph was delivered, then he will know, and you will know, what are my feelings of gratitude. Forgive me if I have injured you involuntarily. Oh, my God, perhaps I have been the cause of your ruin. I have wept and wept, but tears will not feed the little children. Alas, my only trust is in heaven. You meant to do well, so I will not scold. But why apply without leave to the fat or the thin? Or why talk to blank of my concerns? What is blank to me? I never could endure him. I know him well, a low-minded, chitter-chattering fellow, but suppose him an angel. Had you my leave to consult or speak to him? It is not likely. But in the event of the fat or the thins having placed any money in the hands of my bankers, let them take it back again. You have no explanations to make, only that I decline it. Under no circumstances, I repeat, will I owe any obligation to the fat, to the thin, to Canning or his friends, or have anything to do with Sir Vanity. I say this as I have heard of new plans of his. He may perhaps mean to come here. If tomorrow, I shall shut my door in his face. If any force, consular force, is ever tried with me, I shall use force in return, and appeal to the populace to defend me. It is right this should be known. I am no slave, and I disown all such authority. Never will I be brought to England but in chains, and never will I be made to act differently from that which my will dictates, whilst there is breath in my body. Therefore, to attempt to oppose me is vain. I am up to all their tricks, and it is time there should be an end of them. If blank calls, say you have had a letter, in which I express my great astonishment that you should have spoken to him of my affairs, as they do not concern him in any way, and that I insist upon it that you should be perfectly silent in future. So he must not take it ill. Tell him that, strange to say, I decline all assistance from my family, persons whom I have had no communication with for years or ever shall have. And if he asks what I am to do, say you don't know, that she knows best. I fear by and by that everything will be in the newspapers. These sort of men talk before servants to show their importance. All goes to grooms, footmen, and coachmen. I have traced all that before. One would think you were mad to forget all I have said to you on those subjects. Grieve not about me. I am without fear and without reproach. My mind is a paradise since I have cast all that botheration from me. It is full of sublime ideas and knowledge. Write no more. I want nothing, and shall be off as soon as the fine weather comes, unless it should please God to Iftah Bab el-Khair, to open the door to good fortune. Otherwise I shall burn all, and send Williams to Malta with a note to be paid the first when Lady Banks dies, for I have never paid her expenses here to Mr. David. Adieu. God bless you. P.S. There is another letter at your friend's in the city, which goes by this conveyance, and a note in it for blank. Puff! Upon the 800 pounds I spit upon it, and as many thousands from the same quarter. Are you mad? No, but I, in misfortune as in prosperity, am unlike the rest of the world, and I shall give sufficient proof that I defy it altogether. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of the Memoirs of Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2. Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. Blank, January 6th, 1827. I have received your letters of the 17th September and 18th of October of last year safe. You will inquire for a letter of mine directed to Coutts, but not in my hand, and do not say it came from me. Say nothing to any one of having received this until you have well conned over the other. Then go to B, insist upon seeing him, saying it is of the utmost importance. This note, which I told you in my letter of yesterday would be enclosed in this, I have burnt, for fear of accidents. Notwithstanding, in the event of my being mistaken, in order that all may be clear to you, I have sent you enclosed more notes. In the letter of the 5th you will find my ultimate resolves. I hope and trust not in them. I have read over your letters again. Never did I tell X to ask for a place, or recommend him, more than saying he had acted generously and kindly by me, which I then believed. As for my debts, it is not, as you think, 25% yearly that I have to pay, but 50 and 95, and in one instance I have suffered more loss still. Gold of 28.5 piasters they counted to me here at 45, which I spent at 28.5, and am to repay at Beirut at the rate of 45. Calculate that. I was compelled to borrow, for I can't eat silk, and that is all that is to be found here. Had those who ought then given a clear answer, things would not have been thus. But so it is written, I was to be a beggar. Be it so. All situations have their blessings with the grace of God. It is uncertainty which is torture. But now my mind is made up. I have saved a mid of the corn of the Beni Israel, having no more land to sow. When in ear, ripe or not ripe, I shall cut it and be off, and give up my present and future income to my creditors for my life. Perhaps they may gain 200%. Should the other letter be lost, burn this. Hold your tongue, and say you have not heard from me. For this is of no use without the other, which contains full explanations, and for which reason you may be commanded to say that you had not heard from me. The loss will change nothing. I shall follow my fate, and be far off, I hope, before new lies arrive. Not that I credit any change, but in case of a happy turn of events, I have said all this to provide for all cases, that you may not be embarrassed how to act. But I have little or no hope. I am no dupe to the tricks played me. Who could be who had one grain of common sense? A child of 7 years old, well brought up, must at once see how unlikely, how impossible it was that I should have applied for money to those who, from the hour I have first known them, have been themselves involved, or to that one whom admiration and respect give me confidence in, and not intimacy. How could any human being credit that, with my independent character, I could stoop to receive 1 farthing from relations who have behaved to me like mine, and who, for years and years, have been upon the footing of strangers? What an affliction to me is the sad news you wrote. Poor dear angel, what a heart! May he inhabit the 7th heaven. I have been very ill, of a terrible fever and strong convulsions. I tell you this, that the period may not be mistaken, and my pension stopped. My eyes are quite dim, and drawn into my head with contraction, which sometimes pulls my head back, quite back. I can hardly crawl, but yet, poor monster as I am, I shall get on, for my spirit and heart are unchanged. Now for servants. In the event of things having taken a favorable turn, and of their giving you the money necessary, I shall want no woman until I have seen you first, and heard about them, for they might not answer. Men I should want, as you will find described below, but no manservant for the house. They are quite useless. Never can one give a pipe or present himself, and always out of temper with his room, food, etc. All those who come may go back in the Turkish year 45. Do not forget to make that remark to B, but to no one else. Men servants. The great object would be a storekeeper to lock up, weigh, measure, and write down everything that comes in or goes out. Strict honesty, activity, and good character are most necessary. Perhaps one of the sons of my old wet nurse, Mrs. T., might answer better than anybody else, as I should feel sure of their attachment and principles. Mr. Murray knows and likes her, and might make that inquiry. And, indeed, there may be a girl in the family that might suit me, or a grandchild of the eldest daughter. The more like the mother, my nurse, the better, for she was a most charming and valuable creature, the happiest temper under the sun. It would not be a vulgar place for the son, because he would have a strong fellah, peasant, under him, to lift and carry and expose the stores to the air. He should write a good hand and be able to keep accounts. His place would be like that of a purser in a ship. In one of the great revolutions, about 5 years ago, when I was eaten up by those who fled to me for succor, there went, in less than a year, 36 gararas of wheat, 50 of barley, and 4.5 hundredweight of butter, with everything else in proportion. The second man must be an old dragoon, to overlook saises, grooms. One out of Lord Cathcart's regiments would be best, because they are all polite. My lord is of the old school, and his men have a fine, imposing appearance. He must be spirited, though cool, for hasty people will not do with these beasts. General Taylor, if you asked him, would understand best what I mean. Next, I must have a Scotch gardener, a quiet, steady, and retired character, yet active and intelligent, understanding the culture of flowers and garden stuff in a common way, and capable of being a sort of bailiff, to choose land, prune trees, plough, sow, and lay out grounds. He should bring with him all sorts of proper utensils, a plough, a harrow, etc., seeds, roots, and be ingenious enough to make a little model for this, and a little model for that. These 3 will be sufficient, for all waiting servants and house servants are useless. I want a maid-servant for myself, not a fine lady, but one who has been a nursery or housemaid, one by nature above her situation, about 18, 20, or 22 years of age, proper or not proper all the same, with a most excellent character. Don't employ 50 persons about it. The Scotch lady, who was so good to Lucy, perhaps would know such a one, I mean one who has natural sense, feeling, a good heart and person, but no boarding school miss, for education of all things is most odious. Then I must have one for housekeeper, knowing about a dairy, all sorts of bread, pastry, and preserves, and not mild, but faithful. Now, you have heard me 1,000 times say what are good and what are bad marks. But as you have a horrid memory, I will add a few observations. Wrinkles at the eyes are abominable, and about the mouth. Eyebrows making one circle, if meeting, or close and straight, are equally bad. Those are good, meeting the line of the nose as if a double bridge. Eyes long and wide between the eyebrows, and no wrinkles in the forehead when they laugh, or about the mouth, are signs of bad luck and duplicity. Eyes all zigzag are full of lies. A low, flat forehead is bad, so are uneven eyes, one larger than the other, or in constant motion. I must have a fine, open face, all nature with little education, and a fine, straight, strong, healthy person with a sweet temper. Did you ever see a picture or painting of the Lady William Russell, the Duke's brother's wife? That sort of face was perfect for a woman. If the eyebrows of a man are straight and come nearly together, that is nothing. But if they form an arch, it is always a sign of natural melancholy, or gloominess in character. Never can such a one be contented or happy. Look at little Adams and General Taylor. How sincere are their black eyebrows. Don't make a mistake. Wrinkles of age are not the wrinkles of youth of which I am speaking. One line is not called a wrinkle. The wrinkle I speak of are found in children of 7 years old when they laugh or cry. The foot should be hollow and not flat. Club feet stand good with all men and women. Legs that kick up dust when they walk, or a heavy walk, are bad. Stumpy hands are not good. Very white skin is not good. The yellow white is better. And the veins should appear in the arms and wrists. An offensive snapping voice and awkward snatching fingers are bad, as is affectation of all sorts, bad teeth, unclean tongue and mouth, and bad smells about the person. Shun dry, crabbed dispositions, masked with smiles and gentleness, and also the officious and fidgety, the curious and intriguing, the discontented, and those with no feeling or feeling false taught. Not signed. To this letter is appended a page of Arabic, written in English characters, which Lady Hester considered would be intelligible to me, accustomed as I was to her manner of speaking that language. But it is questionable whether any other person, however well acquainted with Arabic, should be able to make out her meaning. I shall beg leave, therefore, to omit the whole passage. Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. Blank, January 7th, 1827. Besides this, there is a letter addressed to Grosvenor Square, and one to the Strand. Do not own any of the 3 from me until you have read them all over, and made notes of what concerns me and my affairs. Communicate everything, as I desire you to be, to Og, and not to anyone else at present, unless ordered by him. Say not a word to X until all is settled, one way or another. Then, before B, ask him these questions. Did you not say you had been the traveling companion to B's son W, and had been like a child of the family? Did you not show a present from Og, saying, in case of accidents, that was a passe-partout, and that money would be given you, if required, when that was seen? Did you not show a paper in a red box, as your grand credentials from the house of Sharka and Company? Did not you give a good reason for not being the bearer of private letters from Og, B, and others? Did you not say that all were mere dunces in comparison with Kokub? But all is trick. The poor devil, I believe, was given carte blanche to lie, provided he could spy, perhaps from another quarter. Oh, odious blank! For God's sake, keep clear of him. What has such a fellow to do with me or my concerns? He has ever been a meddler and mischief-maker, and for these 20 years I have had no communication with him. By what law of God or man are you bound to answer people's questions? The lowest and most vulgar of proceedings. I have told you so for years and years. What had he to do with the coming or going of X? And what sort of a fellow is X to have thus made public my affairs? Of the assistance of the fat or thin, I will not hear. The last I have had no communication with for 20 years and more, and the other I cannot respect. Heber has grieved me, for I once thought better of him. He has at times made offers of service in a vague way, just to say he had made them. But, if sincere, he would have written, "You have lost a friend. Perhaps your presence may be required in England to put your affairs to rights. Therefore, I have placed so-and-so at Coutts ready for your journey, which, if not necessary, let me have the consolation of thinking may add to your little comforts." I should not have accepted anything, but yet should have thought it necessary to have thanked him, which I have not done for nonsensical speeches. I feel that I have no friend left in Europe. All are gone. Yet, Allah Mujud, God is with me, and that is enough. Speaking to little A was proper, but to all others, oh, what folly! You are no chitter-chatterer by nature, but your vanity makes you so. Why did I never speak to you of sublime things? Because I feared your prudence. You used sometimes to say, "I have been asked so-and-so, sometimes so extraordinary." Po stuff! Are you a fool? Do hold your tongue. Those hums and haws were only distant hints. Had you heard more, you would have gone mad. Not so me. I am all composure, haughty before men, but humble in spirit, like the Nebi David, the prophet David, before the wise dispenser of whom and kyr, of sorrow and joy. Do you think that misery will make me crouch or beg of those who have no heart? If I beg, it will be of the followers of Omar and Ali, whose creed is generosity. And the good amongst them never even wound an unfortunate being by making him retail his misfortunes. Since my mind has been made up, I am not low, but feeble and almost blind, with a sort of violent muscular contraction which has drawn my eyes into my head and sometimes has distorted all my body. But my body is nothing. The heart is as full of fire as ever. I cannot read what I have written. I was 2 days making out your last letters. I had prepared a little court with 2 rooms and an open divan for you, but with Mrs. Blank and the children it will not do. I shall love her and the dear children much, and all might be comfortable, God grant it so. I have a house in the village which is good, and will do very well, clean, with 2 rooms upstairs. If things were to turn out well, I should quickly build apartments close to the house, which would be near and convenient. But what do I say? All my plans are overturned, and although in spirits at the idea of shortly getting away from all I have to go through, I am miserable that the cheat X did not perfectly explain about your letter enclosed in Oggs. What will you do? Well, now, I have said enough. I must make up my mind to have, in a few days, an attack, from overstraining my head and eyes. But it is the last effort of the nature I shall make. Adieu. Not signed. P.S. A Dun, who came here 2 months ago, a Christian, took a Turk into his room after I had seen and spoken to him, and said, I came to get my money, but now I am ready to cry at her situation. It is clear that those Franks are unprincipled and unfeeling, that they have no religion and know not God. The proof is, and does there want a stronger, their leaving such a wonderful person as she really is to wither with sorrow. And he went out swearing and took his leave. These are the feelings now alive among the Turkish population. As a contrast, mark how Mr. Blank, an Englishman, acts. He told one of my creditors to take my bond, put it in the water, and when well sopped, to drink the mixture. For that is all, said he, you will ever get for it. Furious was the creditor, and took himself off to a distance, but will in a few months be back again to torment me. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1. On the 23rd of January, 1827, I crossed over to Calais with my family. Here, the severity of the weather and the sale of some landed property in England detained us until the 9th of May, when we prosecuted our journey to Paris, Lausanne, and Pisa, where we arrived on the 14th of June with the intention of embarking from Leghorn by the first vessel that sailed for the Levant. It must be borne in mind by the reader that there were no steamboats in those days, and that, moreover, the navigation of the Mediterranean Sea was rendered dangerous by the predatory warfare carried on by the Greeks. At Leghorn, I received another letter from Lady Hester Stanhope, wherein, as if in despair about her affairs, and knowing from a letter of mine that I was leaving England to join her, she winds up the eccentric in a summary way, and gives me instructions how I am to conduct myself on my arrival in Syria. Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. Blank, June, May 29th, 1827. Dear Doctor, you will hear from Mr. Webb the situation I am in. I sent 3 letters to you by way of France at the beginning of the year. To cut the matter short, it is better to say you never received them. If anyone asks after X, say you don't know him, or otherwise you will be so teased with questions. Mind these instructions. Say to everybody when you land that you know nothing of my affairs, not having seen any of my family since my brother's death. That, hearing I had a complaint in my eyes, you set off, without consulting anyone, and that it was your intention to remain some time with me, as you had brought Mrs. and the children. Land, if possible, at Sida, and on reaching the harbor, leave your family in the ship, take an ass at my farrier's, and come here to June. This is all, I believe, that is necessary for me to say, should you not have received my letters, written at the beginning of the year. If you have received them, and things do well, the case is rather altered. I cannot express my gratitude. May God reward you hereafter. I hope Mrs. has plenty of rings on her fingers, as that is very necessary in this country, and the greatest of possible ornaments in the eyes of women. Not signed. No eligible opportunity offered for sailing until the end of August, when, having concluded an agreement with the owners of a merchant brig, we betook ourselves to Leghorn, and set sail in the Fortuna, Lupi Master, for Cyprus on the 7th of September, 1827. There were 4 Franciscan friar passengers, besides ourselves, bound to the Holy Land, with money annually sent from some of the Italian states for the maintenance of the sacred places. On the 15th of September, being about 30 leagues from the island of Candia, a tall-masted schooner was seen bearing down upon us, and was soon recognized as a Greek. On nearing us, she hoisted Greek colors and ran under our stern, presenting a formidable battery of 12 guns, with the heads of 60 or 80 fierce-featured fellows eyeing us over the gunwale. A Scaramouche-looking mate hailed us in good Italian, and ordered our captain to hoist out his boat and come on board. Whilst the boat was getting ready, our captain told us to do the best we could for ourselves, for that he had no doubt we should be plundered. As for you, he added, addressing himself to me, make yourself as smart as you can, assume an air of authority, and pass yourself off as a consul. We were all greatly alarmed. I hastened to follow the captain's advice, whilst the friars were busy in stuffing their gold, their watches, and their small valuables into their undergarments and other hiding-places. The Greeks, however, gave us little time, for in a quarter of an hour 15 or 20 were on board, headed by their lieutenant. On getting over the side, he advanced towards me, and in a very civil way told me that, as Cyprus was blockaded, and as our vessel was bound to that place, no doubt with succours to the Turks in some shape or other, his captain found himself under the disagreeable necessity of taking possession of the cargo. You, he added, being an Englishman, will meet with no molestation. The English are our friends, and we are not incapable of gratitude. In an instant the hatches were forced open, and as quick as stout shoulders and tackles could do it, the Greeks hoisted upon deck and cut or broke open every bale, cask, or case that was in the hold, whilst the lieutenant, holding the bill of lading in his hand, noted off everyone according to its mark. I had various articles of luggage, and as each was hoisted up, I had to say it was mine when it was put aside on the quarter-deck. The same was done with the effects of the friars. Each launch load of goods that was sent off to the schooner brought back a launch load of stout Greeks, who, with hammers and hatchets, broke down the wainscoting, cut through the ceiling, searched the berths, and left not a single cranny of the vessel unransacked. When the cargo was out, the lieutenant summoned the 4, as I supposed, poor friars to the quarter-deck, and told them their trunks must next undergo an examination. Each trunk had a cross on its lid. What was my surprise when, on opening them, the Greeks found 50 or 60 pounds of chocolate, bottles of rum and rosolio, hams, tongues, Bologna sausages, sugar, and a large box of sugared almonds. Also 7 or 8 veils, such as are worn in the Levant for women, fine flannel waistcoats and drawers, good calico shirts, etc., 200 Venetian ducats, 3 or 4 rouleaux of doubloons, and 5,000 Spanish dollars. The way in which the Greek sailors scrambled for the sugared almonds was really quite laughable, making a strange contrast to the ruin they were perpetrating at the moment on these inoffensive individuals. But when they discovered the money, amounting in all with what was taken from the friars' persons to no less than $14,000, they set up a shout which so effectually frightened the poor friars that they fell down on their knees and invoked all the saints in the calendar to their aid. But the cupidity of the Greeks was excited rather than satisfied by the sight of so much gold and silver, and they immediately proceeded to strip their victims an office which they performed with greater agility than could have been exhibited by the most expert valet. This humiliating operation disclosed fresh booty. The capacious sleeves, drawers, and hoods all afforded something. One had a repeater watch, and all had money. Unfortunately, there were a few casks of wine in the hold, which the Greeks tapped, and thus, becoming intoxicated in the midst of their pillage, a few of the most ferocious proposed beating the captain to make him confess if there was more money concealed. They accordingly gave him some very hard blows with a rope's end. Then they served the cabin boy in the same manner, as being generally privy to the captain's hiding places, and then 2 sailors. Lastly came the mate's turn. Him they bound with a cord and beat severely, and finding blows made them confess nothing, they dragged him to the gunwale, held his head over the side of the ship, and one, putting a knife across his throat, swore he would kill them instantly if he did not disclose where the captain's money was hid, as well as Turkish letters, which were conveyed in the brig. The poor man, with loud cries, appealed to me to save his life. And whilst I addressed myself to the lieutenant, Mrs. , who was sitting on the quarter-deck with her little girl and infant in her arms, rushed forward, undismayed by the ferocious looks of the Greeks, and with more than a woman's courage arrested the pirate's arm and implored him to spare his victim. Whether it was their intention to murder the mate, it is impossible to say. But the man who held the knife let him go, and threw the key of the mate's chest at Mrs. 's feet. This scene being over, the lieutenant informed me that he was bound to examine my luggage, whispering to me at the same time that as his men had become very riotous, it would be prudent to propitiate them by a present of a few dollars. I gladly took his advice, and presented them with $20, which they accepted thanklessly enough. My luggage was then overhauled, but they took nothing, although, amongst other things, they were grievously tempted by discovering a bag of dollars. In the confusion which ensued, I lost only a few trifles. The lieutenant begged a pair of pantaloons, which I gave him, and other things which I assured him I could not spare, and which he very obligingly allowed me to retain. Considering that we were wholly in his power, I had reason to be grateful for his forbearance. But let me, as an act of justice, bear witness to the wrongs which this nation, in the regeneration of its liberties, had to endure, and none of which were greater than those inflicted by the Austrian and Sardinian navies, whose flag our vessel bore. Whenever the merchant ships of these 2 powers appeared in the Levant, it was, under the cloak of trade, to transport materials of war to their mortal enemies the Turks. And whenever the injured Greeks, availing themselves of the rights of nations, molested these pretended neutrals in their unjust traffic, the Austrian ships of war made cruel reprisals on them. In the German war, about the middle of the last century, when the Dutch, calling themselves neutrals, became carriers for the enemies of England, we were accused of committing piratical enormities on the Dutch, equal to any that the Greeks are charged with, and we sought our justification in the same rights. So that we may ask if the laws of blockade are to be held good only when exercised by the hands of the strong. In excuse for beating the master and mate, it may be alleged that the Genoese crews, when they had the mastery, were not backward in using the same violence. As for the money which was transferred on this occasion, all that need be said is that, setting aside the question of piracy, it passed from the hands of those who had made a vow of poverty into the pockets of an oppressed people, whose families had been driven from their homes and perhaps were starving, until some son or husband could bring them the fruits of their dangerous enterprises. Piracy on the high seas, in the open day, has something very awful and formidable in it. You seem to be utterly defenseless in the midst of the wide ocean, with the arbitrators of your destiny standing there to hurl you, if you utter a murmur, into the fathomless deep. They demand your money, your goods, or whatever else may chance to excite their cupidity, and you give up everything with as smiling a face as you can. You offer them refreshments as if they were welcome guests who have honored and delighted you by their presence, and, until they burst out into the frantic delirium of drunkenness or butchery, the whole scene wears the appearance of the visit of an obliging consignee who has come to take possession of his property. At 7 at night, the schooner's crew left us to pursue our voyage. The beds and blankets that lay scattered on the cabin floor were replaced in the berths. A little order was restored, and a wretched supper was made on hard biscuit and cold water. For everything good to eat, from the chickens down to the lemons, walnuts, figs, raisins, etc., had either been taken away or devoured. It was calm through the night, and when the morning of Sunday broke, the schooner was still in view. Our fears were revived when we saw the enemy's boat manned, and soon afterwards coming towards us. But it was only a complimentary visit from the lieutenant, who, with smiles and an amiability that only a Greek can put on towards those whom he has plundered, expressed his hopes that we had passed the night comfortably, and begged of the master to have the goodness to look for a box of jewels that was marked on the ship's bill of lading, but which had been overlooked the day before. For the lieutenant spoke and read Italian perfectly, and was supposed to be a native of the Ionian Isles, so that, having examined the manifest during the night, he was enabled to discover what valuables there were on board which had escaped personal scrutiny. The master reluctantly gave up the casket, and the lieutenant, having requested him to prick down on the chart the longitude and latitude, to see if they corresponded with his own reckoning, politely took his leave, squeezing my hand on parting, just as if we had been old acquaintances bidding each other adieu. A breeze sprang up. The schooner put her head towards Candia, and we soon lost sight of her. A council was then called as to what was to be done. The friars, who had lost their all, were for putting back, but I objected to that course, seeing we were now 2/3 of our way to our destination. The friars, however, having, as I afterwards learned, agreed in writing to give the captain 250 Spanish dollars if he would return, carried their point, and all that remained to be done was to bear the disappointment with patience. In returning to Leghorn, it was necessary to put into the first port we could reach for provisions, and accordingly, on the 19th of September, we cast anchor at Zante. Here I made known our misfortune to the government secretary, Colonel Maclean, who very obligingly came down to the health office to see me, our vessel being in quarantine. And I had reason, from what he told me, to be well satisfied with having escaped as we did. For I learned from him that it was quite a miracle that any respect had been paid to the English name, since many piracies, accompanied with violence and outrage, had been lately committed on English vessels. At Zante, I saw in the quarantine ground hundreds of wretched Greeks, in rags and misery, driven from their country, and not knowing where to find a place to lay their heads. On the 27th of September, we weighed anchor, and, when off Sicily, nearly lost our masts in a gale of wind. The next day we were alarmed by the kitchens catching fire, and by a passenger falling ill of fever, after which we ran on the island of Elba in a fog, and finally arrived at Leghorn on the 12th of October, 1827. The passenger I have named was an Italian, one Signor Girolamo Blank, a young man who, after very successful studies at Padua, thought to turn his talents to account in Muhammad Ali's service. But on his arrival in Egypt, he was nearly starved. He was a clever mathematician, and of great literary attainments. But he forgot that, to teach, one must be enabled to explain, which, from his ignorance of Arabic, was impossible, and that Muhammad Ali wanted officers, mechanics, and engineers, practical men, but not schoolmen. Having in vain essayed to find an employment, he was at last told he might take service if he would pronounce himself competent for the situation of hospital mate and apothecary to an infantry regiment. In this, his medical employment, according to what he told me, he saw so much peculation going forward that, being ordered to Navarino with his regiment in disgust, he made his escape to Zante, determined to have done with pashas and Eastern civilization forever. Anxiety, fatigue, and blasted prospects threw him into a malignant fever, and his deplorable situation in the empty hold of a vessel, without bed or blanket to sleep on, could not but excite our sympathy. There was one of the friars, named Fra Buonaventura, who, after the plunder of the vessel, when we were on our passage back, was guilty of a breach of confidence so base that I hardly know how to designate it. He was the one to whom the bag of letters from Europe for the monks of the different monasteries in the Holy Land had been entrusted. These letters, being of no use to the Greeks, were left, and Fra Buonaventura used to lie on his back in his berth, and breaking the seals, read them one by one, and then destroy them. His conduct appeared to me so culpable that I wrote to the Neapolitan ambassador, he belonging to a monastery at Naples, and requested His Excellency to make this violation of trust known to his superiors. We remained in quarantine until the 17th of November, during which time the news of the Battle of Navarino reached Leghorn. From the lazaretto I took my family to Pisa and Rome, and the bad weather being now set in, I resolved to await the return of spring, and the arrival of fresh letters from Lady Hester Stanhope, before venturing again on so dangerous a voyage. Besides, the shock had been very great, and Mrs. 's health was seriously impaired by continued seasickness and the horrors of the scenes she had witnessed, which for many months often recurred in her dreams, so as to bring on a nervous affection, which did not entirely leave her for 2 years. What Lady Hester Stanhope's situation was at this particular date may be gathered from a letter which she wrote to the late Mr. John Webb, her banker at Leghorn, and of which I annex a copy. Lady Hester Stanhope to Mr. John Webb, June, Mount Lebanon, May 30th, 1827. Sir, a Firmin Lee, having taken refuge in the mountain, under the protection of the Emir Bashir, contrived to pick a quarrel with my water-carrier, who was quietly going about his business, and having bribed some of the Emir's jack-ketches, they beat him most unmercifully. The Emir Bashir and his chief people have likewise been bribed by this man, who has plenty of money at his disposal. They have all, therefore, taken the Firmin Lee's part, and acted in the most atrocious way towards me. A short time since, the Emir thought proper to publish in the villages that all my servants were instantly to return to their homes, upon pain of losing their property and lives. I gave them all their option. Most of them have remained firm, being aware that this order is the most unjust, as well as the most ridiculous that ever was issued. Since that, he has threatened to seize and murder them here, which he shall not do without taking away my life too. Besides this, he has given orders in all the villages that men, women, and children shall be cut in 1,000 pieces who render me the smallest service. My servants, of course, as you must imagine, cannot go out, and the peasants of the village cannot approach the house. Therefore, I am in no very pleasant situation, being deprived of the necessary supplies of food, and what is worse, of water. For all the water here is brought upon mules' backs up a great steep. I should not be a thoroughbred pit if fear were known to me, or if I could bow to a monster who could chain together the neck and feet of a venerable, white-bearded, respectable man who has burnt out eyes, cut out tongues, chopped off the breasts of women by shutting down heavy box lids upon them, put them upon red-hot irons, hung them up by their hair, mutilated men alive, and if a father has escaped from his clutches, has loaded his infant son with his chains. For the space of 3 years, I have refused to have the smallest communication with the Emir. He sent me one of his grand envoys the other day, one of those who are charged with the budget of lies sent to Muhammad Ali. I refused to see him, or to read the letter of which he was the bearer. My kind friend and former physician, Dr. , having heard that for some years my situation has not been a pleasant one, and that my health is very indifferent, has given a proof of attachment and disinterestedness very rare in these times. He has blasted his own prospects in life by giving up everything in Europe to join me in this country, without consulting anyone. He wrote to me from France that if he did not hear from me by the 25th of April, he should proceed to Leghorn and there embark for this country. The state of my sight has prevented me from keeping up a correspondence with him as formerly, but if letters I wrote to him in the beginning of the year have been forwarded to him from England, perhaps he may have changed his determination. But in the case of his being at Leghorn, you would confer a great obligation upon me if you would advance him £100 for his expenses, and deliver him the enclosed letter. I must particularly request that neither you nor any of your people will communicate anything respecting my affairs to Mr. Blank, for he publishes everything in the most disadvantageous way to every blackguard in the town of Beirut. I hope you will have received the wine I sent you safe. It is needless to tell you I cannot at this moment execute your commission, but I hope to do it to your satisfaction at some future period. 10,000 thanks for your kind recipe for my eyes. I have not had a moment's time to bestow a thought upon myself since I received it. Dear Lord Frederick, what changes have taken place in my situation since I saw him last! But I am too much of a Turk to complain of the decrees of heaven. I forgot to mention that there is a plague at Saida. Most of the people are shut up, and although I must have suffered cruelly from the malady formerly, I am in no apprehension concerning it, as I am a perfect predestinarian. Happy for me that I have inspired the same feelings into all those who surround me. If it please God that I, like Joseph, should come safe out of the well, I hope it will be needless to assure you that whatever part of your family might fall in my way, my greatest pleasure would be to endeavor to make them, by every service and attention, the evidence of the respect and regard which I bear you. H. L. Stanhope. P.S. Long before you can receive this letter, this business must be settled. Depend on it, I shall be a match for them. I shall trouble you to give Dr. Blank the information contained in this letter, begging him to guard complete silence on everything that relates to this country or elsewhere, for things are in an unpleasant state both here and at Cyprus. Sometime in the spring, but the exact day is not noted, I received the following letter from Lady Hester Stanhope. June, November 9th, 1827. I have not heard from or written to you for 8 months. My 3 letters, composing one, must have reached you. I have not made my intended journey, for I have been, during 3 months of this summer, absolutely as if in prison. The representatives of the John Bulls in this country, having impressed the Emir Bashir with the assurance that I had not a friend in the world, he proceeded upon unheard-of outrages towards me, and if he did not actually put my life in danger, he had it publicly cried that whosoever served me should be best and adewed and immersed. This unheard-of stretch of insolence was set to rights by our old acquaintance at Constantinople, who acted very well toward me. The Emir Bashir, with all the art and meanness well known to him, has now become abjectly humble. One of his people told me that it was not his doings, but the work of blank, who had put it into his head. And finding he had made a false calculation, and displeased great and small in the country by his vile conduct, he is humble enough, and repents having given me an opportunity of showing what I am. I am thus become more popular than ever, having shown an example of firmness and courage no one could calculate upon. It was poor little David and the giant, but the God who defended David defended me from all the assassins by whom I was surrounded. Even water from the spring the beast would not let me have. The expense to get provisions brought in the night by people was enormous. Some risked their lives to serve me and bring me food. One person only came openly, and that was a woman, saying she would die sooner than obey such atrocious orders, and called down curses on the emir, the consuls, and all of them. This conduct was well worthy a follower of Ali. The plague this year has carried off thousands of inhabitants at Damascus and Aleppo. It is now in the mountain. There are all sorts of fevers, too, besides plague, and my medicine is nearly all gone, for all the world come to me for what they want. I have written to Mr. Allen to beg he will give me a year's credit for a little common medicine, and he sends you this letter. If there is war, how am I to get it? But I will run the chance. A young Syed, a friend of mine, when riding one day in a solitary part of the mountain, heard the echo of a strange noise in the rocks. He listened, and hearing it again, got off his horse to see what it was. To his surprise, in a hollow in the rock, he saw an old eagle, quite blind and unfledged by age. Perched by the eagle, he saw a carrion crow feeding him. If the Almighty thus provides for the blind eagle, he will not forsake me, and the carrion crow may look down with contempt on your countrymen. I say this because I have seen 2 doctors. They were English, and they tell me that though my eyes are good, my nerves are destroyed, and that causes my blindness. Writing these few lines will be some days' illness to me, but I make an effort in order to assure you of the grief I have felt at being, I fear, the cause of your affairs being worse than if you had not known me. All I can say is, if God helps me, I shall not forget you. You can do nothing for me now. Trust in God and think of the eagle. Remember, all is written. We can change nothing of our fate by lamenting and grumbling. Therefore, it is better to be like a true Turk and do our duty to the last, and then beg of the believers in one God a bit of daily bread, and if it comes not, die of want, which perhaps is as good a death as any other, and less painful. But never act contrary to the dictates of conscience, of honor, of nature, or of humanity. What I shall do or not do is the business of no one. So on that head I shall say nothing. God is the disposer of all events. Do not write to me. First, I shall not get your letters, and besides, I do not wish to hear 1,000 lies, for you dare not write otherwise, I know, unless left to yourself. Leave everything to a great and all-powerful being, who will empower me to act under the circumstances. I have had, as things are, reason to bless his mercy every day. No one else could get out of such difficulties of every kind, unprotected by an Almighty's hand. I have written these few lines with the hope of comforting you a little, and to let you see I have a soul, though my body is wasted to nothing with anxiety, want of food, rest, etc. Don't expect any more letters. If you wish to do me harm, you will talk of me and my affairs to fools and strangers and curious people. But it is now come to such a pass that it little signifies what any one does or says. God bless you. Not signed. If Dr. Madden should call on Dr. Scott to talk Arabic and philosophy, it is I who send him. Strange opinions are not for ignorant, vulgar people. Perhaps you may see Dr. Madden. Of private affairs, I only said it to him that I was in debt. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2. Lady Hester Stanhope to Mr. Webb, banker, at Leghorn. Supposed date, October 1827. I thank you 1,000 times, my dear sir, for the anxiety you express on my account. And although surrounded by 100 difficulties, I am cheerful, and, as I said before, the Turks behave very well to me. That old monster, the Emir Bashir, is pretty quiet at this moment, at least as far as regards me. But he is reducing to beggary and to misery all who surround him. A real Turk is a manly, though rather violent, kind-hearted being, and if he has confidence in you, very easy to deal with. I have often wondered at their gentleman-like patience with low, blustering, vulgar men, who give themselves more airs than an ambassador, because chance has placed them as consul or agent in some dirty town not equal to a village in France. Men who, in fact, in Europe, would scarcely have their bow returned in the street by a man of condition. It is the general conduct of these sort of people that has given the Orientals such a false idea of Europeans. The race of Christians here is of the vilest people in the world, not all totally without talent, but all born without principle or one single good quality. Out of the great number of children, both boys and girls, which I have taken before they have changed their teeth, not one has turned out passable, and most of them have become vagabonds. If a poor man falls ill, and gives his wife a little trouble to wait upon him, she soon ends the business with a little poison. And if a woman marries again, the husband casts off all her children by the former marriage, and she, without remorse, leaves them to die in a hovel, or abandons them under a tree to beg for subsistence. It was only last night that one of these wretched beings came to me, skin and bone, having been for 30 days ill of a fever. The very girls I have brought up with the greatest care have, when married, beaten their children of 2 years old so violently as to stun them, and one, from the blow she gave her child upon the back, caused the bowels to protrude more than a span. A man thinks nothing of taking up a stone as large as his head and throwing it at his wife when she is with child. These are the beastly people that create the compassion of Europeans, a horrid race that deserves to be exterminated from the face of the earth. What a contrast between these wretches and the wild Arabs, who will traverse burning sands barefooted, to receive the last breath of some relation or friend, who teach their children at the earliest period resignation and fortitude, and who always keep alive a spirit of emulation amongst them. They are the boldest people in the world, yet are endued with a tenderness quite poetic, and their kindness extends to all the brute creation by which they are surrounded. For myself, I have the greatest affection and confidence in these people. Besides, I admire their diamond eyes, their fine teeth, and the grace and agility, without capers, which is peculiar to them alone. When one sees these people, one's thoughts naturally revert to the time of Abraham, when man had not his head filled with all the false systems of the present day. I must now thank you for a most admirable cheese, and the case of liqueurs which accompanied it. You tell me not to send any more wine, but I shall not attend to it. I only regret that I cannot forward more by this conveyance, for it is excessively scarce, which will account for the small quantity. But I shall always continue to ship some, whenever I can procure it, and I only wish this country produced anything that would be agreeable to you or Mrs. Webb. I have heard that at Geneva there are very fine flowers. If you will procure me a few seeds, I should be very much obliged to you, as my stock of flowers this year has become very low, owing to my having had a very careless gardener, who neglected to water the seeds so that they never came up. My fine steed is gone long ago, and my garden remains my only amusement. I have made a little note, but if there should be any other showy flowers or shrubs, pray include them. Very small flowers are considered here as weeds, however pretty they may be. I have received my account from your house, and I have drawn for another $1,000. They tell me, besides, that the doctor is gone to England. If so, I fear some trick will be played me, and he will not be allowed to return. It does not signify. I am an Arab. I have, however, written to him, desiring him, in case of his return, to beg you to attend most particularly to the state of your health and that of Mrs. Webb, and that he will leave with you a volume of medical advice. The other letter you will please to forward to his friend, Mr. N.S. It was immediately after the date of this letter that the news of the Battle of Navarino must have reached Saida and Beirut. On that occasion, all the Franks at Sidon, in a single hour, fled precipitately from their homes, the greater part of them taking refuge with Lady Hester Stanhope. In the narrative of her subsequent conversations, some account of the expense she was put to by this unforeseen event will be found. For, in her correspondence with me, she was particularly careful not to make any allusion to the universal alarm which prevailed amongst the Europeans, lest it might possibly have some influence upon the fears of my family, and deter us from prosecuting our journey. Some private business requiring my presence in England, I left Italy in June 1828 for London, and returned to Pisa in the following October. Up to this time, now nearly a year, I had had no answer from Lady Hester to my letters, one from Zante and one from Leghorn, in which I had given an account of the piracy. At that time there were no steamboats on those waters, and correspondence was necessarily carried on at great risk and uncertainty by merchant vessels, many of which were plundered by the Greeks, while others frequently consumed 2 or 3 months, returning from the Levant to Marseilles or Leghorn. At last a letter reached me, in the handwriting of Miss Williams, dictated by Lady Hester Stanhope. Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. Blank, June, Mount Lebanon, March 23, 1828. I have received the account of your disasters by sea, and latterly the books you were so good as to send me. The books I cannot read, and I have nobody to read them to me. However, I thank you for your kind attention. I am much afflicted at the trouble and vexation you have had, and at the situation in which you find yourself. I must say, it would be very imprudent to bring women or children into this country at this moment, and a great source of fatigue and vexation to me, for they could not be comfortable under the present circumstances of the times. What I should propose is, that when you have settled your business, you immediately set off alone with a Dutch passport, in case things should turn out ill before you arrive. Leave Mrs. at Pisa, where she could remain very comfortably until you return. Write to X these few words: "She has ordered me to forbid you evermore to interfere with her affairs or even to write to her." The plague will be over before you get here. The Turks behave extremely well to me, the Christians and Franks as ill. I shall say nothing about the state of my affairs. You may guess what it may be in these times, nor of the state of my health, without a person of any kind to assist me in anything. If I outlive the storm, I may help you. If not, you can take poor Williams away. Let Mr. Webb know how much I prize his kind attentions. I hope some wine will go with this ship for him. If not, it is not my fault. Salute Mrs. and say I hope no childish feeling will prevent her allowing you to be absent a little while. I feel for her, but I cannot write. She may rely upon me. Only obey me strictly. Had you done so before, things might have been otherwise for all. But simpletons will be wise men, and that is what has turned the world upside down, as well as caused much unhappiness to individuals. I promise to keep you only a few months, but I want to see you. Only come in as silent and quiet a way as you can. I will not receive any letter from X, so do not take charge of any. All must be lies. Return them, should he send any, and say not a word that you mean to come here. Not signed. On the 15th of November of the same year, I received another letter, which was also in Miss Williams' handwriting. Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. Blank, June, August 25th, 1828. I have heard from Mr. Webb's house that you are gone to England. My heart misgives me. I fear some trick, and that they will prevent your coming. At all events, do not let your head be crammed with ideas that you cannot land, for notwithstanding the departure of consuls and Franks from this part of the world, I firmly believe that any one coming to me, either in a man of war or in an open boat, his landing would not be opposed, even if things were more decidedly bad than they are at present. Suleiman Effendi, whom you recollect at Saida, is governor of Beirut, and Ali Aga has succeeded him at Saida. Lorella, as Austrian consul, still remains at Beirut, though but little friendly to me, as does old Girardin at Saida, being considered as an Arab. Never write to me but through Mr. Webb's house, whether you come or do not come. I want no reasons and no long stories. I hope your head will not be turned, because I am sure you will repent it hereafter if it is. Arabize yourself before you get here, if you are ever such a quiz. I have common Turkish clothes ready for you, that you may not cut up and gobble good cloth in a hurry. You must not think of bringing any Frank servant with you. I have a room ready for you, and I hope you will be very comfortable. The difficulty about Mrs. Blank was want of room, and a house in the village in these sort of times is not exactly the thing, though I had a pretty little house, 2 stories high, picked out for you, had you come sooner. Cut short impertinent questions here by saying everybody was out of town, that you saw none of my family or friends, and only stopped a few days in London to transact your own private business. Signed, H.L.S. Ah, why did you not come directly and bring Lucy? What a comfort to me! In compliance with Lady Hester Stanhope's wishes, I resolved to await the coming of spring, in order to conduct my family to England, and leaving them there, to set off alone for Syria. But new difficulties had arisen, and Lady Hester's situation had become more painful by a severe loss which she unexpectedly sustained in the death of her long-tried and affectionate companion, Miss Williams. It was some time in December that Mr. Webb of Leghorn communicated to me a letter from Lady Hester Stanhope, giving him the melancholy news of this sad event. The letter was in French, dictated to some secretary whom she had found to carry on her correspondence, and it is here translated for the convenience of the general reader. Lady Hester Stanhope to Mr. John Webb, merchant, at Leghorn, June, 24th of October, 1828. Sir, when I received your letter of the 17th of July, I was very ill, confined to my room, and occasionally delirious. Nevertheless, in a moment of reason, I desired Mr. Girardin to acquaint you with the great loss I had sustained in the faithful Miss Williams. After 2 years of plague, there broke out, over almost all Mount Lebanon, a kind of fever which I do not know precisely how to name. Whether it was a sort of yellow or malignant fever, poor Miss Williams fell a victim to it, as well as a servant named Moussa, the only one in whom I had any confidence, and I but just escaped death from it myself. I am, as it were, come to life again by a miracle, owing to the attentions of a rich peasant who came from a considerable distance to assist me. He found me entirely abandoned, delirious, and at the point of death, and left in that state by whom? By wicked maids, who had cost Miss W. and me such pains in endeavoring to make something of them. You may easily imagine that I did not keep such ungrateful sluts an instant after I came to myself. Even in the weak state in which I was, I felt in a rage at the deplorable accounts which were given me of the detestable indifference which they showed when Miss W. was dying, occupying themselves in pilfering what they could lay their hands on. But I have already told you what the Christians of this country are. At the present moment, I have nobody to assist me but some old women of the village, the most stupid and ignorant creatures in the world. My greatest resource is a girl of 8 years old, whom I have brought up, who appears attached to me, and who is less stupid than the others. However, one cannot get well very fast, attended by such people, to whom it is impossible to trust a key. I am moved from my bed to the sofa, and from the sofa to the bed, and I am not yet able to walk unsupported. But if I was better waited on, and had more quiet and proper things to eat, I know very well what an effort my iron constitution would make, which has brought me through this illness without doctor or doctor's stuff. I have a good appetite, but my weakness of stomach does not enable me to digest the coarse and badly cooked food which they give me to eat, seeing that my stomach has been very much disordered for want of nourishment during 15 days, having subsisted all that time on barley water and plain water. My ignorance of what passed around me was not, properly speaking, the delirium of fever. It was a stupor caused by the neglect with which I was treated. The peasant says that when he entered my bedroom, he found me stiff and cold, in the state of one dying of hunger. He gave me food immediately. After some days I came to myself, and am now gaining strength. But in the midst of all this, I am not melancholy. What has happened, and whatever is best. To-day I was telling Mr. Bodin some anecdotes of the celebrated Duke of Dorset, which were of no very mournful turn. Mr. Bodin's coming has been of the greatest service to me in every way. He has raised for me, with a great deal of difficulty, some money, for which I have given him my bill of exchange for $1,000, dated October the 15th. I have given him another bill for $500, dated the 24th of October. I endeavor to scrape together as much as I can, because the aspect of the times is dark. I must lay in provisions of all kinds, for in a short time it will not be so easy to do it, as some imagine, and prices will rise to something incredible. It seems to me that if Dr. Blank had decided on coming, he would have been here before now. Well, I have got over this illness without his assistance, or that of any other doctor, and one feels much more elevated when God has been one's physician. It is the Supreme Being alone who has saved me in all my difficulties for these last 20 years, and who has given me strength to support what others would have sunk under. With the bills drawn through Mr. Bell and Mr. Bodin, there are life certificates. You know my weakness of sight, and that, consequently, I cannot write the bills myself. But thank God I can still, though with great pain, read a letter, although I cannot extend the effort to books and newspapers. This is the reason why I have had the bills of exchange to the order of Mr. Bodin, written by old General Loustanu, and those to Mr. Bell, written by Mr. Bodin. Nor must you wonder if another time Mr. Bodin should himself write bills to his own order. The mercantile house of Blank, at Blank, has asked me for a letter of introduction to you, because they say you are a man of high respectability. But I should be very sorry to render a service to such rogues. Signed, H.L.S. The distressed situation in which Lady Hester Stanhope found herself by such a severe calamity as the loss of Miss Williams, who, in sickness and in health, had been all in all to her, induced me to set aside every other consideration, and to resolve on making the voyage to Syria without loss of time, even in the depth of winter, although the navigation of the Mediterranean is exceedingly boisterous in the months of January, February, and March. I accordingly went over to Leghorn, and entered into an agreement with the master of a merchant vessel, who was to sail in a few days for Beirut. Nothing remained but to sign it, but previous to so doing, I had to overcome the repugnance which Mrs. Blank felt to being left behind, if she remained, and the apprehension of fresh piracies if she accompanied me. Between the two, she hesitated and wavered until the opportunity was lost, and being unable to make up her mind one way or the other, spring came, and then summer, until it was finally settled that I should take her back to England, and leaving her there, return and perform the voyage alone. We accordingly set off for Marseilles in August 1829, and traversed France as far as Paris. But there her womanish fears, and the dread of losing me in a foreign country by plague, and 1,000 ills, which persons who have not visited the East fancy to be more common in distant countries than at home, still preyed on her mind, and a fresh resolution was formed to accompany me. We therefore returned to Marseilles, but not until November 1830 could I prevail upon her to set foot in a vessel. On the 3rd of November, we set sail from Marseilles in the Belle Sophie, Colonnet master, a brig of 220 tons or thereabouts. We had secured the stateroom, and one berth out of 4 which the cabin contained. 2 others were occupied by 2 English ladies, and the 4th by the captain. Temporary berths were fitted up for 3 Englishmen adjoining the companion ladder, who, in society with these pious ladies, had embarked on a wide world in the holy mission of making proselytes among Jews and Mahometans. On the floor and lockers of the cabin was an Arab woman with 3 daughters and a son, whilst her husband, with a Cypriot Greek, were tenants of the hold. Thus we were 12 cabin passengers, where 6 only could have been comfortably accommodated. But no scruples of this kind would appear to have ever crossed the conscience of the master of the vessel or the owners. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1. We reached Beirut, after a prosperous voyage, on the 8th of December, having anchored 8 days at Cyprus, to disembark some merchandise, the Arab family, and the English party. In pursuance of Lady Hester Stanhope's injunctions, I dressed myself in an old faded suit of Turkish clothes, and thus presented myself at the English and French consuls' residences. My appearance certainly was not calculated to make her ladyship's creditors suppose I came loaded with money to pay her debts, and I felt, as I passed through the streets, that my old Bedouin manteau, or abba, and indeed my whole dress, in which I had twice traversed the desert to Palmyra, was of a hue and age to dissipate the hopes of the most sanguine. I lost no time in sending off a messenger to announce my arrival to Lady Hester Stanhope, and received a note from her on the 11th, in which, after congratulating us on our safety, she expressed the pleasure it would give her to see me. She added that, as for my family, they must not expect any other attentions from her than such as would make them comfortable in their cottage; that they were not to take this ill on her part, as she had long before apprised me that she did not think English ladies could make themselves happy in Syria, and that therefore I, who had brought them, must take the consequences. This reception was not very agreeable to my feelings, but it was highly characteristic of Lady Hester. With the bearer of the letter, her ladyship sent camels for our luggage, donkeys for my family, and a horse for me. At Nebi Yunus, where we slept the first night, we found another of her servants, who had been sent thither to prepare our dinners and beds. And on the following day, 2 miles from her house, we met Mr. Jasper Chassou, her secretary, who had come thus far to welcome us. Placing my family under this gentleman's guidance, I hurried forward alone, and reached Lady Hester Stanhope's residence about noon. A cottage had been provided for us in the village of June, with 2 black slaves for servants, and so far as the accommodation was concerned, we had no reason to be discontented. Mr. Chassou accompanied my family to their new home, but it was 12 at night before I was able to join them. I found Lady Hester in good health and excellent spirits, and looking much the same as when I left her some years before. She received me with great apparent pleasure, kissing me on each cheek, ordering sherbet, the pipe, coffee, and a finjan of orange flower water, all which civilities, at meeting, are regarded in the East as marks of the most cordial and distinguished regard. I myself was truly astonished at all this, but more especially at her salutation on the cheeks after the Oriental fashion. For in the early part of her travels, when I was with her for 7 years together, I do not recollect that she had often even taken my arm, an honor she seldom vouchsafed to anybody less than a member of the aristocracy. My astonishment was increased when for several days in succession she insisted on my always sitting by her on the sofa, a privilege she rarely, indeed I believe never, allowed to anyone afterwards. The conversation turned at first on such inquiries as are common, after a long separation, to persons who have known each other before. I remained with her from noon until midnight, in vain endeavoring to get away, during which time I hardly moved from the sofa, except to sit down to dinner. A description of the dinner appointments of this lady, who once presided at Mr. Pitt's table in the splendor of wealth and fashion, may be considered both curious and interesting. She sat on the sofa, and I opposite to her, on a common rush-bottomed chair, with an unpainted deal table, about 3 feet by 2½ between us, covered with a scanty tablecloth, of the kind usually spread on a bedroom table at an inn. 2 white plates, one over the other, French fashion, were placed before each of us, and in the center of the table were 3 dishes of yellow earthenware, common in the south of France, containing a pilaf, a yakni or sort of Irish stew, and a boiled fowl swimming in its broth. There were 2 silver tablespoons for each of us, which she said were all she had, and 2 black bone-handled knives and forks. 1 spoon was for the broth, 1 for the yakni, and when the pilaf was to be served, we helped ourselves with the same spoons with which we had been eating. The arrangements were completed by a black bottle with Mount Lebanon wine in it, of exquisite flavor, it is true, and a common water decanter. She said that in this style the young Duke of Richelieu had dined with her, adding, however, that her destitute state as to dishes and table service was not quite so deplorable previously to the long illness she had gone through, but that, at that melancholy period, her slaves and servants had robbed her of everything, even to the cushions and covers of her sofa. At length, after frequently pleading the anxiety my family must feel at being left so many hours in a strange habitation, I contrived to make my escape, and found Mrs. on my return, sitting disconsolate in the midst of her trunks, under a conviction that I must either have been lost or devoured by the wolves and hyenas with whose neighboring depredations, for want of other subjects of conversation, the secretary had endeavored to entertain her. There was no great difficulty in appeasing her fears on such occasions, of which we had afterwards so many repetitions. but it was not quite so easy to reconcile her to the undisguised slights which Lady Hester Stanhope put upon her from the very moment of our arrival, in retaliation, as we supposed, for the repeated delays, of which Lady Hester believed her to have been the cause in the prosecution of my journey. Her ladyship's resentment was probably rendered still more severe by her general want of sympathy towards her own sex. The reader will pardon these extraneous details. They are introduced for the sake of preserving entire the thread of the narrative, and certainly with no acrimonious feeling towards Lady Hester Stanhope, whose motive, as she afterwards told me, for adopting this strange line of conduct towards my family, was to check in the bud the womanish caprices which she anticipated might otherwise disturb the harmony of our intercourse. Before we commence our diary, it is necessary to give a description of the residence which Lady Hester Stanhope had chosen, in order to avoid the confusion which an ignorance of localities is sometimes calculated to produce. Her first retreat, when she settled in Syria in 1813, was an old monastic house about 2 miles from the ancient city of Sidon. But this she found much too small for her establishment, and having observed, in one of her rides whilst living there, a small house near the village of June, or Jean, as the French spell it, to accommodate the sound to their pronunciation, she resolved to hire it, and remove thither. It belonged to one Joseph Sawaya, a Damascus merchant, who very readily let it to her for 1,000 piastres, or £20 a year, as the exchange was then, on the condition that, on quitting it, the buildings and improvements she might make were to revert to him and his heirs, without any consideration on his part. The house was, and is, called Dar June. See the view. Dar, signifying a hall or gentleman's dwelling, as when we say Boxwood Hall, Wortley Hall. Dar also means a mount or elevated hunch. In which of the two senses the word is applied in Darjun I could not learn, as some Arabs told me one way and some the other. The mount on which the house stands is shaped like a half-orange, with a flat on the summit, which afforded room for exercising ground, a garden, stabling, and any other additional buildings that might be thought necessary. The garden, entirely of her own creation, was richly diversified with covered alleys, serpentine walks, summer houses, pavilions, arbors, and other embellishments, in which she displayed such admirable taste that it would not be easy, even in England, to find a more beautiful garden within similar limits. Around the house, Lady Hester built small rooms, stables, cottages, offices, and entire dwellings. The rooms and dwellings were intended for lodging those who, she expected, would fly to her for refuge during the revolutions which she believed were then impending, not only over the country in which she resided, but the whole world. And anticipating that many individuals, whose lives would be eagerly sought after by their persecutors, might ask for an asylum at her hands, she contrived several detached rooms in such a way that persons dwelling within the precincts of the same residence should be ignorant who their neighbors were, whose vicinity, in like manner, should be unknown to others. The whole was surrounded by a wall more than 10 feet high to the north and east, and about 6 or 7 feet high on the other two sides. The entire space within the wall was a parallelogram. The buildings were, in some instances, composed of a number of walls, one within the other, like the palace of the kings of the Medes. See the annexed ground plan. And owing to the different enclosures wherein servants with different occupations lived, a person attempting to enter or to escape was certain of being seen, and almost equally certain of being stopped. 2 gateways opened into the buildings, one for the men servants and visitors, and the other for the women, and those who were introduced secretly to her ladyship's apartment. On entering by either of these 2 gates, a stranger would be seriously perplexed, and his first question would be, "Where am I going? Is this a labyrinth, with a door here and a dark passage there? A garden on one side, a screen on the other? Here a courtyard, there another? What does it all mean?" Some passages afforded an immediate communication with parts which, to one unacquainted with the building, and judging by the roundabout approach from one to another, would seem to be at least 50 or 100 yards apart. In the garden were 2 pavilions, with trapdoors in the floor leading to steps which descended to a room underground, from which opened doors through the wall upon the open country. More than one individual has been indebted for his safety, if not for his life, to these secret means of escape and shelter. Her constant outlay in building arose not from the love of brick and mortar witnessed in many persons as they advanced in years, but from the one predominant idea that to her the distressed, the proscribed, the rich, the poor would fly for protection, succor, and concealment. And however erroneous the fancy might have appeared at first, for events in some sort proved she was right, nobody who really knew her character could have suspected for a moment the generosity and pure disinterestedness of her motives. Her asses, mules, camels, and horses were kept principally with the same view, and her servants were taught to look forward with a sort of awe and religious expectation to events and catastrophes where their services and energies would be tasked to the utmost. Besides the additions which Lady Hester Stanhope was constantly making to her own residence, she had hired 4 or 5 cottages in the village of June, and had bought an old ruined house there. This, she said, she should repair, and convert into a sort of inn, where she might conveniently lodge a number of those persons who would be passing backward and forward on the important affairs in which she was soon to play so conspicuous a part. "And do not think," she one day observed, "when the time comes, that I shall let your family or that of my secretary reside in the houses you now occupy. These I shall want, and I have in my eye, in a village about 3 leagues off, an asylum for all the women and children and useless members of my establishment. There I shall send them, and you will have to give up all the spare room you can to the people who will take refuge with me." End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. It often formed a source of strange reflection with me what could have made Lady Hester Stanhope select such a locality, so remote and solitary, instead of living in a city where the conveniences of life were readily accessible. And I at last came to the conclusion, in my own mind, that it proceeded from her love of absolute power, which could not be so thoroughly gratified in the midst of a numerous population as in a lonely and retired residence. She chose to dwell apart and out of the immediate reach of that influence and restraint which neighborhood and society necessarily exert upon us. Arbitrary acts may lose at a distance some of their odiousness, or admit of being explained away. Servitude also becomes more helpless in proportion as it is removed from the means of escape or appeal. Mar Elias, at Abra, where she had previously resided 6 or 8 years, was scarcely 2 miles distant from Sidon, so that her servants, when they were tired of her service, could abscond by night and take refuge in the city, and her slaves, rendered low-spirited by the monotony of their existence, could at any time run away and secrete themselves in the houses of the Turks. By removing to June, she cut off their retreat, for a poor slave could rarely muster courage enough to venture by night across lonely mountains, when jackals and wolves were abroad. Or, if he did, by the time he reached Sidon, or Beirut, or Deir el-Kamar, the only 3 towns within reach, his resolves had cooled. The consequences of the step he had taken presented themselves forcibly to his mind, or there was a time to soothe him by promises and presents, all which palliatives Lady Hester Stanhope knew well how to employ. The love of power made her imperious, but when her authority was once acknowledged, the tender of submission was sure to secure her kindness. Unobserved escape was well nigh impracticable by day, in consequence of the situation of the house on the summit of a conical hill, whence comers and goers might be seen on every side. Yet, notwithstanding this, on one occasion all her free women decamped in a body, and on another her slaves attempted to scale the walls, and some actually effected their object and ran away. In addition to these artificial barriers, she was known to have great influence with Abdallah Pasha, to whom she had rendered many services, pecuniary and personal. For to him, as well as to his harem, she was constantly sending presents, and he, as a Turk, fostered despotism rather than opposed it. The Emir Bashir, or Prince of the Druses, her nearest neighbor, she had so completely intimidated by the unparalleled boldness of her tongue and pen that he felt no inclination to commit himself by any act which might be likely to draw either of them on him again. In what direction, therefore, was a poor, unprotected slave or peasant to fly? Over others who were free to act as they liked, as her doctor, her secretary, or her dragoman, and towards whom she had more managements to preserve, there hung a spell of a different kind, by which this modern sirs entangled people almost inextricably in her nets. A series of benefits conferred on them an indescribable art in becoming the depository of their secrets, an unerring perception of their failings brought home in moments of confidence to their bosoms, soon left them no alternative but that of securing her protection by unqualified submission to her will. As a proof of this, we may take the case of an English gentleman of acknowledged abilities and of good professional education, who, about the years 1827 or 1828, after having remained attached to Lady Hester Stanhope as her medical attendant for a certain period, felt an insurmountable anxiety to quit her service. The village of June furnished beasts of burden for hire, and Lady Hester Stanhope's own mules went 2 or 3 times a week to Seda for corn, provisions, etc. A horse was at the doctor's call for his own riding, and the means of conveyance for so short a distance as 2 leagues were always therefore at hand. What, then, under such circumstances, could have induced him to set off on foot, without giving notice of his intention to anybody, if it were not that he was aware he could not get away in any other manner? When his absence was discovered, and it was known that he was gone to Seda, a letter from Lady Hester Stanhope could not bring him back. Neither could all the exhortations of her man of business, sent for that purpose, make him alter the determination he had taken not to return under her roof. Yet that the doctor's emotions at the step he had twice hurriedly ventured upon produced a painful mental conflict cannot be doubted, for in the room at Seda, where he was found, he sat with his head between his hands for some hours, weeping and sobbing, as one who considered that an injurious interpretation might be put on his flight, or as if Lady Hester's conduct towards him had driven him to it, when he knew in his own heart, as his own letter to her proved, that she had been a benefactress to him at moments when it was not easy to find a friend. As for consular interposition, under any circumstances, most of the consuls along the coast had found what a dangerous enemy she was. Therefore, few of them, perhaps not one, would have risked a contention with her on any grounds. To have appealed to them, the legitimate protectors of Franks, would therefore have been fruitless. At the time of my arrival, Lady Hester Stanhope's establishment consisted of Mr. Chasseau, her secretary, a nephew of Mr. Abbott's, then the English consul at Beirut, who, with his wife and 2 infant children, occupied, like ourselves, a cottage in the village, of Paolo Perini, a Roman, her maître d'hôtel, 7 black slaves, 5 women, a man and a boy, and a Metwali girl named Fatoum, the daughter of a peasant woman in the village, who principally waited on her. There were besides a Mahometan groom, 2 stablemen, a porter, a cook, and a scullion, 3 or 4 men as muleteers and water-carriers, and 2 whose chief employment was to carry messages, letters, etc., to distant places, and who had been in Lady Hester Stanhope's service 10 or 15 years. In addition to all these, she gave employment to a score of workmen who were constantly occupied in different constructions. Independently of these, there were two persons who might be considered as her men of business in matters that particularly regarded the natives. One was what would be called a small farmer in England, and the other a tailor by trade. They both lived in the village, were sent for when they were wanted, received no regular salary, but were paid for their services from time to time in money, presents of corn, raiment, etc., as is the custom in the East. The tailor was a cringing knave, fit for a great person's parasite. He had somehow found his way into Lady Hester's establishment, from having married the daughter of a Syrian woman named Meryon, or Mary, a creature of incomparable suavity of manners and considerable beauty, who had been housemaid during her ladyship's stay at Latakia some years before. This woman had two daughters, one of whom, on becoming the tailor's wife at about 12 years of age, interested Lady Hester Stanhope so far as to make her extend her favors to the husband. He was named Yusuf el-Turk. The other was a man of a different description. He was club-footed, and it was usually one of Lady Hester's physiognomical remarks that all club-footed people had something of the Talleyrand in them, something clever in their composition. He was called Jurius Jamal. On this man's character she would often dilate with much commendation, but she always finished by calling him a designing knave and a rogue. "He serves me well," she would say. "At whatever hour of the night I ring my bell, he is always on his legs. If I want to be talked to sleep, he has a number of amusing stories to tell. He moves about so gently that I hardly hear him, although he is lame and hobbles on one leg. There is sure to be hot water on the fire at any hour, and he makes the girls look about them somehow or other. But he is the greatest rascal that ever walked the face of the earth." As to her health, she was better perhaps than when I left her in 1820. Her pulse and her movements indicated considerable vigor of body. Although she had not stirred beyond the precincts of her residence, as far as I could learn, for nearly 4 years, she still took the air and some exercise in her garden, and in attending to and overlooking the building and improvements that were constantly going on. She was become more violent in her temper than formerly, and treated her servants with severity when they were negligent of their duty. Her maids and female slaves she punished summarily, if refractory, and in conversation with her on the subject, she boasted that there was nobody could give such a slap in the face, when required, as she could. Lady Hester Stanhope had adopted a particular mode of dress, to which she adhered without much variation on all occasions from the time she fixed her abode at June. It was a becoming one, and, at the same time, concealed the thinness of her person, and the lines which now began slightly to mark her face. Lines that mark the habitual contraction of the features into a frown, a smile, or a grin, she had none, and the workings of her mind were never visible in her lineaments, which wore the appearance of serene calm when she chose to disguise her feelings. But age will, without furrowing the brow or the cheeks, bring on that soil of network which we see on the rind of some species of melons. This, however, was so very faintly traced that it could not be detected without a little scrutiny, and by means of a dim light in her saloon, together with a particular management of her turban, she contrived to conceal the inroads that years were now making on what her bitterest enemies could not deny was always a fine and noble face. It was this kind of pardonable deceit that made me exclaim, on meeting her again after a long separation of several years, that I saw no alteration in her appearance. Her turban, a coarse, woolen, cream-colored Barbary shawl, was wound loosely round, over the red fez or tarbouche, which covered her shaved head. A silk handkerchief, commonly worn by the Bedouin Arabs, known by the Arabic name of keffaya, striped pale yellow and red, came between the fez and the turban, being tied under the chin or let fall at its ends on each side of her face. A long sort of white merino cloak, meshla or aba in Arabic, covered her person from the neck to the ankles, looped in white silk Brandenburgs over the chest, and by its ample and majestic drapery and loose folds, gave to her figure the appearance of that fullness which it once really possessed. When her cloak happened accidentally to be thrown open in front, it disclosed beneath a crimson robe jubi, reaching also to her feet, and, if in winter, a pelisse under it, and under that a cream-colored or flowered gown, combaz, folded over in front and girded with a shawl or scarf round the waist. Beneath the whole she wore scarlet pantaloons of cloth, with yellow low boots called mest, having pump soles, or, in other words, a yellow leather stocking, which slipped into yellow slippers or papuches. This completed her costume, and although it was in fact that of a Turkish gentleman, the most fastidious prude could not have found anything in it unbecoming a woman, accepting its association as a matter of habit with the male sex. She never wore pearls, precious stones, trinkets, or ornaments, as some travelers have affirmed. Indeed, she had none in her possession, and never had any from the time of her shipwreck. Speaking of her own dress, she would say, "I think I look something like those sketches of Guercino's, where you see scratches and touches of the pen round the heads and persons of his figures, so that you don't know whether it is hair or a turban, a sleeve or an arm, a mantle or a veil which he has given them." And when she was seated on the sofa, in a dim corner of the room, the similitude was very just. It was latterly her pride to be in rags, but accompanied by an extraordinary degree of personal cleanliness. "Could the Sultan see me now," she would say, "even in my tattered clothes, he would respect me just as much as ever. After all, what is dress? Look at my ragged doublet. It is not worth 6 pence. Do you suppose that affects my value? I warrant you, Mahamud would not look at that if he saw me. When I think of the tawdry things for which people sigh, and the empty stuff which their ambition pursues, I heartily despise them all. There is nothing in their vainglorious career worth the trouble of aspiring after. My ambition is to please God. I should be what I intrinsically am on a dunghill. My name is greater than ever it was. In India, I am as well known as in London or Constantinople. Why, a Turk told one of my people who was at Constantinople that there is not a Turkish child 20 miles round that place who has not heard of me. There might nevertheless be perceived, under all this assumption and display of tattered raiments, a feeling of profound indignation at the neglect she had experienced from her former friends and acquaintances, and for the purpose of affording evidence of the way in which she had been left, as she called it, to rot, she carefully preserved a bag of her old ragged clothes which she would not suffer to be given away. The frequent alarm she expresses in her letters of approaching blindness seems to have been nothing more than the defective vision incident to the decline of life. Spectacles and silver gilt or tortoise-shell rims, which I sent her from time to time in parcels containing other small commissions, without hinting that they were intended for her, she affected to consider, when she got them, as only useful for presents to old people to whom she was charitable. I now found that she had taken to wear them, but of that kind worn by poor old women in England without branches, such in fact as are stuck on the nose and vulgarly called barnacles. Her voice on such occasions became nasal from the compression of the nostrils, and at first she was very reluctant to betray her use of these glasses before me. But after a short time her objections wore away. Yet she never could be persuaded to wear any other kind of spectacles, invariably giving away all gay and handsome ones that were sent to her. The influence she had enjoyed in Syria during the first years of her residence there had been merely that sort of consideration which is accorded to a person of high descent and connections, who had made a great figure in England, and who had acquired a romantic celebrity by her travels. It was the homage paid to an illustrious name. But when, by degrees, her extraordinary talents came to be known, more especially her political abilities, and when it was observed that pashas and great men really valued her opinion and feared her censure, she obtained a positive weight in the affairs of the country on her own account, independently of the prestige of birth and notoriety. Speaking of this, she one day said, "What offers have not been made me, which, had I chosen not to be clean-handed, would have put pretty sums into my pocket?" Among the rest, she mentioned one man who had offered her a vast sum if she would lend her name and protection in some extensive mercantile speculation. The Sheikh Bashir, the acknowledged chief of the Druze nation, and the powerful rival of the Emir Bashir, the reigning prince, sent her, when he was proscribed and in flight, at 3 different times, carte blanche to settle with Abdallah Pasha, or the Porte, the amount of the sum which would save his life. But, she said, knowing the sheik was not clean-handed, I could not undertake to buy him off. Yet the whole of his treasures would have been at my disposal. In relating this story, Lady Hester Stanhope added, "How odious has Abdallah Pasha rendered himself by his extortions and confiscations, because none of his people will speak the truth to him. When he wants money, his secretaries tell him he has only to sign an order for it, and then perhaps 6 families are driven into exile or half ruined. But I speak plainly to him, and once, when I wrote to him how he was making himself hated by a particular act of oppression about money, he tore the Biography in pieces, which gave force to that act, and drove his secretaries out of his presence for having flattered and deceived him. Why, doctor, when he receives a letter from me, if there are 6 others at the same time, he will let them lie on his sofa whilst he reads mine, and then will put that alone into his pocket, and take it into his harem to read over again. But Lady Hester's nearest neighbor among pashas and princes, and the one who consequently was the most frequently mixed up in her affairs, was the Emir Bashir, Prince of the Druses, and as his name will necessarily occur very often in this diary, it is desirable to give a sketch of his career and character. At a remote period, his ancestors had migrated from the neighborhood of Mecca to this part of Syria, and their origin was acknowledged to be noble. In the course of time, his family had attained to great consideration in Mount Lebanon, and stamped him who sprung from it as an emir or prince. The Emir Bashir was now the reigning prince of the Druses, himself a Mohammedan born, but, as it is said, professing Christianity whenever it answered his wicked ends to do so. In the annals of no country, according to Lady Hester Stanhope, can be found a man who has practiced more barbarities, considering the small extent of his principality, than he has done. Not content with emasculating, he cut out the tongues and put out the eyes of 5 young princes, nephews, and relatives of his own, whose contingent prospects to the succession gave him uneasiness. His atrocities transcend belief. All those who were obnoxious to him, high or low, were sure, in the course of his protracted despotism, to be removed, either by secret machinations or overt acts. On Mount Lebanon, it was common to hear whispers that someone had been made away with, but nobody dared to give utterance to their suspicions of the agency. This man was Lady Hester's determined enemy. She was living within his principality, within his reach, and yet she braved him. And the greatest proofs of personal courage that she had occasion to show, perhaps during her life, were manifested in her bold and open defiance of his power, which is the more extraordinary in a woman apparently neglected by her country and friends towards a prince, who has been certainly one of the most perfidious as well as bloodthirsty tyrants that ever governed a Turkish province. Lady Hester, as I said, was domiciled within his territory, and many were the petty vexations with which he harassed her, in the hope of finally driving her away. For he considered her as a very dangerous neighbor, seeing that she openly cultivated the friendship of the Sheikh Bashir, his rival, and made no disguise of her bad opinion of him, the emir. Finding, however, that she was determined to remain at June, some of his emissaries were employed to insinuate the peril to which she would inevitably expose her life if she persisted in her hostility to so powerful a prince. But Lady Hester Stanhope was not a woman to be frightened, and when she found a fit opportunity, in the presence of some other persons, of getting one of the Emir's people before her, so as to be sure that what she said must reach his ears and could not be well softened down, she desired the emissary to go and tell his master that she knew very well there was not a more profound and bloody tyrant on the face of the earth, that she was aware no one was safe from his poisons and daggers, but that she held him in the most sovereign contempt and set him at defiance. Tell him, she added, that he is a dog and a monster, and that if he means to try his strength with me, I am ready. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 3. On another occasion, one of the Emir Bashir's people came on some message to her, but before he entered her room, laid by his pistols and his saber, which in Turkey these myrmidons always wear on their persons. Lady Hester's maid whispered to her what the man was doing, when her ladyship, calling him in, bade him gird on his arms again. "Don't think I'm afraid of you or your master," she said. "You may tell him I don't care a fig for his poisons. I know not what fear is. It is for him and those who serve him to tremble. And tell the Emir Khalil, the Emir Bashir's son, that if he enters my doors, I'll stab him. My people shall not shoot him, but I will stab him, I, with my own hand." Lady Hester, after relating this to me, thus proceeded: "The beast, as I spoke to him, was so terrified, doctor, that he trembled like an aspen leaf, and I could have knocked him down with a feather. The man told the Emir Bashir my answer, for there was a tailor at work in the next room, who saw and heard him, and spoke of it afterwards. The Emir puffed such a puff of smoke out of his pipe when my message was delivered, and then got up and walked out." "Why, what did Hamadi say to the Emir when he was deliberating how he should get rid of me? You had better have nothing to do with her. Fair or foul means, it is all alike to her. She has been so flattered in her lifetime that no praise can turn her head. Money she thinks no more of than dirt. And as for fear, she does not know what it is. As for me, your Highness, I wash my hands of her. Oh, doctor, if you were to feel the bump behind my ear, it is bigger than anything you ever saw. And they say of the lions that the more their ears are buried in bone, the bolder they are. Why, at the time I am speaking of, there were 500 horsemen about in the neighboring villages, and they killed 3 men, one between the house and the village, one at the back of my premises, and one farther off, just to let me know what they could do, thinking to terrify me. But I showed them that I was not to be frightened. I always slept with a khanjar, a poniard, by my side, and slept as sound as a top. Poor Williams was terrified out of her senses. She used to get up in the night and come to me. Why do I keep Said Ahmed but on account of his courage? Because in these dangerous times you must have servants of all sorts. I remember when I and Miss Williams were left without a farthing of money, and the emir had surrounded the house with the intention of murdering us, that Said Ahmad remained at his post, when all the rest were so frightened they did not know what they did. And we had nothing to eat too, but he never complained. Once, when we were at Abra, all the black slaves formed a plot to run away in the night to Saida, which they executed. I had rung my bell several times, and as nobody answered it, I went out to look, thinking they were all asleep, for it was 2 a.m. Not a soul was to be found, except the little black boy. I woke Said Ahmad, called Miss Williams, and although Said Ahmad was in a terrible fury and wanted to set off in search of them in the middle of the night, I would not let him, for I thought it was a plot of the emir's to get the men out of the house, and then to have us murdered. But all these matters never disturbed my equanimity. I was as collected as I am now. Once some camels that Lady Hester had sent with a load to a neighboring seaport were returning light, when some persons, who were employed by the Emir Bashir, and who were accustomed to see the richest individuals of the province eager to embrace any opportunity of obliging him, thinking that she would be delighted that her camel drivers should have rendered any assistance to their prince, stopped the camels and loaded them with marble slabs that were intended for the floor of a part of the emir's new palace then building. These the drivers were ordered to deposit on Lady Hester's premises, where they would be sent for. As soon as she heard that the slabs were lying near her porter's lodge, she went out and had them broken to pieces. "You may guess," said she, when she told the story, "what a face the prince made when this was related to him." There was a man named Jirius Baz, who was prime minister to the Emir Bashir, and being an ambitious man, who sold his services to the injury of his master, he was strangled by him, and his goods and property, as far as they could be come at, were confiscated. The widow was left in poverty and destitution, as it was generally believed, and Lady Hester, having one day desired me to give 200 piastres to her son, a lad who had come begging in a genteel way, told me the following story. "That son," said she, "was about 8 or 10 years old when his father was killed, and since he has grown up, he maintains his mother by weaving. To succor this distressed family was a dangerous business with a man so cruel and jealous as the Emir. But I did it. One day I asked one of the Emir's officers why his master had so little compassion on Baz's widow. "Because," answered the officer, "she goes about saying she does not like the Emir." "Like him?" said I. "How can she like the man who murdered her husband? If she said she liked the Emir, it must be a lie, and therefore she only speaks the truth. Why did the Emir put it out of her power to like him?" "Because," replied the officer, "the minister became more powerful than his master, and then it was necessary to get rid of him." "If he was too powerful," resumed I, "it was the Emir's fault. He should have kept him under." "But he could not," retorted the man. "Then, by your own confession," continued I, "he rode on the Emir's shoulders. But that was no reason why he should have him killed in a blank." "He was not killed in a blank," interrupted the officer. "He was only seized there, and afterwards killed in his room." "This was precisely what I wanted to get out," added Lady Hester. "I made the man confess that the Emir had murdered Jirius Baz, and it was of no consequence to me when, how, or where." "Poor woman!" cried Lady Hester, after a pause, returning to the widow's case. "I once had her for 4 months with me here, but she was so overwhelming in her gratitude and thanks, and kept so constantly about me to attend upon me, that I was obliged to send her home again. Would you think it, that even in this case the sufferers proved themselves almost as bad as the tyrant? For this very woman carried on the farce of abject poverty for 2 years, and at the end of that time, all of a sudden, appeared the diamonds, shawls, and money she had hitherto concealed. In fact, she turned out almost as rich as I was myself. There is no believing a word you hear from any of them. Even Gandolfi assured me that in all his life, and in no other country, had he seen a people so full of lying, theft, and all kinds of vice as these are. And this, to crown all, is what he said of the Emir himself. 'I have known him,' said he, 20 years, and never was there a more heartless, cruel man. I had an opportunity of talking to him in private, after he had put out his nephew's eyes, and told him what an execrable thing it was. He beat his breast, and professed such repentance for what he had done, that I was quite moved, and thought to myself, perhaps the man acted from what he considered necessity, and that surely he would be more humane in future. But soon after, I heard of the murder of Jirius Baz, and of 6 more enormities, and I felt persuaded that his hypocrisy was as great as his cruelty." "You are shocked," continued Lady Hester, "and say you are sick at your stomach from hearing of the atrocities of Ibrahim Pasha's governors in getting recruits. Oh, they are nothing to what the Emir Bashir has done in his time. Think of women's breasts squeezed in a vice, of men's heads screwed into a tourniquet until their temple bones were driven in, of eyes put out with red-hot saucers, and 100 other barbarities worse than any you ever heard of. Wasn't it extraordinary that the same day that I sent the Emir's man away with such a message to his master, one of the house dogs pupped, and one of the puppies was blind? Not blind as puppies usually are, but with his eyes burnt out, just as if they had been seared with a red-hot iron. I said to the man, 'The demon of your prince has entered the very dogs.' The man almost fainted away before I had done with him, for I was not afraid of them. And even now, weak as I am, I do believe I could strangle the strongest of them. The Emir Bashir has duped everybody. He duped the Pasha with the Sultan, and duped the Sultan with the Pasha. He cheats the English, cheats the French, and cheats all round. There is not a greater hypocrite on the face of the earth. And although he sends his compliments to me by every traveler that passes, he is only waiting to see what turn matters will take, to fall on me if he can. And if he cannot, to lie and cringe until a safer opportunity occurs of taking his revenge. You knew Aubin, the French Navy surgeon, who had been a prisoner in the hulks at Portsmouth and used to abuse the English so. Well, he was made the Emir's doctor because he procured him in a ship to fly to Egypt in. The events on the mountain here succeeded each other so rapidly after your first leaving me. About 1820, Abdallah Pasha, having hostile intentions against the Emir Bashir and the Sheikh Bashir, they both fled to the Haran. And after some time, when the Pasha pretended to be pacified, they both returned. Soon after that, the Emir, not being quite sure of what Abdallah Pasha meditated, thought it safest to fly a second time. And it was by the assistance of Monsieur Aubin that he embarked for Egypt, on board of a French merchant vessel, commanded, I believe, by a Captain Allard. The Sheikh Bashir, finding his former domineering rival fled, assumed the supreme authority in the mountain and told the Emir Bashir, by letter, that if he ventured to return, he, the Sheikh, should be obliged to have him arrested and sent prisoner to the Pasha. The Emir Bashir, on arriving in Egypt, was coldly received at first, as it was said, by Muhammad Ali. But afterwards, having induced the viceroy to believe that he could put him in possession of Acre and all Syria, he was, by Muhammad Ali's money and mediation, restored to his principality. It was then that the plan for the conquest of Syria was concocted in secret between them. The emir, on his return, contrived to recover his ascendancy over the Sheikh Bashir, and picking a quarrel with him, he succeeded in taking him prisoner, and sent him in chains to Acre, where Abdallah Pasha finally cut his head off. At the same time, the emir, to complete the ruin of the Sheikh's party, mutilated the young princes who had shown themselves the Sheikh's partisans. The Sheikh's wife fled, and Alm ed Din, a Druze, whom he employed in the execution of his bloody barbarities, was sent after her, and told to bring her son, a little boy, cost what it would. "Let me see him cut in pieces before my eyes," said the sanguinary wretch. The tyrant! He never sleeps without a number of guards round his person. His wife died soon after, and he sent a confidential agent to Constantinople, and bought 2 young Georgian slaves, he then being past 80. And, after having both with him to see which he liked best, he took one of them as his favorite. It was for them that the Malem you saw at Cyprus, looking after canary birds, was sent. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1. For the last 15 years of her life, Lady Hester Stanhope seldom quitted her bed till between 2 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, nor returned to it before the same hours the next morning. The day's business could never be said to have well begun until sunset, but it must not be supposed that the servants were suffered to remain idle during daylight. On the contrary, they generally had their work assigned them overnight, and the hours after sunset were employed by her ladyship in issuing instructions as to what was to be done next day, in giving orders, scoldings, writing letters, and holding those interminable conversations which filled so large a portion of her time and seemed so necessary to her life. When these were over, she would prepare herself to go to bed, but always with an air of unwillingness, as if she regretted that there were no more commands to issue and nothing more that she could talk about. When she was told that her room was ready, one of the two girls, Zizaphoun or Fatoum, who by turns waited on her, would then precede her with the lights to her chamber. Her bedstead was nothing but planks nailed together on low trestles. A mattress, 7 feet long and about 4.5 broad, was spread on these planks, which were slightly inclined from head to foot. Instead of sheets, she had barberry blankets, which are like the finest English ones, 2 over her and 1 under. There was no counterpane, but, as occasion required, a woolen abba or cloak, or a fur pelisse would be used for that purpose. Her pillowcase was of Turkish silk, and under it was another covered in colored cotton. Behind this were 2 more of silk, ready at hand if wanted. Her night-dress was a chemise of silk and cotton, a white quilted jacket, a short pelisse, a turban on her head, and a kafia tied under her chin in the same manner as when she was up, and a shawl over the back of her head and shoulders. Thus she slept, nearly dressed. As it had become a habit with her to find nothing well done when she entered her bedroom, it was rarely that the bed was made to her liking, and generally she ordered it to be made over again in her presence. Whilst this was doing, she would smoke her pipe, then call for the sugar basin to eat 2 or 3 lumps of sugar, then for a clove to take away the mawkish taste of the sugar. The girls, in the meantime, would go on making the bed, and be saluted every now and then for some mark of stupidity with all sorts of appellations. The night lamp was then lighted. A couple of yellow wax lights were placed ready for use in the recess of the window, and all things being apparently done for the night, she would get into bed, and the maid, whose turn it was to sleep in the room, for latterly she always had one, having placed herself, dressed as she was, on her mattress behind the curtain which ran across the room, the other servant was dismissed. But hardly had she shut the door and reached her own sleeping room, flattering herself that her day's work was over, when the bell would ring, and she was told to get broth or lemonade or orgeat directly. This, when brought, was a new trial for the maids. Lady Hester Stanhope took it on a tray placed on her lap as she sat up in bed, and it was necessary for one of the 2 servants to hold the candle in one hand and shade the light from her mistress's eyes with the other. The contents of the basin were sipped once or twice and sent away. Or, if she ate a small bit of dried toast, it was considered badly made, and a fresh piece was ordered, perhaps not to be touched. This being removed, the maid would again go away, and throw herself on her bed. and as she wanted no rocking, in 10 minutes would be sound asleep. But in the meantime, her mistress has felt a twitch in some part of her body, and ding-dong goes the bell again. Now, as servants, when fatigued, do sometimes sleep so soundly as not to hear, and sometimes are purposely deaf, Lady Hester Stanhope had got in the quadrangle of her own apartments a couple of active fellows, a part of whose business it was to watch by turns during the night and see that the maids answered the bell. They were, therefore, sure to be roughly shaken out of their sleep, and, on going, half stupid, into her ladyship's room, would be told to prepare a fomentation of chamomile, or elder-flowers, or mallows, or the like. The gardener was to be called, water was to be boiled, and the house again was all in motion. During these preparations, perhaps Lady Hester Stanhope would recollect some order she had previously given about some honey, or some flour, or some letter, no matter however trifling, and whoever had been charged with the execution of it was to be called out of his bed, whatever the hour of the night might be, to be cross-questioned about it. There was no rest for anybody in her establishment, whether they were placed within her own quadrangle or outside of it. D'Arjun was in a state of incessant agitation all night. These details are unimportant in themselves, but they are significant in a high degree of her ladyship's peculiarity of character. And as we have touched upon the incidents of her bedroom, which was for most purposes her principal apartment, it may be as well to complete the description by a few additional particulars. The room bore no resemblance to an English or a French chamber, and independently of its rude furniture, it was, in another sense, hardly better than a common peasant's. Its appearance, when illness confined its occupant to her bed, was something of this sort, for I often entered it early in the morning before breakfast. On the floor, which was of cement, the common flooring of Syria, lay, upon an Egyptian mat, a large oblong bit of drab felt, of the size of a bedside carpet, called in Arabic libad, and a thick, coarse chintz cushion, from which her black slave, Zizaphoon, had just risen, and where she had slept by her mistress's bedside, the slave having this privilege over the maid, who always slept behind the curtain. This dirty red cotton curtain was suspended by a common cord across the room, to keep off the wind when the door opened, most of the curtain ring tapes being torn off, so that the curtain hung, alternately suspended here and dangling there, a testimony of the little time the maids found for mending. There were 3 windows to the room. One was nailed up by its shutter on the outside, and one closed up by a bit of felt on the inside. The third only was reserved for the admission of light and air, looking on the garden. In 2 deep niches in the wall, for the walls of houses in Syria are often 3 feet thick, were heaped on a shelf, equidistant from the top and bottom, a few books, some bundles tied up in handkerchiefs, writing paper, all in confusion, with sundry other things of daily use, such as a white plate, loaded with several pair of scissors, 2 or 3 pair of spectacles, etc., and another white plate, with pins, sealing wax, wafers, with a common white inkstand and the old parchment cover of some merchant's day-book with blotting paper inside by way of a blotting book, in which, spread on her lap as she sat up in bed, she generally wrote her letters. These places were seldom swept out, and dust and cobwebs covered the books, into none of which, I believe, she ever looked, except Tissot's A Vieux Pepel, another medical book, the title of which I have forgotten, the court calendar, a Bible, and a domestic cookery. The ground was strewed with small bundles, gown pieces of silk or colored cotton, which she destined as presents, bits of twine and brown paper, left from day to day from packages which had been undone, etc. She had no watch, clock, or timepiece, and generally the last words, when I left her in the evening, were, "Doctor, tell me what it is o'clock before you go." I took the liberty of asking her why she had not sent for a watch or timepiece during the number of years she had remained on Mount Lebanon, a thing so necessary everywhere, but especially in a solitary house, where the muezzin could not be heard as in towns. "Because I cannot bear anything that is unnatural," was her answer. "The sun is for the day, and the moon and stars for the night, and by them I like to measure time." Upon another occasion she said, "I never should be induced to go into a steamboat. I, who have seen 5 men killed by the explosion of a boiler, and I don't know how many more wounded and scalded, have always a dread about me. Besides, I like nothing but nature." On a wooden stool, which served as a table by the bedside, stood a variety of things to satisfy her immediate wants or fancies, such as a little strawberry preserve in a saucer, lemonade, chamomile tea, ipecacuanha lozenges, a bottle of cold water, etc. Of these she would take one or other in succession, almost constantly. In a day or two they would be changed for other messes or remedies. There would be a bottle of wine or of violet syrup, anise seeds to masticate instead of cloves, quince preserve, orgeat, a cup of cold tea covered over by the saucer, a pill-box, etc. And so thickly was the wooden stool covered that it required the greatest dexterity to take up one thing without knocking down 6 others. And in this respect, the noiseless movements and dexterity of the Syrian and black woman pass all imagination. For months together nothing of this assemblage would be upset or broken, whilst a blundering Frank, Lady Hester would often say, could not come into the room without tumbling over her pipe, hooking his foot in the carpet or mat, pitching forward against the table, and manifesting all that European clumsiness upon which she so delighted to expatiate. Her bed had no curtains, no mosquito net. An earthenware wybrick or jug with a spout stood in one of the windows, with a small copper basin, and this was her washing apparatus. The room had no table for the toilet or any other purpose, and when she washed herself, the copper basin was held before her as she sat up in bed. There were no curtains to the windows, and the felt with which one of them was covered was kept in its place by a faggot stick, stuck tightly in from corner to corner diagonally. Such was the chamber of Lord Chatham's granddaughter. Diogenes himself could not have found fault with its appointments. I see I have omitted, in the enumeration of the furniture, to mention a necessary appendage, often so ornamental in English rooms. I mean bell-ropes. Lady Hester Stanhope's room had one, a common hempen cord, such as is customarily used for cording boxes. It was reeved through a wooden pulley, screwed into the center of a ceiling, and came down slanting to the wall, where it was tied to a rusty hook. The bend, within her reach, was thickly knotted, so that she might the more easily lay hold of it. Nor was it made so strong and stout without good reason, for she lugged at it sometimes with a degree of violence and vigor that would have snapped whipcord in two, and seldom did a servant leave her room without being rung back again, once, twice, or thrice. So impatient was her ladyship's temper, and in such quick succession did her ideas rise in her mind upon every order she had to give. Worn out with the fatigue of ringing, talking, and scolding, at length Lady Hester Stanhope would fall asleep. All would be hushed, and so the silence would continue for 3, 4, or 5 hours. But soon after sunrise the bell would ring violently again, and the business of the morning would commence. This was a counterpart of the night, only that the few hours' sleep gave her a fresh supply of vigor and activity. As she seldom rose until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the intervening hours were occupied in writing, talking, and receiving people. For as she then sat up in her bed, her appearance was pretty much the same as if she had been on a sofa, to which her bed bore some resemblance. She would see, one after another, her steward, her secretary, the cook, the groom, the doctor, the gardener, and upon some occasions the whole household. Few escaped without a reproof and a scolding. Her impatience and the exactitude she required in the execution of her commands left no one a chance of escape. Quiet was an element in which a spirit so restless and elastic could not exist. Secret plans, expresses with letters, messengers on distant journeys, orders for goods, succor and relief afforded to the poor and oppressed. These were the elements of her active and benevolent mind. No one was secure of eating his meals uninterruptedly. Her bell was constantly ringing, and the most trifling order would keep a servant on his legs, sometimes a whole hour before her, undergoing every now and then a cross-examination worse than that of a garrow. In the same day, I have frequently known her to dictate, with the most enlarged political views, papers that concerned the welfare of a pashalic, and the next moment she would descend, with wondrous facility, to some trivial details about the composition of a house-paint, the making of butter, the drenching of a sick horse, the choosing lambs, or the cutting out of a maid's apron. She had a finger in everything, and in everything was an adept. Her intelligence really seemed to have no limits. The recesses of the universe, if one might venture to say so, absolutely seemed thrown open to her gaze. In the same manner that she frustrated the intrigues and braved the menaces of the hostile emirs and pashas, did she penetrate and expose the tricks and cunning of servants and peasants who were ever plotting to pilfer her. It was curious to see what pains she would take in developing and bringing to light a conspiracy of the vile wretches who, from time to time, laid their deep schemes of plunder, schemes to which European establishments have no parallel, and machinations which Satan himself could hardly have counteracted. She used to say, "There are half a dozen of them whom I could hang if I chose." But she was forbearing to culprits when she once had them in her power, although unwearied and unflinching in her pursuit of them. No soul in her household was suffered to utter a suggestion on the most trivial matter, even on the driving of a nail into a bit of wood. None were permitted to exercise any discretion of their own, but strictly and solely to fulfill their orders. Nothing was allowed to be given out by any servant without her express directions. Her dragoman, or secretary, was enjoined to place on her table each day an account of every person's employment during the preceding 24 hours, and the names and business of all goers and comers. Her despotic humor would vent itself in such phrases as these. The maid one day entered with a message: "The gardener, my lady, is come to say that the piece of ground in the bottom is weeded and dug, and he says that it is only fit for lettuce, beans, or selk, a kind of lettuce, and such vegetables." "Tell the gardener," she answered vehemently, "that when I order him to dig, he is to dig, and not to give his opinion what the ground is fit for. It may be for his grave that he digs, it may be for mine. He must know nothing until I send my orders, and so bid him go about his business." The consequence of all this was, she was pestered from morning till night, always complaining she had not even time to get up, and always making work for herself. Here is another example. A maid named Seda was desired to go to the storeroom man and ask for 14 sponges. She went, and added, out of her own head, when she delivered the message, 14 to wipe the drawing-room mats with, it being customary in the Levant, and an excellent custom it is, to clean mats with wet sponges. In the course of the day, this slight variation in the message came to Lady Hester's ears, and she instantly sent for the culprit, and telling her that she would teach her for the future how she would dare to vary in a single word from any message she had to deliver, she ordered the girl's nose to be rubbed on the mats, while this injunction was impressed on her that whatever the words of a message might be, she was never to deviate from them, to add to them, or to take from them, but to deliver them strictly as she received them. In fact, she maintained that the business of a servant was not to think, but simply to obey. Truly did old General Loustalot say sometimes that, with all her greatness and her talents, there was not a more wretched being on earth. People have often asked me how she spent her life in such a solitude. The little that has already been related will show that time seldom hung heavily on her hands, either with her or those about her. In reference to the blind obedience she required from servants, Lady Hester Stanhope one day said to me, "Did I ever tell you the lecture Lord S. gave me? He and Lady S. had taken me home to their house from the opera. It was a cold, snowy night, and after I had remained and supped tête-à-tête with them, when it was time to go, owing to some mistake in the order, my carriage never came for me. So Lord S. said his should take me home. When he rang for the footman to order it out, I happened to observe, 'The poor coachman, I dare say, is just got warm in his bed, and the horses are in the middle of their feed. I am sorry to call him out on such a night as this.' After the man had left the room, Lord S. turned to me and said, 'My dear Lady Hester, from a woman of your good sense, I should never have thought to hear such an observation. It is never right to give a reason for an order to a servant. Take it for a rule through life that you are never to allow servants to expect such a thing from you. They are paid for serving, and not for whys and wherefores.' When Lady Hester Stanhope got up, increasing attention to her own personal wants through long years of bad health had rendered her a being of such sensitiveness that 1,000 preparations were necessary for her comfort, and herein consisted the irksomeness of the service for those about her. Yet this, if ever it was pardonable in any person, was surely so in her, for her nature seemed to lay claim to obedience from all inferior creatures, and to exact it by some talismanic power, as the genii in Eastern tales hold their familiar spirits in subjection. The marked characteristic of Lady Hester Stanhope's mind was the necessity she was under of eternally talking. This is a feature in her life to which justice can hardly be done by description. Talking with her appeared to be as involuntary and unavoidable as respiration. So long as she was awake, her brain worked incessantly, and her tongue never knew a moment's repose. It might be supposed that such a perpetual flow and outpouring of words must lead to the unconscious disclosure of every thought and feeling. But it was not so with Lady Hester Stanhope. Her control over her expressions was wonderful, in spite of her impetuous volubility. Her tongue was anything but the frank interpreter of her thoughts. It seemed rather to be given to her, upon Talleyrand's principle, to conceal them. It was the tongue of a siren, always employed in misleading the hearer, and in conducting him to some unexpected conclusion by a roundabout road, or through a labyrinth of words in which she would inextricably entangle him, until at length, to his amazement, he found himself at some point which he had never thought of before, or which he had been all along trying to avoid. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. Her conversations lasted 6 and 8 hours at a time without moving from her seat, so that, although highly entertained, instructed, or astonished, as the listeners might be, it was impossible not to feel the weariness of so long a sitting. Everybody who has visited Lady Hester Stanhope in her retirement will bear witness to her unexampled colloquial powers, to her profound knowledge of character, to her inexhaustible fund of anecdotes, to her talents for mimicry, to her modes of narration as various as the subjects she talked about, to the lofty inspirations and sublimity of her language when the subject required it, and to her pathos and feeling whenever she wished to excite the emotions of her hearers. There was no secret of the human heart, however studiously concealed, that she could not discover. No workings in the listener's mind that she would not penetrate. No intrigue, from the low cunning of vulgar artifices to the vast combinations of politics, that she would not unravel. No labyrinth, however tortuous, that she would not thread. It was this comprehensive and searching faculty, this intuitive penetration, which made her so formidable. For under imaginary names, when she wished to show a person that his character and course of life were unmasked to her view, she would, in his very presence, paint him such a picture of himself in drawing the portrait of another that you might see the individual writhing on his chair, unable to conceal the effect that her words had on his conscience. Everybody who heard for an hour or two retired humbled from her presence, for her language was always directed to bring mankind to their level, to pull down pride and conceit, to strip off the garb of affectation, and to shame vice, immorality, irreligion, and hypocrisy. In the latter years of her life, social and unrestrained conversation was out of the question. It was difficult to unbend before her. To spend a couple of hours with her was to go to school. She was unceasingly employed in laying bare the weaknesses of our common nature. Mercy, in the sense of tenderness for people's foibles, she had none. But, to her honor be it said, although she was constantly drawing a line between the high and low born, good qualities in the most menial person bore as high an estimation in her mind as if she had discovered them in princes. It was wonderful how long she would hold a person in conversation, listening to her anecdotes and remarks on human life. She seemed entirely to forget that the listener could possibly require a respite or even a temporary relief. It may be alleged that nothing was more easy than to find excuses for breaking up a parley of this sort. But it was not so, for her words ran on in such an uninterrupted stream that one never could seize a moment to make a pause. I have sat more than 8, 10, nay, 12 and 13 hours at a time. Lady Hester Stanhope told me herself that Mr. Way remained one day from 3 in the afternoon until break of day next morning, tête-à-tête with her. And Miss Williams once assured me that Lady Hester kept Mr. N., an English gentleman, who was her doctor sometime, so long in discourse that he fainted away. Her ladyship's readiness in exigencies may be exemplified by what occurred on that occasion. When she had rung the bell, and servants had come to her assistance, She said very quietly to them that in listening to the state of disgrace to which England was reduced by the conduct of the ministers, this was in 1818 to 19, his feelings of shame and grief had so overpowered him that he had fainted. Mr. M., however, declared to Miss W. that it was no such thing, but that he absolutely swooned away from fatigue and constraint. Her conversations were generally familiar and colloquial, sometimes sarcastic, sometimes rising to eloquence so noble and dignified that like an overflowing river it bore down everything before it. Her illustrations were drawn from every sensible or abstract thing, and were always most felicitous. Her reasoning was so plain as to be comprehended and followed by the most illiterate person, at the same time that it was strictly logical, and always full of strength and energy. She had read all subjects without books, and was learned without lore. And to sum up all, if she was mad, as many people believed, she was, like the cracked Portland vase, more valuable, though damaged, than most perfect vessels. These dialogues may not perhaps read so well upon paper as they sounded to the ear when she spoke them. The flexibility of her features, the variety of her tones, her person, her dignified manner, her mimicry, all contributed towards the effect. Sometimes, after being deeply impressed with her discourse, I have gone from her and immediately put it down in writing, word for word, but it never seemed to me the same thing. It was often necessary to bear with great superciliousness and arrogance in her manner, and she might be said to be the most deliberately affronting person that ever existed, for she would say anything to anybody. Few, however, thought proper to put themselves in a passion, for she generally hit right. I have known her call a prince a coquin to his face. Nothing could despise her powers of argument and her superiority of intellect. Her quickness of perception between right and wrong was indubitable, but when she chose it, her sophistry was no less subtle and irresistible. In the following diary, as much as possible of what fell from her on different subjects has been preserved. To have written down all would have required as many scribes as there are reporters for a daily newspaper. Thoughts come into my head as wind comes in at the window, Lady Hester used to say. Topic succeeded topic. One thing followed another, and it required a tenacious memory to retain such a profusion of matter, and much leisure to put it on paper. The religious opinions of a person like Lady Hester Stanhope may probably be an object of curiosity to those who consider a man's mode of faith the true criterion by which to estimate him. As far, however, as professed creeds went, it is doubtful whether she ever subscribed to any. She was accustomed to say, "What my religion is, nobody knows. Jews and Christians have tried me hard and questioned me pretty closely, but they were not wiser when they ended than when they began." "Doctor," one day she said to me, "you have no religion. What I mean by religion is adoration of the Almighty. Religion, as people profess it, is nothing but a dress. One man puts on one coat and another. But the feeling that I have is quite a different thing, and I thank God that He has opened my eyes. You will never learn of me because you cannot comprehend my ideas, and therefore it is of no use teaching you. Nobody opens a book to an idiot that would spit and splutter over it, for you never could make him read. Ah, I see my way a little before me, and God vouchsafes to enlighten me perhaps more than other people. I know my own imperfections and my own merits, and I hope, by rendering myself pure in thought and deed, to become acceptable in the eyes of God. In all my gaieties I was always the same as I am now. I saw there was a system of mythology, a system of medicine, of politics, of all sorts of things, but they did not satisfy me. And I used to say to myself, I must find all this out. I know now a great deal more than I did then, and if I were to sit down to dictate all I know, it would take me 2 years to do it. Yet, after all, when I look round and see the boundless extent of knowledge, I feel my own littleness. But what are half the people in the world? I hold them in the most sovereign contempt. Sir J. Mackintosh, who makes a speech and makes a talk at a dinner table, and then says he doesn't know what about witchcraft. He may say what he likes, but there are evil spirits in mankind. Go into a madhouse. All madnesses are not alike. And where you suspect the presence of an evil spirit. But there you will go and speak of these things to common persons, who will make fun of it, just as Dr. Madden and Dr. Clark did. She went on. I can never imagine that all the celebrated Greeks and Romans were a pack of old women, and therefore what they believed in must be as good as what other people believe in. But many who see these things with the same eyes as I do are still in the dark. It is like that looking-glass. Everybody knows it reflects his face, but many do not know how and in what manner that is affected. Now, I understand all the heathen mythology, not from reading about it, or hearing people talk about it, but from my own penetration and the depth of my reflections. And if I could but get hold of some books that would give me the opinions and doctrines of all the ancient philosophers, I would then write down my own, and would support them by quotations. As thus, such a thing is so-and-so, and Plato, or Socrates, or Cicero, or somebody else has such a passage in confirmation of what I assert. It was ever an object with me to search out why I came into the world, what I ought to do in it, and where I shall go to. God has given me the extraordinary faculty of seeing into futurity, for a clear judgment becomes matter of fact. It has ever been my study to know myself. I may thank God for my sufferings, as they have enabled me to dive deeper into the subject than, I believe, any person living. The theory of the soul, doctor? What an awful thing. My religion is to try to do as well as I can in God's eyes. That is the only merit I have. I try to do the best I can. Some of the servants sometimes talk about my religion, Dein es Zeit, as they call it, and I let them talk, for they explain it to people by saying it is to do what is right, and to avoid all uncleanliness. My views of the Creator are very different. I believe that all things are calculated, and what is written is written. But I do not suppose that the devil is independent of God. He receives his orders. Not that God goes and gives them to him, any more than the big my lord goes and gives orders to his shoeblack. There is some secondary being that does that, some intendant. There are angels of different degrees, from the highest down to the devil. It must be an awful sight to see an angel. There is something so transcendent and beautiful in them that a person must be half out of his senses to bear the sight. For when you are looking down, and happen to raise your head, and there is the angel standing before you, you can't say whether it came up through the earth or down from the sky, or how there he is and may go in the same way. But angels don't appear to everybody. You know, Doctor, you can't suppose that if you were a little dirty apothecary, keeping a shop in a narrow street, a prime minister would waste his time in going to call on you. Or that if a man sitting over his glass all the evening, or playing whist, or lounging all the morning, an angel will come to him. But when there is a mortal of high rectitude and integrity, then such a being may be supposed to condescend to seek him out. God is my friend. That is enough. And if I am to see no happiness in this world, my share of it, I trust, will be greater in the next, if I am firm in the execution of those principles which he has inspired me with. Such were the religious opinions which Lady Hester Stanhope expressed from time to time. There may be observed in the lives of persons of extraordinary political talents a disposition to believe in the possibility of a class of agencies which are generally considered visionary by common capacities. This may arise from the comparison they make between their own intellectual faculties and those of common minds. For when they reflect how much superior they are to the generality of mankind, how much farther they can see into men's projects, and what numberless agents, unknown and unsuspected by the vulgar, they call into action to effect their own plans and purposes, they then set no bounds to the range of an omnipotent being, and they fancy such a power to be served by spirits as much invisible to themselves as their spies and creatures are unseen and unobserved by those whom they influence. It was so with Lady Hester Stanhope. She managed whatever affairs she undertook with impenetrable mystery, and the hand that weighed down the guilty or lifted up the oppressed was, when she stretched it out, oftener felt than perceived. Hence, probably, it was that her all-powerful mind had taken a strong bias towards demonology, necromancy, and magic. She seemed to entertain a firm belief that the elements were filled with spirits who watched over and guided the steps and actions of men. The air we move in and the earth we tread on she considered as filled with delicate and aerial beings, by whom the gentle and sage were rewarded and protected for the amenity and prudence of their everyday movements and actions, but who in return avenged themselves on the wicked, nay, even on the awkward, by causing the numberless bodily accidents which such persons are liable to. Never do I move a foot, Lady Hester would sometimes say, but I ask these guardian sylphs to watch over me. And never do I see a blundering fellow knock his head against the top of a doorway, but I think he is breaking some of their delicate members. For as a piece of valuable china is generally set in a place where it may not be easily knocked down, so do these spirits generally perch where our steps may not molest them. And as a man who spits about a room commonly aims his saliva where he will not spoil the furniture, so should we look that our motions and gestures do not injure these unseen creatures. And hence it becomes us, in what we do violently, to give them a kind of warning to get out of the way. In this belief, Lady Hester still acknowledged the Holy Scriptures as inspired writings. She quoted from them as such, and may be said to have looked into them oftener than to any other book. Thus, in speaking of the resurrection, she drew her argument from the New Testament. There will be 2 resurrections, she used to say, for the Scripture mentions somewhere the first resurrection, and people don't talk of their first wife unless they've had a second. The first resurrection will be such that the dead will rise and walk on the earth with the people of it, in their accustomed forms and raiment. But at the second, they will all appear before the Murda, and then will be the day of judgment. On another occasion she exclaimed, "What wonderful things these prophecies are in the Bible! To think that they should foretell events, and even people's names, so many 100 years before a thing happens." When the missionary, Mr. Way, was at Jeune, Lady Hester and he talked together on religion for several hours. Mr. W., she said, was clever and learned, but he, like the rest, fancied he was to effect the conversion of men by his own efforts. They are all mistaken. My scheme is quite different. I am but an instrument in the hands of God, and when he pleases that the great change is to take place, he will bring it to pass as he likes. My duty is to prepare people's minds, and if I were to die tomorrow, I should be contented if I thought I had made some persons at least reflect. In some things, Lady Hester Stanhope had adopted portions of the Jewish law, or perhaps of that of the Mussulman sect of the Shiites. Several of her maidservants were taken from the neighboring villages, where there are a great many schismatic Mahometans called Metolius, and in them she probably remarked certain observances, about which she obtained fuller explanations from the learned sheiks who occasionally visited her. And she seems to have copied these observances as useful rules of life, but not as religious duties. The Metolius have the terms nijes and halal, synonymous with unclean and lawful, constantly in their mouths, and most of the laws respecting uncleanliness in the Levitical code are followed by them. Lady Hester Stanhope had imbibed many of these prejudices, as will be seen from an example or 2. A gentleman, irreproachable on the score of cleanliness and of refined manners, having arrived somewhat unexpectedly at Jeune, the servants, in their hurry to get his dinner, made use of some things which belonged to her ladyship's service. After dining, the guest paid his visit to her, and then retired to go to rest. It was nearly 1 in the morning. From a word, casually dropped by the slave, she discovered that some of her own dinner napkins had been given out for her visitor. Such an uproar began as few people can imagine would ever spring from so trifling a cause, and was hardly over by daylight. "What! Is there no possibility," she cried, "of keeping anything to myself? I do insist that everything which regards other people may never be mixed with what is for me. Neither shall water be boiled in my kitchen, nor cooking go on there, nor saucepan, dish, nor glass that has once gone out for anyone ever return there again." The confusion lasted for some hours after midnight. She had all her pots, pans, tumblers, dishes, towels, knives, and forks, every article of the table or kitchen brought in and spread before her, to teach them, as she said, by the trouble they had, not to violate her orders again. But there was reason to suppose that all these minute and exclusive regulations were not attended to. She was the dupe of the servants' lies, and she once said, as if in despair at not being able to enforce obedience, "Doctor, they wipe their noses, then the blank, and then the drinking glasses in the same towel, and lie with an assurance that sets detection at defiance." End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Louis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1. Her ladyship, in several conversations, took great pains in acquainting me with all the material events that had occurred during my absence in Europe, and in what relation she stood with the pashas and governors of the neighboring towns and provinces, proceeding in succession from occurrences relating to the most exalted individuals to those connected with the lowest persons that surrounded her. She talked of her debts, her illnesses, her trials and sufferings, and never finished a day without picturing to herself a brighter futurity, when her worth would be more appreciated, when the clouds that overspread her existence would be dissipated, and when the neglect in which she was left by her friends would meet with its just punishment, and her magnificent star rise again with renewed splendor to gladden the world and those, more particularly, who had been faithful to her cause. This buoyancy of spirits saved her from the despondency which others, in her deserted state, must inevitably have felt. The work of years to come was chalked out in her active imagination. Plans were sketched, new channels of correspondence were to be opened, her household was to be remodeled, fresh buildings were to be raised, learned researches were to be made, valuable manuscripts were to be procured. It is impossible to say what was not projected, but her faithful Miss Williams still rose uppermost in her mind, and her first care was to see the last duties yet remaining paid to her memory. As that excellent person occupied an important position in Lady Hester Stanhope's house and affairs, I will here make room for the following account of her sickness and death, as it was given me by Ayoub, a respectable widow of June. This woman was in the habit of doing needlework at Lady Hester's, when she would pass whole days together at the house. One day, as she and Miss W. were sitting in the same room sewing, it was on a Friday, Miss W. said to her, "Dear me, how cold I am! I am all in a shiver." The season, it being autumn, was very sickly, and many of the servants were lying ill, one being at the very time dangerously so with continued bilious fever. The shivering, however, passed over. Ayoub went home at night, and the following day returned to her work. Miss W. was on her legs again. The day after, she had an attack of intermittent fever. This was Sunday, and on Monday she was pretty well again. Expecting the return of the fit on Tuesday, the good widow asked Miss W. whether she should remain with her. But Miss W. said, "No, your daughter has got an ague as well as myself, so go and attend upon her. She may want you in the night. And come to me on Thursday, as tomorrow I shall not require your services, for I intend to remain quiet all the day." So on Wednesday, Ayoub did not go. On Thursday she was baking, when a servant came to her and said, "Make haste, for God's sakes. You are wanted to attend on Miss W." As the old lady's bread was just baked, she thought she would take a couple of hot cakes in a clean towel, with the idea that Miss W. might like them buttered for her breakfast. "So," said Ayoub, when she told me the melancholy story, "as I was hastening along the bottom which divides the village from the Dar, I was met by a little gaby crying, 'Oh, come, run, run!'" "What's the matter?" I asked. Oh, she's dead, she's dead," sobbed Gaby. "Who's dead?" cried I, terrified out of my senses. "Miss Williams," answered she. I was struck with horror, and quickened my pace as fast as I could. I arrived out of breath, and found the tale but too true. Miss Williams had breathed her last. It appeared that on Wednesday morning Lady Hester, who was herself ill in bed, had given orders to the little girl, Gaby, to prepare, from the medicine chest, a dose of salts and senna, she being too ill to see to it herself. This dose, according to the assertion of Nasara, one of the maids who waited on Miss W., produced an extraordinary effect through the day and night, and Miss W. was not free from its action until she expired. Besides the black dose, she took also 3 pills, but of what nature I could not learn. The persons who attended on her were Nasara, Gaby, and Fatum. The Fatum, so often named in these pages, who was at that time 11 or 12 years old. Ayoub, who loved and regretted Miss Williams, as indeed did almost everybody, sat by her corpse the remainder of the day. In the course of the afternoon she was surprised to find that the body, so far from becoming cold, retained almost its natural living heat. There happened to arrive at Lady Hester's the preceding day a doctor of the country, who had been sent for to attend on Musa, the man-servant, then lying dangerously ill, and who died 2 days after Miss W. Ayoub called him into the room, and begged him to feel the body and say whether there was not yet life in it. He was equally of opinion with the widow that the appearances were very surprising, and the more especially as the cheeks retained some color, and according to Ayyub's expression, as something kept continually bubbling inside of her like boiling water. The doctor went to Lady Hester and told her what he had seen, and asked her permission to open a vein. Lady Hester, who was overwhelmed with affliction at the loss of a person so dear to her, said, "Do what you please." He accordingly opened a vein in the foot, and the blood spurted out, said Ayyub, as from a living person. After having taken what he thought a sufficient quantity, he bound up the incision. But life never returned, and on Sunday she was buried in the burying ground of the monastery of Der el Michaelis, the coffin being followed by the French vice-consul and some merchants of Sidon. I must here observe that the letting of blood was an ill-judged expedient for restoring the living action, because it only completed the exhaustion already carried to its utmost point by the previous depletion of the bowels. The case is not the same as when, after a fall or an attack of apoplexy, the opening of a vein may give an impulse to the suspended circulation, just as a touch of the finger to the balance of a watch will set it going when it has stopped. But here the vital warmth should have been nourished and promoted by every available means, and nature should have been left to husband her internal resources until reanimation had been effected. In company with my family, I visited Miss Williams' grave, and could not forbear shedding tears over it, for I had known her many years. She was a creature of remarkable singleness of mind, of unstained purity, and so universally beloved that the people of the neighborhood and the peasantry talk of her to this day as a model of virtue and goodness. The only monument raised over her grave was a rude oval-shaped wall, topped with thorny shrubs, to keep the jackals from scratching for her corpse. In the register of the monastery, they have, as I was told, put her down as a Catholic, and had spread a report that she had died in that faith, in order that popular prejudice might raise no objection to her lying in Catholic ground. Over the tomb a tamarisk tree, with its delicate, evergreen, feathery branches, waves in the wind. A few tombs of venerable bishops, devout merchants, and holy monks stand in relief from the rocky barrenness of the spot, with Arabic inscriptions commemorative of their piety and virtues. It is only to be regretted that some similar memorial has not been raised to Miss Williams. Miss Williams has now been dead more than 2 years, and the room in which she died had never been entered from the hour that her corpse was carried out of it. The door had been barred up by cross laths nailed over it, and from the circumstance of Lady Hester Stanhope's having repeatedly declared she could never pass by the door again, a sort of dread had crept over the maids and slaves, akin to that which is common in England when a chamber of some house is reported to be haunted. A breathless silence and expectation of something supernatural accordingly reigned in the quadrangle when the carpenter proceeded to knock away the laths, and through cobwebs and dust I introduced, with some difficulty, the rusty key into the keyhole, and with considerable effort forced open the door. The floor was covered with dust, and thick, long cobwebs hung across from wall to wall. On the floor lay scattered in confusion a few books, a hairbrush, and various papers. A sort of disorder was apparent in the furniture, such as would arise in a room hastily left. A box of papers, containing a list of Lady Hester Stanhope's debts and memoranda relating to them, lay open in a recess, and seemed the last thing that had occupied Miss W.'s attention. For, alas, the increasing embarrassment of Lady Hester's money concerns might naturally be supposed to harass her mind, seeing that, at one time, her noble patroness, bred in the lap of luxury, had been reduced to the necessity of selling for their weight, since they would not pass current, 40 English guineas, given to her by her brother James when they parted, and saved when she was shipwrecked, not knowing, when they were gone, where to look for a penny. An empty work-basket lay turned upside down on the floor, and an air of desolation and disorder in the room and closets showed that whatever had been worth pilfering had been carried off by the wicked servants during the time which elapsed between her death and burial. Poor Miss Williams, thought I, what must have been your sufferings at that sad hour, with no one of your own country to close your eyes, and surrounded by slaves and peasant women who robbed you instead of attending to your wants. Yet, with what fidelity and attachment did you not follow your benefactress from a comfortable home, where a happy circle regretted you, to endure the numberless privations which constant confinement, want of society, and a residence in an uncivilized country necessarily bring with them. Even I, had my earlier arrival not been retarded, might have contributed to soothe your last moments, if not to save your life. On opening the closets that were locked, her linen, her writing-desk, her paint-box, and sundry other articles were seen neatly arranged, as one would suppose an Englishwoman would place them. I unlocked the desk, removed the papers, which her relatives had written for, as well as some others that Lady Hester thought I should find there, and shutting the closet again, withdrew with melancholy thoughts on the uncertainty of human hopes, resolved to defer until another day the inventory of her goods and effects. The next day I remained with Lady Hester Stanhope from 11 in the morning until 10 at night, the greater part of the time being employed in looking over Miss W.'s papers, which consisted principally of rough copies of letters dictated by her ladyship. When I and my family were comfortably settled in our little cottage in the village, Lady Hester appointed a morning to receive Mrs. Blank, on the occasion of her first visit. On reaching the house, I conducted her to the salon, where, after introducing her, and sitting a little while, I retired, in compliance with Lady Hester's usual custom of never liking to have more than one person with her at a time. Here Mrs. Blank remained about 3 hours, and then took her leave, and I, having sent her home under the care of a servant, presented myself to hear Lady Hester's opinion about her, a necessary consequence that always followed when any person quitted her whom she had seen for the first time. Our conference lasted until past midnight. The night proved very tempestuous. The wind howled, the thunder rolled, the rain beat against the shutters. And when I returned to the village, wet through, I found Mrs. sitting disconsolate and terrified at the war of the elements, alone, as it were, in the midst of the horrors of the night, and unable to make herself understood by the slaves who knew no language but Arabic. Next morning at breakfast, we talked over the conversation that had passed between her and Lady Hester Stanhope. Lady Hester had used the kindest expressions, and at the close of her visit, getting up and ringing for a handsome Turkish spencer in gold brocade, had put it on her with her own hands, and had wound on her head a beautifully embroidered muslin turban. Mrs. not understanding Lady Hester's humours, who had in all this imitated the Eastern manner of robing people when they go away, had taken them both off and left them on the table, so that they were sent home the next day. This I knew would be a grievous offence in Lady Hester's eyes. Things, however, went on satisfactorily until the 25th of January, when a messenger came from Damascus, sent by a person of an ancient and noble family named Ahmed Bey, Beit Admi, with a letter to Lady Hester Stanhope, saying that her physician's arrival from England having been reported to the Pasha, he, Ahmed Bey, had been solicited by His Highness to write to her and request she could spare the doctor a short time to cure a complaint with which a friend of the Pasha's, called Hassan Effendi, Tat ed Din, was afflicted in the roof of his mouth, which was peculiarly painful to him and a source of deep regret to the faithful, in consequence of his being one of the most distinguished chanters of the Koran. This Ahmed Bey was a very old friend of Lady Hester Stanhope's, and a nobleman who had honored me with his particular notice some years before, during our stay at Damascus. She, therefore, laid great stress on my going, and wished me to prepare immediately for my departure. As I did not think it right to leave my family for 3 weeks or a month alone in a cottage, where no human being could understand them, I suggested to Lady Hester the propriety of writing a polite excuse to Ahmed Bey, expressing my inability to comply with his wishes for the present. But she had my compliance so much at heart that it was agreed she should see Mrs. herself, and endeavor to remove her scruples, flattering her she could contrive, with her accustomed fertility in expedients for all difficulties, some means to reconcile her to my departure, and show her the groundlessness of her fears. Mrs. accordingly paid a second visit to Lady Hester, who began by endeavoring to act on her pride, by telling her my reputation would be ruined among all the Pashas if I refused to go to a great man like Hassan Effendi, and that her own consequence would be lessened. Moreover, that our ambassador at Constantinople would hear of it, and take it ill with many arguments of the like sort. Finding this mode of reasoning had no effect, she tried to frighten her by assuring her very gravely that there were devices who, interested in the well-being of holy men, and especially of a chanter of the word of the prophet, would, by unknown charms, inflict all sorts of evils upon her, make hair grow on her face, bring out blotches on her body, etc. The reader will be surprised when he is told that Lady Hester Stanhope affected to believe all this. Mrs. Blank lent a civil but incredulous ear. Her ladyship then endeavored to engage her consent by holding out the benefits that would accrue to me in a pecuniary light, and the shawls and brocades that I probably should bring back to her as presents from such grand folks. But the foretaste of solitude in a village during winter, which the many lonely evenings already passed there had given her, was too strongly impressed on her mind, and she respectfully but firmly answered that, if I chose to go, of course she could not help it, but that it never could be without rendering her miserable. Upon which they parted with no good will on her ladyship's side, and from that hour began a system of hospitality to Mrs. Blank which never ceased until our departure. This leads me to say a word on the extraordinary hatred that Lady Hester Stanhope bore to her own sex, although from what cause I do not know. But during her travels and her residence on Mount Lebanon, and all the visits she received from persons of whatever condition, their wives, if traveling with them, seldom or never obtained access. She professed a general dislike to women, and said she had never known but 3 among the hundreds she had been acquainted with of whom she could speak with unreserved admiration. Hence it was that she considered married men as necessarily miserable. And how often did she quote Sir Blank's case to illustrate her views. That same evening she reproached me for yielding to the idle fears of a woman, and painted very ridiculous and amusing pictures of the hen-pecked husbands she had known in her time, of whom the most prominent was Lord Blank, and the most suffering the baronet alluded to above. In conclusion, she told me she should write an answer to Ahmed Bey, telling him I was governed by my wife and could not come. It was customary for her to send over to the village every morning a servant and horse to fetch me. But on the 26th, 27th, and 28th of January he did not come, and I very well knew that some explosion of anger would take place on her part, it being an unpardonable thing in her eyes for any living being to oppose her purposes, and much more for a woman to do so. In the evening of the 28th, her factotum, the bailiff, came with a message requesting to know whether I had overcome Mrs. Blank's scruples, and if not, desiring I would certify it in writing. Accordingly, I wrote a letter in which I justified my own refusal to go to Damascus, on the ground that Mrs. Blank was totally new to the country, had no soul to talk to, had, in compliance with Lady Hester's wishes, brought no maidservant who could understand her, and that I could not find it right to leave her, much as I regretted the disappointment and vexation that such a step caused her ladyship, and her friend and mine, Ahmed Bey. February 3rd, 1831. I heard no more of Lady Hester until this day, when the horse was sent, and on entering her salon, A stormy altercation took place between us in the presence of her secretary. The final result was that I signified my wish, as soon as I had done what I could for her, to take my family back again to Europe, regretting I had come so far to so little purpose. "I have given," said she, "a good deal of advice to many persons in whom I have taken an interest, and you are the last of my disciples whom I thought I could make something of. But it is like cutting the hair off the legs of half-bred horses. It grows again, and you may often get a kick in the face for your pains. You know what a good opinion they had of you in this country, which I kept up. But your conduct now has spoiled all. For when a man gives his beard to a woman, it is all over with him. Remember my words and write them down." But she was not to be so easily foiled. She returned to the charge and again urged me to undertake the journey to Damascus. She called my attention to the words of Ahmed Bey's letter, describing Hassan Effendi's malady. "His chest is without pain, and so is his throat, and the complaint seems to be in his mouth." These expressions she interpreted as a clear indication that this great man was somebody who had a communication to make to her which was of too much importance to be trusted to a letter, and that was what was meant by the complaint in the mouth. Anxious, therefore, to know what this secret business was, she thought neither of the state of the weather, for the snow was lying deep on the upper chain of Mount Lebanon, over which the road to Damascus lay, nor of the complete loneliness in which my family would be left. It is true that in another cottage in the village, Mr. Chassot and his wife lived, and they had shown every disposition in their power to enliven Mrs. Blank's solitude. But this was the rainy season, and there were days when it was impossible to get from house to house, owing to the violence of the wind and the torrents of water that fell from the heavens. And when the rain abated, the mud, mixed with dung of cattle, so completely filled the paths that it was impossible to walk 5 steps. That there was cause for apprehension when left alone may be seen from what had occurred on the 24th of January. It rained heavily, and I was sitting writing in the evening when the black slave told me that about 200 soldiers had halted for the night in the village, on their way to join Abdallah, Pasha of Acre, who was besieging the castle of Nablus, where the inhabitants were in a state of insurrection, brought on by the arbitrary exactions of the local government. In those days, soldiers in villages often committed many excesses. We had no bolt to our front door, nor any fastening but a hook to the window shutters. About 9 in the evening, the following note was brought me by Mr. Chaussud's servant. "Dear Dr. Blank, we have a great many troops this evening in the village, and some of them very cutthroat-looking fellows. I am well armed, and do not care for them. You would not do wrong to be also on your guard. Yours truly, J. Chaussud." But I had no arms, excepting my fowling-piece, which was nailed down in a case that I had not yet had time to open. So putting my reliance on the respect which the name of Lady Hester Stanhope obtained for those belonging to her establishment, and on the heavy rains, I wrote on, not altogether free from alarm, when sometimes the blasts of wind shook the door and window shutters and made me uncertain whether the noise I heard was that of the elements or of man. A truce seemed now to have been concluded between Lady Hester and ourselves by a suspension of hostilities, but it was only to mature a fresh attack. Abdallah Pasha had been busied for some months in making a European garden in the environs of Acre, as a place of recreation for himself and his harem, and Lady Hester had given him many useful instructions in the laying of it out, and had from time to time sent her Italian servant, Paolo Perini, to lend a helping hand. The following day, therefore, was spent in writing a letter about the building of a pavilion, which was dictated in French and then translated into Arabic by her Arabian secretary, Khalil Mansour, who, being a shopkeeper at Saida, was sent for whenever there were Arabic letters to write. Much amusement arose about the construction of a phrase in which pillars of the Ionic order were named. Mansour hinted that the word Ionique had a signification in Arabic which rendered it impossible to use it. I had made a drawing of the 5 orders of architecture, and what was to be written was an explanation of their differences, so that a full hour was spent in getting over the difficulty. Then a letter was written to Abd el-Rahman Berber, a Turkish merchant, with a remittance of $500, due for interest on money lent. And as he was about setting off on his pilgrimage to Mecca, the remittance was accompanied with a supply of medicines and small stores for his journey, such as tea, chocolate, syrups, etc. February 4th. This day was passed in writing letters of advice and bills of exchange on London, and a letter to the Emir Hidir of Shumbalan, also in arranging Miss W.'s papers. In addressing the bills of exchange to the house of Messrs. Coutts and Company, Lady Hester's recollections were carried back to that opulent banker's times. One day, said she, on calling on Mr. Coutts, the old man happened to be very gay, and on my entering his room he addressed me thus: "I consider myself one of the most enviable of men. Let me see. I have had the visit of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you make the 7th of the handsomest women in London. The Miss Gubbinses had just been there. They went out as I entered. They were beautiful, Doctor. On another occasion, old Coutts put his hands on each side of my face and kissed me on the forehead with an exclamation of, 'Good God, how like my old friend your grandfather! You must forgive an old man if he can't refrain from almost embracing you. It is the exact sound of his voice.' Ah," he continued, "I think I see him now, seated in that chair, and after I had been explaining my views in politics, or on anything else, cutting them all up at once by something that was indisputable. That is, Doctor, just as if a person had been going on explaining their views respecting a child, and another should say, 'That's all useless, the child is dead.' My grandfather dived into futurity as I do. Mr. Pitt, too, would often tell me how much I was like Lord Chatham, my grandfather. Sometimes, when I was speaking, he would exclaim, 'Good God, if I were to shut my eyes, I should think it was my father. And how odd! I heard him say almost those very words 40 years ago. My grandfather, doctor, said Lady Hester, going on, had grey eyes like mine, and yet, by candlelight, from the expression that was in them, one would have thought them black. When he was angry, or speaking very much in earnest, nobody could look him in the face. His memory on things even of a common nature, and his observations were striking. On passing a place where he had been 10 years before, he would observe that there used to be a tree, or a stone, or a something that was gone, and on inquiry it always proved to be so. Yet he travelled always with 4 horses at a great rate. February 5th. The whole day was taken up in making a drawing to explain the nature of a forcing pump or engine for watering the shrubs and flowers in Abdallah Pasha's garden. February 6th. From 1 in the afternoon until 10 at night, not excepting the time we were at dinner, Lady Hester Stanhope talked of the Damascus affair, endeavoring to prove to me that my refusal would endanger my life, and embroil the government of Damascus with Mr. Farron, the new consul general, who was expected from England, showing that, in her situation, where her consideration among the natives depended entirely on opinion, Mrs. Blank's opposition to her will, if not effectually put down, would be subversive of all her authority, and make it be supposed she was not the great personage she was held to be, inasmuch as among Eastern nations, in all clans, communities, and separate governments, there was, and ought to be, but one will, which was that of the head. I admitted all this to be true, but told her there seemed to be no other way of settling the affair than by our withdrawing at once to Europe. She gave me to understand we might certainly go if we liked, but that we should find it more difficult than I suspected. This was no idle threat of hers, and I knew it, for not a peasant would dare to let out his camels, mules, or asses to one who was known to have incurred her displeasure, and to send to Saida to hire them was equally impossible, seeing that no one would go willingly on such an errand, or if he did, her influence extended far enough to frighten camel-drivers and muleteers from their engagement. The close of the conversation was a separation far from amicable, so that on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of February I did not see her. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2. February 11th, 1831. My horse was sent over, and I remained from noon until my dinner time. All was gentleness and urbanity. The conversation turned on Mr. Pitt, her father, and her brothers, on Tom Paine, Mr. Way, Mrs. Nash, and others. She seemed to be disposed to resort to her customary tactics, which were to make attacks at intervals, and then to wait a day or two, to see if they had taken effect. I will relate some of her anecdotes. Mr. Pitt, loved ardently Lord A.'s daughter," said Lady Hester Stanhope. "She was the only woman I could have wished him to marry. I had never seen her, and as she frequented Beckenham Church, I went on a visit to Mr. Groats, the banker, to get a sight of her. I went to church with Mr. Long's brother, dean of somewhere, I forgot now, a monstrous handsome man. As soon as we appeared in the pew, she knew who I was, and her whole body became of one deep red. A paleness followed. She drooped her head, put her hand to her face, and bent over her book as if praying. When the service was over, I considered that the meeting with her was not a scene fit for the church porch, but I was resolved to have a close look at her. As we approached her, she pretended to be talking in an animated manner with some of her party, but her attention was evidently turned towards me. When we saluted, I saw she was beautiful, very beautiful, Doctor. Next day, rat-tat-tat came a carriage and 4 to Mr. Groat's door. "My dear Mr. Groat, we have long been neighbors, but I don't know how it is. We have not seen so much of each other as we ought to have done." This was Lord A. and the mother. The young lady was more collected by this time, and the conversation went on very well. On the following day, Mr. Groat and I called at Lord A.'s, but the porter not having received his instructions, we were rudely sent away. The carriage had hardly got 20 yards when out came my lord and a whole posse of them, with 1,000 apologies for the blunder of servants, and we returned and went in. She had been walking out, drawing or something, and when she pushed up her bonnet and turned her hair aside, oh, Doctor, what a forehead was there! Poor Mr. Pitt almost broke his heart when he gave her up, but he considered that she was not a woman to be left at will when business might require it, and he sacrificed his feelings to his sense of public duty. Yet Mr. Pitt was a man just made for domestic life, who would have enjoyed retirement, digging his own garden, and doing it cleverly too. But it was God's will it should be otherwise. I never saw her afterwards but once, when she was Lady B. Oh dear, how she was changed! I remember it was at Lady Chatham's. When I first knew her, she had a mouth no bigger than an eye. Well, on entering the room at Lady Chatham's where she was, some years after her marriage, I recognized her no more than if I had never seen her. She saw it, and began speaking of persons with whom I was acquainted. This made me think the more who she could be, when, observing my embarrassment, she said, "I see, Lady Hester, you have forgotten me." Well, Doctor, her mouth was grown quite large and ugly, and I have observed that it does as people grow older. I don't know why, but look at mine, and you'll see just the same thing. There were also other reasons, Mr. Pitt would say. There is her mother, such a chatterer, and then the family intrigues. I can't keep them out of my house, and for my king's and country's sake I must remain a single man. Lady Hester said it was fine fun to see these match-making mothers bring their daughters down to Walmer to try to get Mr. P. into a scrape, and the extraordinary distance at which she contrived to keep them. Sometimes, if they approached him, or wanted to plant their daughters too near him, it was the fire was too warm, or the air from the window, or some excuse for removing his chair to a distance from them. I observed, it was not to be supposed that a man buried in state affairs could give a thought to the tender passion. "I beg your pardon," she replied. "I have heard him talk in raptures of some women. He used to say he considered no man ought to marry who could not give a proper share of his time to his wife, for how would it be if he was always at the house or in business, and she always at the opera or whirling about in her carriage?" People thought Mr. Pitt did not care about women, and knew nothing about them. But they were very much mistaken. Mrs. B. of Devonshire, when she was Miss W., was so pretty that Mr. Pitt drank out of her shoe. Nobody understood shape and beauty and dress better than he did. With a glance of his eye, he saw it all at once. But the world was ignorant of much respecting him. Whoever thought that there was not a better judge of women in London than he? And not only of women as they present themselves to the eye, but that his knowledge was so critical that he could analyze their features and persons in a most masterly way. Not a defect, not a blemish escaped him. He would detect a shoulder too high, a limp in the gait where nobody else would have seen it. And his beauties were real, natural beauties. In dress, too, his taste was equally refined. I never shall forget, when I had arranged the folds and drapery of a beautiful dress which I wore one evening, how he said to me, "Really, Hester, you are bent on conquest tonight. But would it be too bold in me if I were to suggest that that particular fold," and he pointed to a triangular fall which I had given to one part, "were looped up so? And would you believe it, it was exactly what was wanting to complete the classical form of my dress. He was so in everything." Mr. Pitt used to say, when I went out in my habit and a sort of furred jacket, that women, when they rode out, generally looked such figures, but that I contrived to make a very handsome costume of it. He had so much urbanity, too. I recollect returning late from a ball, when he was gone to bed fatigued. There were others beside myself, and we made a good deal of noise. I said to him next morning, "I am afraid we disturbed you last night." "Not at all," he replied. "I was dreaming of the Mask of Comus, Hester, and when I heard you all so gay, it seemed a pleasant reality." To show you what an excellent heart Mr. Pitt had, and how full of sympathy he was for people whom others spurned, I'll tell you what happened one day when we were at Walmer. I said to him, "Who do you think is coming down to dinner tonight?" "I don't know, Hester. Tell me." "Why," said I, "H.D.'s mistress." "Oh, but I'll pretty soon look her out of countenance." I was only in joke, doctor. H.D., who was by the same mother as Lord D., but born before the mother was married, had for his mistress a very excellent woman, whose meritorious conduct everybody spoke of. So I thought I would have a little fun about her, and told Mr. Pitt that H.D. was going to bring her with him. "My dear Hester," cried Mr. Pitt, "for God's sake, don't distress the poor woman if she is coming. Now, pray don't." "Oh, yes, I will, I replied. Now, I entreat you, said Mr. Pitt. Here she comes, cried I, and a post-chaise drove past us near the drawbridge. Mr. Pitt turned his head towards me as it passed, pretending to be talking to me. She's very pretty, said I. Well, said Mr. Pitt, I must go and give some orders about her room. And he was actually going to put her in the best room in the house, and to desire some other persons who were expected to be sent to the village, when I told him it was all a joke, for it was only H.D.'s post-chaise with his man in it, come down before his master. Here Lady Hester Stanhope paused for a little time, as if musing, and at length, led away by her reflections, when she resumed the conversation, she uttered certain sentiments which, however startling in comparison with the mere conventional morality of society, I am emboldened to transcribe. Doctor, she said, in an impressive tone, I saw in the newspapers an account of a poor creature found on the step of a door in some street in Westminster. She was named the Fair Ellen, a wretched outcast from society, and was in the last stage of starvation. A poor, forlorn woman like herself found her there, took her home, sold her petticoat to relieve her, and probably from her over-anxiety to give her something good for her weak stomach, fed her more than she was able to bear, and the fair Ellen died. Now, doctor, let the friend of the fair Ellen come to me, and I will receive her to my bosom, and she shall be my friend. For such sentiments as hers will I honor and respect wherever I find them. She went on, how strange it is that immorality in England is met in some persons by such severity, much too great, and in others escapes animadversion. The poor are spurned for errors not half so gross as what the wealthy my lords do in the open face of day, and set people at defiance to boot. She went on, to get inmates for brothels, and mistresses for the rich, fancy a procuress to some great my lord, who sets off for Wales, or for some distant province of England. Down she goes, accompanied by a sort of confidential servant, whom she affects to retain from the great attachment that her poor dear husband had for him. And she places herself in handsome lodgings in a town, or in some pretty cottage in a village. There she visits the poor and the sick, or does some act of charity to make herself talked about, and in the meantime looks out for some handsome girl. When she has found one that she thinks will suit her purpose, she first takes her as her maid, treats her with great kindness, and when the girl has conceived a liking for her, she all of a sudden pretends she has received news from London of the death of a brother, or the sickness of a dear friend, and says she must set off directly. Poor girl, whom she has fed with hopes of what she may become some day, by telling her that she has no relations that she cares for, and perhaps may leave her something when she dies, desires to be taken with her. And the procuress, with a show of generous feeling for her, says she will not let her go, unless she can ensure her bettering herself, and begs that her parents will have a paper drawn up, that she is to remain 5 or 7 years with her, or else she, the lady, is to give her £50. The parents delighted with the disinterested offer of their child's mistress, get the agreement legally drawn up, sign it, and sign their daughter's ruin. As soon as they are in London, dress, pleasure, and other allurements are offered her. She forgets her humble home and becomes the dupe of her artful seducer. If any inquiry is made after her, perhaps the £50 are paid, and the very agreement that was to secure her safety becomes the bond of her destruction. Lady Hamilton was brought from Wales in this manner, a fine, rosy-faced, and rather blousy country girl. A set of virtuosos wanted a model for a Venus, and some of them, who knew Lady H., fixed on her. But Sir W. H. took her out of their hands and carried her to Naples. Yet how did she end? With not money enough to bury her, and so did Mrs. Jordan. February 12th to 18th. It rained so hard that for a week we were almost confined to the house. Our good friends, Mr. and Mrs. Chaussard, when it was possible, either came and passed the evening with us, or we went to their cottage. On awaking, on the morning of the 16th, we found the bedroom and the counterpane of our bed wet with the rain, which had penetrated the roof and every part, excepting, luckily, over the children's bed. The bedding and carpets were obliged to be removed into another room. The day proved very stormy, and for 2 or 3 days more we were compelled to live and sleep in the same room, being the only one that was waterproof. The occasional squalls were so violent that a gust of wind would whirl a large copper ewer to the distance of a yard. All the trellis court of our terrace was blown away like chaff before the whirlwind. February 21st. 9 hours were spent today in conversation with Lady Hester, from 3 in the afternoon until midnight. She spoke of Lord Stuart de Rothsay, of the Duke of Sussex, of Mr. Pitt, and many other persons. The weather was beautiful, and although the sides of Mount Lebanon, only a few miles off, were covered with snow, we sat until sunset with the windows open. The climate of Syria is probably one of the most pure and balmy in the world. Lady Hester, from one thing to another, returned to the subject of Mr. Pitt's amiable disposition. "It is wonderful," said she, "what a man Mr. Pitt was. Nobody would have suspected how much feeling he had for people's comforts who came to see him. Sometimes he would say to me, 'Hester, you know we have got such a one coming down.' I believe his wound is hardly well yet, and I heard him say that he felt much relieved by fomentations of such an herb. Perhaps you will see that he finds in his chamber all that he wants." Of another he would say, "I think he drinks ass's milk. I should like him to have his morning's draught." And I, who was born with such sensibility that I must fidget myself about everybody, no matter whom, was always sure to exceed his wishes. Would you believe, doctor, that in the last weeks of his last illness he found time to think about his groom in a way that nobody would have suspected in him? He had 4 grooms who died of consumption from being obliged to ride so hard after him, for they drank and caught cold, and so ruined their constitutions. This one I am speaking of, when first attacked in the lungs, was placed at Knightsbridge, and then sent to the seaside. One day Mr. Pitt, speaking of him, said to me, "The poor fellow, I am afraid, is very bad. I have been thinking of a way to give him a little consolation. I suspect he is in love with Mary, the housemaid, for one morning early I found them talking closely together, and she was covered with blushes. Couldn't you contrive, without hurting his feelings, to get her to attend on him in his illness?" Accordingly, soon after, when he was about to set off for Hastings, I went to see him. "Have you nobody," I asked him, "whom you would like to go to the seaside with you? Your sister or your mother?" "No, thank you, lady." "There is the still-room maid. Would you like her?" "Ah, my lady, she has a great deal to do, and is always wanted." From one to another I at last mentioned Mary, and I saw I had hit on the right person. But, however, he only observed he should like to see her before he went. Mary was, therefore, sent to him, and the result of their conversation was that he told her he would marry her if he recovered, or leave her all he had if he died, which he did. Mr. Pitt once obtained a servant in a very odd way. Riding on the moors with a friend, they came to one of those flocks of geese which, picked of their feathers, are driven about by a boy with a bit of red rag at the end of a long stick. "We must ride round," said Mr. Pitt. "We shall never get through this immense flock." "Yes, but you may," cried a sharp-looking boy who had heard him, "if you will only keep your horses quiet." "Shee-yi-yi-yi," and the boy waved his stick here and there, and in a minute or two the flock opened, and wheeling to the left and right in regular columns made a passage through which they rode. "That must be a clever lad," observed Mr. Pitt. "He manoeuvres his little army in a wonderful manner. A general could not do it better." And he ordered the groom to inquire to whom he belonged. A day or two afterwards he was sent for and put into the stables. Next he was made an under-groom, then taken to town to wait on the upper servants, and afterwards made a footman, until one day Mr. Pitt, going down to Hallwood with Mr. Dundas and 3 or 4 friends to talk about some parliamentary business, a custom he had when he wanted to discuss any particular plan in quiet, lo and behold, the cook fell down in an apoplectic fit and died, and the butler, who saw it, was so affected that he was seized with a fit of the gout. This butler was also Mr. Pitt's valet, on such occasions as when he was out of town for a day. Mr. Pitt was in a sad fidget about the dinner, but the young man in question said, "Don't, sir, send off any express for a cook. If you think proper, the maid shall dress the dinner. These are all your intimate friends, and will take no notice. Their servants as yet know nothing of the matter, for I thought they might be frightened to be where there is a dead man. Let me manage, and all will go well, without any alarm being spread." He accordingly dressed Mr. Pitt, saw to everything, and acquitted himself so well that Mr. Pitt was more than satisfied with him, and soon afterwards made him his valet. But he did not live long enough to have his services recompensed. He died quite young, at 27. He was a man all fire and activity. Mr. Pitt would say to him, "You must go down today to such a place, and I shall be there the day after tomorrow." "You will excuse me, sir," the man would reply, "but I shan't go. For if I do, who will attend to you when you take your physic tomorrow? You will be busy and put it off, and nobody knows how to give it but myself." "Well, well," Mr. Pitt would answer, "do so then," and would excuse him by an "Ah, he is very anxious about me. I must let him have his own way." It was a remarkable proof of Lady Hester Stanhope's memory that whatever subject she stumbled on, she had an inexhaustible fund of anecdotes ready, and having got into the servants' hall, she seemed as much at home there as in the drawing-room. She told me a pathetic history of a faithful servant, who, in the pecuniary distresses of his master, served him for several years with the purest disinterestedness. I was so touched by her eloquent and forceful manner of relating the story, and with the self-application that I made of it to my own tardiness in going to her in her distress, together with my present intention of leaving her, owing to our recent differences, that I burst into tears and wept, as the expression is, bitterly. She soothed my feelings, endeavored to calm my emotions, and disclaimed all intention of conveying any allusion to me. This led her to say how little malice she ever entertained against anyone, even towards those who had done her injury, much less against me, who had always shown my attachment to her. And she said that even now, although she was going to lose me, still her thoughts did not run on her own situation so much as on what would become of me, and I firmly believed her. February 23rd to 26th, 1831. Another fresh trouble now harassed Lady Hester. Paolo, her Italian servant, who had been sent to Acre to assist in the laying out the Pasha's garden, made or received offers there to fill a good post in the artillery, he having served as a soldier during Bonaparte's campaigns. He, therefore, came back to her ladyship's to signify his intention of leaving his place, hoping she would, in consideration of his services, give him a character to the Pasha. There had been some shuffling in the business on Paolo's part, so Lady Hester was determined to play him a trick, as he had tricked her. Instead, therefore, of a written good character, she put a blank sheet under cover to the Pasha, and causing it to be directed with the customary titles and superscription to his Highness, she gave it to Paolo, paid him his wages, and sent him off, exulting in the prospect of the lucrative post he was about to be promoted to. When he had obtained admittance to the Pasha, he presented his letter, and the seal being broken, a blank sheet was all that the cover contained. Another letter to the Pasha, explaining what had been done, had been dispatched by a special messenger, in which Lady Hester Stanhope showed Paolo's unfitness for a gunner, and urged him not to expose his men to the chance of being blown to pieces at the cannon's mouth by the ignorance of a man who would make a decent valet, but a very bad artilleryman. The Pasha took the hint, and sent Paolo about his business, who hastened back to Beirut, and retreated crestfallen to Europe. Nothing farther was said about the Damascus affair. A long letter, on the organization of a body of regular troops was drawn up and sent to Abdallah Pasha. This, with the trouble of translating it into Arabic, occupied 3 or 4 days. Letters were written to Dr. Dusap of Cairo, relative to the purchase of some black slaves, to Lord Ebrington, and to some other persons, which filled up the time until March 7th. The intervals of writing were devoted to conversations on the coming of the Murda, or new Messiah, and Lady Hester labored hard to make me a convert to her doctrines. She expressed her regret that the result of the fulfillment of her predictions would be for strangers and not for her friends. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1. As many travelers have circulated the report that Lady Hester Stanhope had announced the coming of a Messiah, and that she had shown her 2 Arabian mares as of a particular breed, which were never to be mounted until this second advent, making inferences therefrom little favorable to that lady's sanity, it may not be amiss to state, in her own words, what she actually did say on this subject. "All sects," said her ladyship, "have predicted the coming of a Saviour or Messiah. This event, it is foretold, will be preceded by the overthrow of most of the kingdoms of Christendom. The work has already begun, and we may soon expect its completion. For is not the world in a state of revolution? Have not kings been driven from their thrones? Hundreds and thousands of distressed persons will come to me for assistance and refuge. I shall have to wade up to here," pointing to her girdle, "in blood. But it is the will of God, and I shall not be afraid. The advent of the Murda has occupied the minds of many people, and I think unsuccessfully. M. Lamartine talked about religion to me. I told him, does not the Testament say, 'But there is one shall come after me, who is greater than I am'? Who is that?" He hummed and hawed, but could make no reply. Is he not to appear as an earthly king in honor and glory? The Jews expect him. The Turks expect him. The Ansarias expect him. All expect him but the Christians. What did Lord P. shoot himself for, but from the impossibility of getting at the truth in this matter? And the great Duke de Saint Simon, how did he puzzle his brain to no purpose? He knew a great deal, much more than Enfantin and all his followers. Enfantin got hold of his manuscripts, and Rodrigo, his secretary, copied them. But they could not make it out. The Saint Simonians came to see me. They thought to get hold of me, but they were mistaken. I know the woman that will suit them, a great Bint el Hawa, a beautiful creature. You tell me of secret societies which have risen up in Europe since the long war. Did not I know all that? I have been bred in the work of revolutions since I was first with Mr. Pitt. How many plots did he crush within 2 or 3 days of their consummation, of which not a syllable was ever known? The great Freemasons, doctor, exist all over the world. They know I am the person they want. Many of them have been sent as spies on my actions. But I shall stand in no need of them. It is they who will want me. When the course of events shall have brought things to a point, I shall have assistance enough. All the people who come here after me are sent to say something. Lord B., who saw me at Tiberias, was a Freemason, and one of them. It is pretty plain from all this that Lady Hester Stanhope had a persuasion of the coming of a new Messiah, but whether she entertained it as a matter of spiritual faith, or as the groundwork of some great scheme she was bringing to bear, others must decide. Sometimes one was almost forced to conclude that the constant workings of her brain had impaired it. Add to this the feverish greediness with which she received all reports of insurrections, revolts, and political changes. Even her servants knew her weakness on these points, and there was not a fellow in her establishment who did not return home every night with some cock and bull story to feed her diseased imagination. And it was an everyday piece of flattery to say that they had heard that all the power of the Sultan and his pashas was nothing now, but that the Cit's protection alone was worth having. Still, let it not be supposed that on any other subject her faculties were in the least impaired. On every concern of human life, on all other matters, whether common or abstruse, she conversed like an oracle. But she had talked so often of the coming of a Murdah into the world, to chastise the wicked, subdue Christendom and the Moslem countries, and remodel the face of the globe, that even her maids were inclined to believe it, or pretended to do so. Fatum, the least of them, if praised by her mistress, would ask whether, when the Murdah came, she thought such an humble being as herself might be saved. Whether this was cunning or simplicity may be doubted, but from the subsequent misconduct of this girl, and robbing her ladyship, it was most likely the former. Lady Hester, however, encouraged the belief of her future greatness, and would often hold it out as a present temptation for good behavior to her servants. Almost all such travelers as came to see her, and who have in their published books spoken of her, mention the two favorite mares, which she kept in expectation of the coming of the Mahdi, and which she never suffered any person to mount. They were called Layla and Lulu. Layla was exceedingly hollow-backed, being born saddled, as Lady Hester used to say, and with a double backbone. She was a chestnut, and Lulu a gray. They were both thoroughbred. They had each a groom, and were taken the greatest care of. The green plat of ground on the east side of the house wall was set apart entirely for exercising them twice a day, and round this the grooms, with longe, were made to run them until they were well warmed. This spot was sacred, and whilst they were at exercise, nobody, neither servant nor villager, was allowed to cross it, or to stand still to look at them, under the penalty of being dismissed her service. Such an order, from its nature, would necessarily be violated very often, but unknown to Lady Hester, for as she never went out of her house, and could not overlook that side of it, a tacit understanding among the people made them true to their own secrets. But from time to time, Accident, or the unguarded disclosures of some of the maids, made her aware that her orders had been slighted, and then her anger exceeded all bounds. Few were the travellers who were admitted to these mares in their stable, and never was the permission granted until it had been ascertained that their star would not be baneful to them. Horses in Syria, for about 7 months in the year, are tethered out of doors, where they are fed and littered down. It was under a shed, covered with thatch, shut in at the 2 sides by a treillage, with 3 parterres of flowers and shrubs behind them, that these 2 beautiful animals stood. Every morning in the summer, the grooms washed their tails, legs, and manes in soap and watered the ground beneath their feet to keep them cool. But during the winter months they were stalled in their stables, and warm felts covered their delicate limbs. Apis, in his most glorious days, and surrounded by his priesthood, could not have been better attended to. Lady Hester Stanhope one day assured me that when her pecuniary difficulties pressed hardest upon her, had it not been for the sake of those 2 creatures, she should have given up her house and everything to her creditors, sold her pension to pay them, and quitted the country. But she resolved to wait for the consummation of events on their account. "Ah, doctor," added she, "I recollect when I was at Rome, seeing in a beautiful bas-relief that very mare, with her hollow back made like a saddle. 2 Englishmen were standing by, and were criticizing the very same thing that caught my attention. 'How very beautiful,' said one, 'is that basso relievo!' But the ancients, somehow, never could set about a good thing without spoiling it. There is that hollow-backed horse. Did you ever see such a thing? I heard it all, but I made my own observations. And now, you see, I have got a mare of the very same breed." There is reason to think, from what her ladyship let fall at different times, that Brothers, the fortune-teller in England, and one Meta, a village doctor on Mount Lebanon, had considerable influence on her actions and perhaps her destiny. When Brothers was taken up and thrown into prison in Mr. Pitt's time, he told those who arrested him to do the will of heaven, but first to let him see Lady Hester Stanhope. This was repeated to her ladyship, and curiosity induced her to comply with the man's request. Brothers told her that she would one day go to Jerusalem and lead back the chosen people, that on her arrival in the Holy Land mighty changes would take place in the world, and that she would pass 7 years in the desert. Trivial circumstances will foster a foolish belief in a mind disposed to encourage it. Mr. Frederick North, afterwards Lord Guildford, in the course of his travels, came to Brusa, whither Lady Hester had gone for the benefit of the hot baths. He, Mr. Fazzacurly, and Mr. Galley Knight would often banter her on her future greatness among the Jews. "Well, madam, you must go to Jerusalem. Hester, Queen of the Jews! Hester, Queen of the Jews!" was echoed from one to the other, and probably at last the coincidence of a name, a prophecy, and the country towards which she found herself going were thought, even by herself, to be something extraordinary. Meta took up the book of fate from that time, and showed her the part she was to play in the East. This man, Meta, for some years subsequent to 1815, was in her service as a kind of steward. He was advanced in years, and like the rest of the Syrians, believed in astrology, spirits, and prophecy. No doubt he perceived in Lady Hester Stanhope a tincture of the same belief, and on some occasion, in conversation, he said he knew of a book on prophecy which he thought had passages in it that related to her. This book, he persuaded her, could only be had by a fortunate conjunction connected with himself, and he said if she would only lend him a good horse to take him to the place where it was, he would procure her a sight of it, but she was never to ask where he fetched it from. All this exactly suited Lady Hester's love of mystery. A horse was granted him, he went off, and returned with a prophetic volume, which he said he could keep only a certain number of hours. It was written in Arabic, and he was to read and explain the text. The part which he expounded was, that a European female would come and live on Mount Lebanon at a certain epoch, would build a house there, and would obtain power and influence greater than a sultan's, that a boy without a father would join her, whose destiny would be fulfilled under her wing, that the coming of the Mahdi would follow, but be preceded by war, pestilence, famine, and other calamities, that the Mahdi would ride a horse born saddled, and that a woman would come from a far country to partake in the mission. There were many other incidents besides which were told, but which I did not recollect. Certain it is that Lady Hester Stanhope had for a long time a persuasion that the Duke of Reichstadt would some day visit her, and she imagined he was the boy pointed out in the prophecy. After his death, she fixed on another, who was alluded to in one of her letters to me. Meta died, leaving 3 sons, and on his deathbed, in the presence of his wife and children, said to them, "You will tell the Cit, my lady, that I bequeath you, my children, to her. I have no friend in the world but her. You are poor, and she will provide for you." The reader will, no doubt, call to mind the dying legacy of the poor Grecian philosopher who bequeathed his penniless daughter to his friend and desired he would marry her. This appeal is understood in the East. Meta had made his calculations with subtlety, for Lady Hester Stanhope never deserted the orphans, and although one proved a sot, she bore with his idleness and dissipation, and brought them all 3 forward in the world. When Lady Hester Stanhope recounted this story to me, I had not the least doubt left in my mind of her conviction that all these things would be fulfilled. "You," she said, "are of such a cold disposition that nothing one can say makes any impression on you. I have thought, from your letters, that you liked this country, and that seeing the dreadful events which will shortly take place in Europe, you wished to secure a safe retreat with me, and felt the impulse of the doctrines I had so often talked to you about. I let people here believe, as they had got such an idea into their heads, that you may have been sent by my family to arrange my affairs. In doing this, I had no view to my own interest. When the time comes, thousands like you will be ready to serve me, and indeed I should have no leisure then to talk to you, occupied as I shall be in fulfilling my master's orders. All I thought was, that if I could be of any use to you in procuring you a safe asylum, I should have done my duty by you." Quitting this subject, Lady Hester Stanhope related some anecdotes of the royal dukes, of Lady Augusta Murray, Mrs. Jordan, Mrs. Nugent, etc. This led her to speak of the influence women exercise over the actions of men, and of the power they secretly exert in affairs where the ostensible actors are grave statesmen. She told me that the Turkish women, veiled and shut up in harems, were not less the springs of action in Mahometan countries than European women are, flouncing about in salons. Nor were they a bit less self-willed, even down to purchased slaves, who are generally supposed to be mere mechanical beings, all submission to their master's will. She related a story, in proof of her assertion, the substance of which was this. There was a Circassian who had been in the Sultan's seraglio, but for some cause was sold, and fell into the hands of the Dey of Algiers. When he went to see her in his own harem, and approached her to use such familiarities as he thought himself entitled to, she slapped his face, nor would she ever moderate her open aversion to him. At last he was obliged to resell her. The would-be purchaser was a gentleman, the narrator of these facts to Lady Hester Stanhope, who, on going towards her, as she sat on a sofa, was so electrified at the sight of her beauty as to lose the power of utterance for some moments. His emotion pleased her. She liked him. He bought her, and they lived long and happily together. Afterwards, chance took her back again to Constantinople, and she entered the seraglio a second time, being sold by the man she had liked, who married another woman, and for prudential reasons was obliged to part with her. She rose to great wealth and power, but she never forgot him, and her interest was always at his service for himself and those he recommended. On returning to my own cottage in the village, which was generally after midnight, I was accompanied by a servant who carried a lantern. On these occasions I rode an ass, as being the most sure-footed creature for mountainous paths in the dark. In England we have no idea of a road to a person's house such as this was. In itself, however, in no wise different from that which led to the Emir Bashir's palace, or to any other principal or princely dwelling on Mount Lebanon. These paths are no wider than is requisite for a mule or a horse, and where the sides of the mountains are unusually steep, they always run in zigzags and sometimes in steps. A slip in such places might be attended with very serious consequences, especially as in no case is there any protection afforded by means of a parapet wall or other defense. It is not without very natural apprehension, therefore, that a stranger into the country trusts himself for the first time, even in the daylight, upon these difficult mountain paths. And there were 2 instances of Frenchmen who were actually on their way from Saida to Lady Hester's residence, when they turned back in alarm from the apparent impracticability of the road. But habit soon begets indifference to obstacles of this kind, and the animals of the country are so sagacious and sure-footed that anybody who trusts to their skill rather than his own may traverse all such dangerous ways in perfect safety. I was about to say that in going home at night, 3 or 4 mastiffs, which lay in the courtyard, commonly came out of the gate with me. Their delight was to scour the distance between the house and the village in search of jackals, wolves, and a species of panther found during the winter in the low parts, but more commonly in the forests of the higher chain of Mount Lebanon. In these nocturnal courses I often heard the jackals, but had hitherto only encountered one wolf. On one occasion, however, at about 2 after midnight, on my way home, the dogs set up a sharp bark, and from a shelving terrace of the rock above my head, a wolf made a desperate leap across the path down the declivity, with the dogs at his heels, and like dark shadows, swift as lightning, they disappeared. I heard their rush for about 10 or 15 seconds, and then, in about as many minutes more, the dogs returned panting. But I was not able, in the obscurity of the night, to see by their jaws whether they had overtaken the wolf or not. Wild boars are found in these mountains, as also foxes, antelopes, and forest animals. The following day I walked out with my family into a deep valley, between 2 lofty mountains, wooded with low ilexes, locust trees, oaks, arbutuses, etc. There was a goatherd leading a herd of goats, and just as we reached them, we saw a large mastiff go down the side of the ravine in chase of some animal. The goatherd told me it was a panther, which he had roused in throwing a stone at one of his goats. The dog, after a pursuit of some 100 yards, came back. The man added that these panthers were not dangerous in the daytime, but might be after dark, if very hard pressed for food. He and his companion, however, seemed very indifferent about it, as if accustomed to see them often. These goatherds remain, during the whole of the winter season, on some particular range of the lower mountains, and fold their herds by night in caverns in the rocks, of which there are many natural ones. Dogs and a hedge of prickly brambles form their protection. In the summer they go back to their villages higher up. Those we met came from a village called Muzrat es Shuf, about 3 or 4 leagues off and near the snow. March 9th. We went to Daer Michaelis to revisit Miss Williams' tomb. I was entreated the same day by a peasant woman to go to her husband, who was lying ill of a malignant fever. He was then in the agonies of death, and died the same evening. But I had occasion to remark that he had 6 fingers on each hand. I was told this day also of the mode of curing sore throat as practised in the village. A handkerchief was drawn tightly round the neck until the patient was half strangled, and this effected such a revolution in the circulation that the inflammation subsided in a few hours. I had the information from the mouth of a respectable man who had recently been operated on. March 10th and 11th were spent with Lady Hester, who was at one time in a state of high irritation against her blacks, and at another busy as a housekeeper in directing the package of 3 cases of dried fruits, honey, syrups, snowbars, or fir apple pips, preserved apricots, and other delicacies intended for Dr. Dusop in Egypt. March 11th. In the midst of her package, she related the following anecdote to me. It happened at Malta, and I recollected the day very well. Her ladyship had said to me, "On such a day I am going to dine at Lord Bute's. He has not invited you, and it will be a very good opportunity for you to see the medical and other acquaintances you may have made here. So invite whom you like to dinner, and I will give orders to Francois about it. You will lose nothing by not going to Lord B.'s, for he is a proud man, and expects that doctors and tutors should never speak but when spoken to. Mr. K. hardly opens his mouth in his presence, except when my lord asks him a question, or refers to him about a passage in Virgil, or some book or another. But then how easily is a clergyman, who has lived with great people, to be known, and what superior manners he has! Always possessing himself, and always unassuming, he is sure to be well received everywhere. I was dining, said Lady Hester, at Lord B.'s on that occasion, and at dinner Lord B. asked me what I thought of D., the banker's son. "Oh," cried I think of him as I do of all bankers' sons I see skipping about the continent, that they had much better be behind the counter, for if they are intended to follow their father's trade, this skipping about only unfits them for it, and they never after can be brought to sit in some dark room in a narrow street in the city. And if they are intended to be fine gentlemen, it is 10 to 1 but they ruin themselves, or if they do not, that their house gets a bad name. Am I not right, my lord?" "Why, you know, Lady Hester," answered Lord B., "I generally agree with you, but on this point I am not quite sure." "Then you don't like bankers, Lady Hester?" "Not particularly, my lord," said I, but as I looked up, I saw Lord Ebrington screwing up his mouth, and Lady B. looking very odd, whilst Lord B. looked very cunning. The butler, all the while, standing first on one leg and then the other, in a state of the strangest uneasiness. All of a sudden old C. came into my head, and I saw what a blunder I had made. In going out of the room, Lady B. said, "Lady Hester, you are always wild as you have been, but I know you never mean any harm in what you say." And here the matter ended, as I thought. Lady B., however, did not forget it, as you shall hear. I kept up a correspondence with her for 15 or 20 years, and her letters were full of protestations of service. In 1827 I found myself at one time, as I have already told you, very short of money, and I wrote to Lady B. to ask her to lend me £300. The answer was that she had not so much at her disposal without inconveniencing herself. After this I never wrote to her again, but I had a great mind to send her a letter to say I did not think the proud Lord B. would have left his widow so poor as to make £300 an object to her, when I recollected to have seen as much given away to an old butler or a poor housekeeper. March 12th. Lady Hester related another story. Mr. A. wanted to be made, would you believe it, doctor, wanted to be made Lord Raleigh. and I was determined he should not, if I could help it. One morning Mr. Pitt came into the drawing-room to speak to me. So I said to him, "What a pretty caricature they have made about A," and I described, as if I had seen it, a caricature in which figured Queen Elizabeth and Mr. A and the King, and with as much humour as I could, made such a ridiculous picture that Mr. Pitt was quite amused. Just as I had finished my description, somebody came in and interrupted the conversation, and Mr. Pitt, going out to dinner, I saw no more of him. He, thinking what I told him was a fact, repeated the story to Mr. A and others. Immediately 6 people were dispatched to all the caricature shops to buy up the whole impression at any price. But as the whole was my invention, of course they found none. For I had intended to say, "Fancy how ridiculous a business it will appear if such a caricature is published, which is very likely." So when I saw Mr. Pitt next day, I told him. But the fright they had been thrown into was so great that another title was chosen. Subsequently, Mr. Pitt would never speak to Lord S. The rise of Mr. A's father in the world was this. Lord Chatham's first coachman being taken ill, the postillion was sent to the town for the family doctor. But not finding him, and not knowing what to do, he returned, bringing with him Mr. A, then a practitioner of the place, and excused himself to my grandfather by saying he hoped his lordship would not be offended, for everyone told him Mr. A was a good doctor. Lord Chatham spoke to him, and desired him to go and see the coachman, which he did, and then returned again to report what was the matter with him. Lord Chatham was so pleased with Mr. A that he took him as apothecary for the servants, then for himself, and finding he spoke good sense on medicine, and then on politics, he at last made him his physician. Mr. Pitt, having some intention of creating an order of merit, desired the cabinet ministers each to give their opinions in turn upon the colored ribbon that should be used for the decoration. Among the rest, Lord Liverpool said he had prepared his, and that he would call in the evening to show it to him and me. He accordingly came. "You see," he observed with much self-complacency, "I have endeavored to combine such colors as will flatter the national vanity. Here is red for the English flag, blue for liberty, and white to denote the purity of motive." There were several persons present, and some of the toadies were full of admiration. One cried 'twas excellent, another that the king would be greatly pleased with it, a third, "you had better take it down to Windsor," and so on. "Yes," said I, "the king will be delighted with it. I myself think the colors charming, for I know exactly how they will look, as I have seen them very often." "Seen them? Where?" asked Lord L. "Why, in the French soldiers' cockades," answered I. Poor Lord Liverpool, who was a good sort of man, but who had been putting himself forward in a thing he was not fit for, and had stupidly overlooked the tricolored flag, was thunderstruck. "What shall I do, Lady Hester?" cried he. "I have already got 500 yards of ribbon made. What can I do with it?" "Why," rejoined I, "it will serve, my lord, to tie up your breeches. For you know you have always such a load of papers in your breeches pockets that I quite fear to see them some day fall down. And so it was, doctor. He used to ram his hands into his pockets, first on one side and then on the other, in search of some paper or another, just as if he was groping for an eel at the bottom of a pond. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. March 13th. The example set by Lady Hester Stanhope's maid, the day she came and openly abused us, had a bad effect on Aisha, our black woman. And at length, after putting up with much impertinence, we sent her back to her ladyship, with a note to say we could not manage her. Lady Hester seized the opportunity thus offered of letting us feel how much our comfort would be rendered dependent on her pleasure. For we were informed, when looking out in the village for a maid to take the black's place, that one of Lady Hester's people had circulated a report that it would be dangerous for anyone to serve us, because whoever did so ran a chance of being turned out of the village, adding that great folks like her, when a thing displeased them, sometimes made an elephant of a flea. So we sent to a village about 4 miles off and got a peasant girl. But she had not been with us 24 hours when, frightened at what she heard, she went to the secretary to ask whether there was any danger likely to accrue to her by remaining in our service. A week passed on, and every day fresh reports were circulated that some mischief was intended against us. The reader will recollect that Lady Hester Stanhope, in one of her letters, speaks of the repeated annoyances which the Emir Bashir practiced against her, by interdicting the village people from supplying her wants, and of the steps she was obliged to take, even of writing to our ambassador at Constantinople, in order to counteract them. It appears that his example was not lost upon her, and that she did not disdain to resort to the same measures against us. For a whole week she did not send the horse for me, nor hold any communication with me, so that I was precluded from making such representations to her as otherwise I could have done. In the meantime, we packed up our things and resolved to depart as soon as we could. March 21st. Our situation was now becoming more and more uncomfortable. We took long walks every day, talking over our troubles and contriving how we should free ourselves from the thraldom under which we were suffering. For we were as effectually in prison as if we had been under bars and bolts. This may seem incomprehensible to Europeans, but in the East, where the will of a powerful chieftain hangs like a spell over every individual within his reach, it is in vain to argue about people's rights. Besides, out of consideration for Lady Hester Stanhope's name, I did not wish to come to an open difference with her, and I could not say precisely that she sought to injure us, as upon every occasion when I spent the day with her, she alleged the most plausible reasons for her conduct, invariably treating me individually with marked kindness. She was hostile to women, and calling all their motives of action mere caprices, she engaged in a quixotical warfare to set them down. I would have done the same, said she, If it had been Sir Blank and Lady Blank, instead of you and Mrs. Blank, had she been here, and chosen to lead him the same dance as she did when he took a house for her at Tunbridge Wells, and then she would not live in it, or when she rode across the lawn on a donkey during a dinner party, just after he had excused her absence to the company on the score of indisposition. For what can be more absurd in a woman than to have followed you, as Mrs. Blank has done, all this distance, when you came upon my affairs, and then to prevent you from acting in them in a way that would be useful to me and yourself? On the faith of Lady Hester's long friendship for me, I had sailed from Europe with only money enough to pay our passage, and a few pounds over. I, therefore, was tied down to the spot until I had received a remittance from England, which, after reflection, had made me order to be sent. On March 23rd, a letter from Cyprus announced the receipt, from Marseilles, of 2,000 francs to my address. This sum was barely sufficient to defray our passage back. In addition to which, the personal opposition of Lady Hester Stanhope was yet to be overcome. No one in the village would dare to let his camels or mules to us, and I knew that, at Saida, every consular agent would decline mixing himself up in any business against Lady Hester, apprehensive of the harassing consequences to which it would inevitably expose him. For it was well known that in speaking of people who attempted to thwart her, her constant expression was, "If they want a devil, let them try me, and they shall have enough of it." March 24th. I was informed by Mr. Jasper Chelsea, her ladyship's secretary, that she had given him orders to say to such as applied for information that she did not prevent anyone from working for us, but that such as were employed by us in any capacity whatever were never to serve her again. This was tantamount to an excommunication. April 1st. It was now 10 or 11 days since I had seen Lady Hester, when I received a message from her to say she wished me to call on her. But for the first time she neglected to send a horse. However, I was resolved not to notice this omission, and so walked over to the Dar. She received me civilly. A long discussion began, during which her manner was haughty and her tone loud. It is not necessary to repeat all that passed, and the reader will already have become tired of these petty disputes, which can possess no general interest, except in so far as they help to illustrate the peculiar character of a lady, who, released from the control of law and opinion, which restrained the development of her natural temper in England, was here enabled to give free vent to her disposition with perfect impunity. After a time she grew calm. I then said I had made every preparation for my departure, and wished to set off before the season of the plague, for as that malignant disease had been sporadic in the preceding year, it is well known in the Levant that during the following one it would probably prove general. April 2nd. I made out a list of medicines for Lady Hester Stanhope's use, answered letters she had received from Europe, and remained with her until midnight. She related to me, at length, the whole of what she considered the mysterious affair of X's coming to this country. Her idea was that the Duke of B, together with the Duke of S and other arch-masons, having, at a meeting, talked over the neglect which Mr. Pitt's friends and others showed her, and the loss which her political talents were of, in a place where she could not use them for the benefit of England, had resolved to send an emissary to see what her wants were, and to pay her debts. X was chosen. "As to the man himself," said Lady Hester, "I thought, by the manner in which he held his whip, that he must have once been a courier. When he was here, he took measurement of my rooms for paper, carpets, etc., noted down my wants, and said they would all be attended to. I accordingly gave him a letter for the Duke of S., enclosing one for you, which was to be given to you only in the event of a proper provision being made for me. If X took all these great people's names in vain, it is odd that they never noticed it, for it might be, after all, nothing more than an intrigue of X's, who, having heard how successful Mr. F's application had been, thought that, by means of letters from me, and by such interest, he could slip into a good place too." She then spoke of Lord St. Asaph, of Mr. Compton of Yorkshire, of Captain Blair, and others; also of her old servant, Mrs. Fry, who had served her so long and so faithfully, regretting she was not able to make her any allowance, owing to the unsettled state of her own affairs. She discoursed on her health, and recapitulated the different illnesses she had got over. She told me that she used to say to Miss Williams, "Mind, if I die, you are not to let Mr. A. have anything to do with my affairs." "Oh, but, my lady, how could I help it?" Miss Williams would reply. "The consular authority." The consular authority, I used to say to her. Hire some strong peasant to drive him away with a good stick if he makes his appearance. Sell everything that I leave in the house if you can't raise money enough any other way to pay somebody to do it, and let my body be thrown into the sea. But, doctor," she continued, "I'll take care he shan't have anything to do with burying my body, for sooner than that I'll order myself to be burned without priest or prayer. I can't bear that man. What right has he over me? As I said to him, show me your firman, if that authorizes you to interfere with the nobility. You are here for merchants and such people. No, as long as I have breath in my body, no consul shall ever presume to enter my doors without my leave. I broke a good stick over the shoulders of a fellow he sent me, and told the rascal to tell his master I would have done the same to him had he come in person." Alluding to my departure, she observed, "Here I shall be left to myself and my own resources, but I am like a cork, and though I may be kept down by my troubles for a little while, I soon come to the surface again. As for keeping slaves, I only do as all the great people here do. And as for being harsh to them, about which you talk so much, what am I to do? If they don't mind me when I tell them to do a thing, I suppose I must do something more than talking, or else I should be murdered. And if I get rid of slaves, why then I must take the people of the country, who are all thieves, not thieves in great things, but light-fingered, so that nothing in a single room in the house is safe from them, such as will slip a wax candle or the mouthpiece of a pipe or any little thing into their pocket and sell it the next morning. April 3rd. Our departure being no longer opposed, Lady Hester Stanhope requested me to take a vessel from Saida to Cyprus, and not from Beirut. "It is as well," she observed, to avoid the Franks there, who will bother you with 1,000 questions. And now the matter is settled between us, the less said of it, the better." As I assented to all this, she promised to send next day to engage a vessel, and M. Girardin, the French consular agent residing at Sidda, was employed for the purpose. I begged her to accept the furniture, china, and glass we had brought with us, but she refused, alleging that the sight of what had belonged to me would only give her pain. During our conversation there happened a violent storm of thunder and lightning, and the wet came through the roof into the room, so that it was necessary to place pans to catch the water. On returning home, my own bedroom was flooded, as if 6 pails of water had been thrown over it. The violent gusts of wind would render it dangerous to have tiled roofs to the houses, although it is seldom that a winter passes without the water penetrating through the flat ones, which are general in most parts of Syria. The hurricane carried away one side of the matting that had been raised to screen our courtyard from the sun. April 5th. Our passage was engaged in a shaktour, Captain Hassan Lomaji, from Sidda to Cyprus, for 300 piasters. I went to Lady Hester's at 11 in the morning, and stayed until 12:30 at night. She begged that all had passed might be forgotten. I had bethought myself of an excellent young man named Lunardi, whose care of his master, Mr. John Webb of Leghorn, I had witnessed in my professional attendance on that gentleman during my residence at Pisa, and I recommended him to Lady Hester. She seemed to think, by the description I gave of him, that he would suit her, and I wrote immediately to the mercantile house of Webb, James, and Company at Leghorn, offering him the place. April 6th. This was the last day I passed with Lady Hester Stanhope. She was in bed, not being very well, and I drank tea with her. It was the only time she had taken tea during the many evenings I had sat with her, and I thought she had abandoned it altogether. However, she had not wholly forgotten this part of English life. Although in bed, she did the honors, as ladies do in England, sitting up and pouring out the tea, handing the cup to me, presenting me the cakes, etc., all which things surprised the black slave in a country where they are not used to see great people do anything with their own hands. And it was the same when I dined with her. There were 3 sorts of excellent rich cakes, made of almond paste in different ways. Travelers in the East may perhaps recollect mamoul, guraib, and baklava. She asked me how I liked them, and on my answering that they were delicious, she said I should find a chest of each sort prepared for the use of my family on the passage. And true enough, they had been sent to Mrs. Blank after I had come away from home. After this, she produced the list of her debts, which I read over to her, she making observations as I proceeded on the manner in which she had been led to contract them. Being on the eve of my departure, I had not time to write down what she said until I was in the vessel, but as far as I recollected, the first was dated in 1827. The whole, however, originated in charitable and benevolent motives. Among the distressed persons whom she had assisted figured Abdallah Pasha himself, when, upon being amherst by the Porte, he had applied to her for a large sum of money, which she had lent him. The next were the wife and family of the Sheikh Bashir, who, when the sheikh was imprisoned, were driven from their princely palace and compelled to wander and hide themselves in distant parts of Syria. To them she sent money and clothes. Then there was the widow of Girius Baz, principal secretary of the Emir Bashir, who was reduced, by the decapitation of her husband and the confiscation of his property, from affluence to poverty. Other individuals of less note had shared her bounty. All her debts bore interest at from 15 to 25%. When once she got into the nets of the moneylenders, she had never been able to extricate herself again, and the evil had gone on increasing up to the present time, when she owed, according to a rough calculation, nearly £14,000. As soon as she had done talking of her debts, she asked me to go and replace the list in Miss Williams's writing desk from which it had been taken, and which was in an adjoining room. I did so, but on returning to her chamber door, to re-enter and take my leave of her, I found it bolted, and one of the maids waiting on the outside, who told me Lady Hester would see me no more, to spare both of us the pain of saying farewell. I was somewhat affected for the moment, but reflection told me she had acted rightly. 2 of her black slaves, who had got intimation of what was passing, came and kissed my hand. The rest of the people were all asleep, except the porter who let me out, and mounting my donkey, I left the house, as I then thought, forever. It was midnight when I got home. I found that during my absence, Lady Hester Stanhope had ordered to be sent, besides the cakes and baklava, which of all pastry in the world is, in many people's estimation, as in mine, the most delicious, a very fine amber-headed pipe, and a large quantity of the best Gabelli tobacco from her own store, and had, moreover, given numberless directions for our comfort on board, which acts of kindness, I trust, my family, as well as myself, appreciated as they deserved. April 7th. In the morning, mounted on asses, having sent our baggage by camels, we set off for Saida, where we arrived about noon, and were lodged in a spare room in the French khan. The French agent, with whom I had been on terms of acquaintance for some years during my previous residence in Syria, well aware of our dispute with Lady Hester Stanhope, prudently resolved to pay his court to her by not being very courteous to us. All the Frank families imitated his example, and instead of receiving 10 or 15 visits, which we should otherwise have expected, not one single person called upon us. So much for friendships in the Levant. April 8th. At sunset, the time which Turkish mariners always choose for setting sail, we embarked on board of the Shaktur, abundantly furnished with provisions which had also been supplied by Lady Hester Stanhope's orders. We did not reach Cyprus until the morning of the 12th, owing to the extreme fineness of the weather, for having stood along shore as far as Beirut during the night to profit by the land breeze, our vessel's head being once put on her course, we had no occasion to alter a chord during the whole passage. Our Reis, or skipper, behaved with great attention, but I little dreamed at the time that this Reis was, at some future day, to cross my path again, as will be seen in a subsequent part of the diary. On landing, I found that the inn where we had lodged about 4 months before was broken up, so that we were obliged to remain on the Strand with our trunks and baggage, not knowing where to go. I wrote a pencil note to the English vice-consul, in whose house I had once lived 2 months, but he sent me word that he was unable to lodge us, or even to procure us a lodging. I addressed myself to his dragoman, who had brought this answer, and offered to pay handsomely for any place where we could be housed, knowing from my former visit to the island that he himself had a spacious dwelling. But he declared he knew not where to put us, nor could he find anyone to take us in. These accumulated disappointments made me at last begin to apprehend that Lady Hester's unkind interdict had reached even Cyprus, whose doors were thus inhospitably closed against us. We were almost in despair, when at length Mr. Hana Farouk, the Syrian, who had been passenger in the same ship with us from Marseilles, hearing accidentally of our situation, came down and conducted us to his own house, where he entertained us with great kindness for 9 days. But as we were somewhat confined for room, M. Balthazar Mattei, a rich merchant, who had a large mansion which he had recently built close to the sea, made us an offer of it. It was then, and probably is still, the best residence in Cyprus. But as it had never been inhabited, we felt at first some delicacy in availing ourselves of his friendly proposition, especially as it is considered a discourtesy in the East to leave the house of one host for that of another. But all our objections were finally overruled. M. Mattei's marine villa consisted of 13 rooms, a kitchen, and offices, and had a corridor 60 feet long, where we could escape from the oppressive heat of the day, besides a spacious terrace where we could inhale the sea breeze in the evening. It stood about 10 yards from the sea, which was checked in its nearer approach by a stone breakwater. The salon was of black and white marble. Its windows projected as a kiosk almost over the waves, and from it we enjoyed an expanded view of the bay and the shipping, whilst from a lofty belvedere we had a charming panorama of the town and country. It would not be easy to find a more agreeable mansion for a hot climate in any country. We remained here 4 months and a half, living on the most amicable terms with the inhabitants, and reveling in the abundance for which this happy island is famed. Not a drop of rain fell during the whole time. We were favored at different periods with the visits of 2 English travelers who touched at Cyprus. Mr. George Robinson, whose 3 years' residence in the East is no doubt familiar to the reader, and Captain Scott, who has also given a work to the public. Her Majesty's ship, Belvedere, Captain Dundas, cast anchor in the roads, and I accompanied the English vice-consul in paying his respects to the British flag. Mr. Burns, the surgeon, as I believe, of the frigate, left an agreeable impression on my memory. But these casual meetings in foreign countries are like the oases in the desert. It is refreshing to light on one, and that left behind, with little chance of ever seeing it again, we go on until our good fortune presents us with another. It was thus that 3 more Englishmen were seen for half an hour, in their way from Syria to Anatolia. But they too sailed away, and as their vessel was lost to view, I felt that regret which a lively conversation inspires with no hope of its renewal. No merchant ship offered to take us to Europe until August, on the 24th of which month we embarked for the Gulf of Spezzia, where, after a voyage of 35 days, we performed quarantine, and thus ended, apparently forever, my connection with Lady Hester Stanhope. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 7 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 1, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. We now arrive at an epoch in Lady Hester Stanhope's life, when it might be said that her European reputation had reached its height, and her domestic humiliations had sunk her to the lowest ebb. She had been visited in her retirement by so many travelers of all the nations of the continent that it might be supposed her singular mode of life was known to almost everybody. M. Lamartine's account of his interview had spread abroad an undefined sort of wonder about her mystic and singular opinions, and the public read with avidity whatever details they could meet with respecting her. 6 years had now elapsed since our separation, and although occasionally honored with a letter from her, I had given up all idea of ever seeing her again, when, being at Nice, where I had furnished a house with the intention of passing 2 or 3 years with my family, I received the following letter. Lady H.S. to Dr. Blank, August 21st, 1836. I hope I shall not claim in vain the assistance of an old friend. At the moment I most require one I can depend upon to settle the business of my debts, etc., now made public. Money has been left me which has been concealed from me. I could hardly at first believe it, until I was assured of it by a young lawyer who had the fact from one of my Irish relations. I should wish you to come as soon as you can possibly make it convenient to yourself, and return when the business is over. I omit a passage of no general interest, in which Lady Hester arranges the mode of transit by which I was to visit her, assures me that she will think of my family before anything else, and refers to the losses she had sustained by the non-payment of certain bills. An English traveller, who has written, as I am informed, a very learned work, told a person that when M. Lamartine's book first came out in England, the impression was so strong that many people, who did not personally know me, talked of coming here to investigate my affairs and to offer their services, but that they were prevented. A woman of high rank and good fortune, who has built herself a palais in a remote part of America, has announced her intention of passing the rest of her life with me. So much has she been struck with my situation and conduct. She is nearly of my age, and 37 or 38 years ago, I, being personally unknown to her, was so taken with my general appearance that she never could divest herself of the thoughts of me, which have ever since pursued her. At last, informed by M. Lamartine's book where I was to be found, she took this extraordinary determination, and in the spring I expect her. She is now selling her large landed estate, preparatory to her coming. She, as well as Layla the mare, is in the prophecy. The beautiful boy has also written, and is wandering over the face of the globe till destiny marks the period of our meeting. Such wonders, Doctor. Copy these signs upon another paper, and remain silent upon the subject. Bring with you your notes upon Palmyra, etc. Do not forget. Perhaps I may receive from you an answer to my former letter by the next steamboat. But as it only remains an hour at Beirut, this must be sent off to be in waiting there. God bless you. Not signed. Lady Hester seems to have been interrupted in her writing, and breaks off, but she thus resumes. The little black is not 12 years old, yet she does my bedroom and answers the bell. She is the only good-tempered black I have seen, so I try to please her, poor thing. If you come, I should therefore wish, if not too expensive, that you should bring, as an encouragement, a pair of earrings, a string of beads, a pair of bracelets, and a thimble. Her ears, having been spoiled with boring and heavy earrings, were obliged to be bored again, very high nearer the face. It is a beautiful ear. Now, what I want for myself is 6 cups and saucers. The top, I think, 4 inches in diameter, height 4 inches, foot 2 inches. I had a cup I was so fond of, for tea and coffee tasted so good out of it. It was strong and good china, but it is gone. And 1 cup held enough for my breakfast, a moderate cup and a half. I want also a teapot, black or red or what you like, 2 cream jugs, 4 milk jugs, in case 2 are broken, being always in use, 1 for hot and 1 for cold milk, 6 plates, 4 glass things for butter and honey, a toast rack, not plated, a plated one for strangers, a dozen basins, some little phials and corks, a few common candlesticks, brass or something strong, a few common entangling combs, a few scrubbing brushes for the kitchen. That is all. I do not want any books, having no one to read to me. It even puts my eyes out to write this. I have heard of your situation, and it pains me beyond expression. Here you might, I believe, have been happy, and I am also comfortable, as I have confidence in your integrity. And whilst you were regulating all as I should have wished, you would have pursued those avocations most pleasing to your taste. What advice can I give you that I have not already given 50 times? Of myself, I can say but little which is amusing, for from the time the Egyptian troops entered this country until now, I have been in hot water. After the siege, all that remained of the wretched population fled here, and my house and the village were for the space of 3 years the Tower of Babel. Indeed, it was only at the beginning of this year that I got rid of the last of 18 persons of one family, all orphans and widows, and only a lad who was not capable, from his want of education, of gaining anything for himself and family, remained. I had at one time 75 coverlets out for strangers, chiefly soldiers, the village full of families, and those at Saida and other places coming and going for a little money to buy their daily bread. I have saved many lives by my energy and determination, and have stood alone in such a storm. All trembled, Franks as much as the rest, and if they pretended to act with a little spirit, they were sure to have folly and not justice on their side, and to be at last obliged to give in. But the most of them joined, heart and hand, with the usurpers, whom I have treated without mercy, and in the end carried all before me. God helped me in all, for otherwise I never could have got through with it, having no one of any sort of use to me. Lunardi, Mr. Webb's man, whom you so strongly recommended to me, turned himself into a doctor, and was too much taken up with his new title to be of any use to me. Yet this useless Lunardi is a good-hearted fellow. Were you to see him now, however, you would hardly know him. His manners are so improved, as well as his understanding. I believe also that he is attached to me. Anxiety, agitation, and fatigue, together with the violent passions I sometimes put myself in, caused me, only a year ago, to vomit blood enough several times to have killed a horse. In 7 days it stopped, but yet I was obliged to be bled 11 times in 4 months and a half, fearing a return. Yesterday I was working like a fellah ploughman in my garden. I am very thin, but contented about my health, as this gives proof of my natural strength. With the blood running out of my mouth, I was collected enough to give orders respecting a man who, if he had been caught, would have lost his head. And no soul in the family knew of this but one, who insisted on seeing me in the state I was in. And although I could hardly speak, I reflected much, and, thank God, settled all to my satisfaction. Abdallah Pasha has behaved very ill at Constantinople, a vain, stupid fool, without heart and without common sense. But it is for the Sultan that I have worked, as I am really attached to him, he being a most superior character. Your friend Urquhart will be very useful to Lord Ponsonby, who, though a sensible man, is idle. Should you gain the confidence of the Turks, he may learn their opinion of me, but he must not repeat it to the Franks, as a great jealousy exists respecting my politics. I have long foretold the change that must take place in those of the French and English, and now say that Sultan Mahmud will be Mansur, victorious. P. has gambled away nearly $500 I gave him about 4 years ago for things that I wanted, and never sent me anything. Do not be uneasy about my health, for an English medical man, who came here after my illness, said he never saw such a constitution in his life, and that my pulse was then a better pulse than his. I am reckoned here the first politician in the world, and by some a sort of prophet. Even the Emir Bashir wonders, and is astonished, for he was not aware of this extraordinary gift formerly. But yet all say, I mean enemies, that I am worse than a lion when in a passion, and that they cannot deny I have justice on my side. Write whenever you please. Do not expect me to write, as it hurts my eyes too much, and I have no one to assist me. Signed, H.L.S. This summons from Lady Hester Stanhope took me a little unexpectedly. I had not much faith in a story like that on which she built her hopes of paying her debts, for I did not think it likely that property left to her could have been purposely concealed from her knowledge, or would be withheld from her by her relations. But, notwithstanding this, I did not hesitate to write immediately and say I would come as soon as I could arrange my private concerns, which period I limited to the following spring. Accordingly, having engaged a governess for my daughter, to be at the same time a companion for my wife in the long evenings during my sittings with Lady Hester Stanhope, we left Nice on the 24th of May, 1837, for Marseilles, and agreed there for our passage on board the Zouave, Captain Robert, a tight brigantine, paying for the exclusive use of the cabin and our provisions 1,000 francs. We embarked on the 6th of June, being my 54th birthday, and after a prosperous voyage landed at Beirut on the 1st of July, 1837. The city of Beirut had undergone great changes since the conquest of Syria by Ibrahim Pasha. Not in the tortuosity of its streets, not in its broken pavement and the filthy entrances to its houses, but in the appearance of its population. Formerly, a few straggling Europeans or Levantines in European dresses were seen hanging about the doors of a warehouse or two in the Frank Quarter, and occasionally a European woman, the wife of a consul or a merchant, would steal from one house to another, as if afraid, in her way, of insult from a fanatic Turk. Now the bustle of a crowded mart was visible, and Europeans and their ladies walked about with a freedom which showed that a strong arm kept the haughty Mussulman under control. In 1831, the appearance of a French lady in the streets, wearing a green silk gown, was signalized as a feat of great hardihood. Such an assumption of the color peculiar to the Prophet Mahomet's descendants generally entailing vexations on the wearer. And a gentleman would never have dared to give his arm to a lady out of doors. But now both the one and the other passed on without any loud remark, although internally the grave Mussulmans cherished a feeling of vengeance against those who so openly violated their religious and moral institutions. Emboldened by these changes, I led my family through the bazaars, and showed them the busy Christians and Turks working with their fingers and toes those beautiful silk stuffs, purses, cords, ribbons, etc., which form the admiration of all persons who visit the Levant. We were lodged at the inn kept by Paraskeva, formerly a servant of Mr. John Maddox, an English gentleman, who had made a stay of 2 or 3 years in Syria. This Greek, by his cleanliness and attention, had secured, in an album which he kept for the purpose, so many certificates of good entertainment from travelers who had put up at his inn, that it would have required some courage to raise a dissenting voice. But he maintained, by a continuance of the same attentions to his guests, the reputation he had justly acquired. The environs of Beirut had always been studded with small villas and garden cottages, but some very handsome country houses had now risen up among them. New houses had also been built in the town, and among them were 2, the property of our old acquaintance M. Jasper Chassou, now become American consul, one of which he inhabited. We had the pleasure of complimenting him on his new dignity. and partaking of his hospitality in a splendid salon, overlooking the shipping and port, and commanding an extensive view of Mount Lebanon. M. Guy, the French consul, and his estimable lady also entertained us, and could our stay have been prolonged here, we should have had no great reason to regret the delightful society of Nice. I hastened to inform Lady Hester Stanhope of our arrival, and whilst waiting for the camels and mules which she would probably send, I made the necessary preparations for the road. A cook was hired, named Cabour, who, some 25 years before, had been my servant boy. Great was his joy at seeing his old master. He was destined, however, to remain but a short time with us, as I discovered that he had been turned away from Lady Hester Stanhope's service, a circumstance which, of course, rendered it impossible for me to retain him in mine. We attended divine service, performed by the American missionaries in the great salon of M. Chaussud's house, and were much edified by the exemplary piety of these good men, who were laboring to spread general information among the Syrians by giving gratuitous instruction to the children of the inhabitants, by printing useful books of practical knowledge in Arabic, and by leading them, through reading and meditation, to work their own way to salvation, trusting that an acquaintance with the Scriptures and with the advantages of civilization will silently effect the pious object they have in view, without those violent attempts at conversion which cause enmity between brethren and defeat their own end. M. Guy lent us a handsome green double marquee, and all preparations were made for our departure, when 2 servants arrived from her ladyship with her own mules and the following answer to my letter. Lady Hester Stanhope to Dr. at Beirut. June, July 1st, 1837, Saturday night. Dear Doctor, I have sent you Boutros Mehta, with the mules necessary for your trunks and what you will want immediately. Your heavy luggage had better go by sea. I could wish you, first of all, to come here alone, to see a house at Saida for your family, and to well understand each other before you bring them here. For your sake, I should ever wish to show civility to all who belong to you, but caprice I will never interfere with, for, from my early youth, I have been taught to despise it. Boutros Mehta, if he can be useful to Mrs. may remain until your return. If not, he will come with you. I hope your health is quite recovered, and in the end that you will have no reason to regret your voyage. Yours sincerely, Hester Lucy Stanhope. So then, thought I, the past is never to be forgotten, and hardly have we set foot on the shores of Syria but war is declared against my wife. Lady Hester Stanhope made no mystery of her likes and dislikes, and Boutros Mehta, in his confabulations with Cabour, as servants in general talk about their masters and mistresses, dwelt on the rising storm, which probably would soon burst. Cabour bore no good will to her ladyship. He had picked up a little French, and his reflections on my situation were not deficient in shrewdness. "Ah," he would exclaim, "it will be just as it was 6 years ago. My mistress crying, my lady emportee, and my master trying to satisfy both. No easy task." He will have one woman saying one thing in one ear, and the other saying the contrary in the other ear. Well, he will be a clever gentleman if he reconciles them. As it would not have been proper to leave my family in an inn, I resolved to take them with me at once to Sicily, notwithstanding Lady Hester's suggestion to the contrary. On the 3rd of July, at sunset, we commenced our journey, for the weather was too hot to travel in the daytime. It was pitch dark. Nothing whatever was visible. We could not even see the path before us. But Abdu, the mule driver, and Boutros led the way, and each person had a driver by his side. We were therefore spared the horrors of the surrounding scenery, which M. de Lamartine describes in such imaginative diction, and 4 hours we reached Caldy, where the tent was pitched on the seashore. And after supping on a pâté à la Périgord, with which Madame Guy had kindly provided us, and taking a cup of nice mocha coffee, we lay down in our clothes and slept until the morning star made its appearance. Then, remounting, we marched 4 hours more, which brought us to Nebi Yunus, where we breakfasted on coffee and milk and the remains of our provision basket. Here we rested until 3 in the afternoon, and then proceeded along the seashore to Sicily. When within about a quarter of a mile of the town gates, we met M. Conti, the French consular agent, and from him learned that the earthquake had so damaged the city, and the French Khan in particular, that he could not give us lodging in it, but politely offered us his garden, where under the shade of the trees we might pitch our tent. The gardens, or rather orchards, of Sicily occupy a flat strip of land which intervenes between the seashore and the foot of Mount Lebanon, from a quarter to half a mile in width, and stretching a league along the shore. M. Conti's garden was on the verge of the sands, and near the spot where we met him. His offer was accordingly thankfully accepted, and turning in at the orchard gate, in about half an hour our camp arrangements were completed, and Kabur, with his cooking utensils around a gypsy's fire, was busily occupied in preparing our supper. The lovely wife of M. Pierre Girardin, who had also just returned to her home from Beirut, astride on a Kaddish, in the space of 7 hours, alighted from her horse at the garden gate, when she learned who was within, and paid us a visit. This lady was married to a son of that Girardin who had treated us with such politic incivility in 1831, and who had since died. She was in costume of a Syrian lady. Her hair hung in straight tresses down her back, and black braids of silk fell intermingled with it, so as seemingly to lengthen it to the bend of her knees. The whole was bespangled with small gold money, called rubias, of which there might be 200 or more, and a band set with gold money encircled her head on a level with her forehead, in the fashion of a diadem, the whole being surmounted by a maroon-colored skull cap, richly embroidered in gold. The cream-colored gown, open in front, and buttoned only at the waist, disclosed her silk gauze chemise, which overhung her pantaloons of silk brocade, and served as a handkerchief to her neck. Her feet were without stockings, and covered only by a pair of yellow papooses. She was a lively young creature, and, as is common in the Levant, to suppose that European ladies who go in public unveiled must, on that account, have much levity of conduct, she endeavored to imitate what she fancied to be their manners by an assumed freedom, which certainly shocked the females of our party. Mulberries were brought and eaten with little pointed wooden picks, not to stain the fingers. When our new friends were gone, we supped or dined, and passed the night beneath the tent, bitten most dreadfully by fleas and mosquitoes. July 4th. In the morning I walked into Saida to see the house destined for us. But it was inconvenient and was still in the possession of its tenants, a Turkish family, so that the idea of locating ourselves there was abandoned. Then, leaving my family under the tent, I set off for June, where I arrived about sunset, it being 3 hours' ride from Saida. Lady Hester Stanhope's reception of me was kind and warm, but more serious than it had been in 1830. One would have said it was a welcome, as if I had left her a month before and had just come back, for she proceeded, as she called it, immediately to business. She told me it would have given her pleasure if I had left my family at Beirut, for she had no house to offer them. And from the dreadful effects of the earthquake, which on the 1st of January of this year had thrown down or cracked a third of the houses throughout Palestine, it would be difficult for me to find one, if I could not content myself with that which had been fixed upon for us at Saida. July 5th. This discussion occupied the whole of the next day, when, towards evening, a letter came from my family to say they were in the greatest trouble and fright, and that my presence was required immediately. It was hastily determined, therefore, that I should take them to the convent of St. Elias, Dar Mar Elias, as it is called, which had been the first residence of Lady Hester Stanhope when she settled in this country. July 6th. In the morning I rode down to the tent, and found my whole family in tears and apparently inconsolable. To understand this, the reader must fancy himself transported from a comfortable and well-furnished home to a distant half-civilized country, where he does not comprehend a word of the language, and planted under a tent in the outskirts of a city, without bar or bolt, without table or chair, and with nobody for an interpreter of his wants but 2 servants, one of whom speaks broken French, and even that hardly intelligible, and the other nothing but Arabic. It is true, the ladies of the French vice-consul's family paid mine a visit, and assured them there was no danger to be apprehended, but when I had left them, and had gone up into the mountains, the defiles, ravines, and precipices of which were visible from the tent, it required no very gloomy imagination to conjure up horrors of all sorts. It so happened that, on the night of my quitting them, a deserter, who expected to be severely bastinaded or shot next morning, made his escape from the barrack prison which overhung the walls of Saida towards the sea, by letting himself down through a sewer, which emptied itself into the surf. He ran for his life along the seashore, until, seeing a light burning in M. Conti's garden and a tent, he crawled through the hedge of prickly pear in the state he was in, and thought he might find pity in a temporary hiding-place. A rustling and a noise awoke Mrs. Blank, and she saw a man in a Nizam dress wet and filthy, standing at the opening of the tent. Her screams awoke the children, the governess, the cook, the gardener, and Abdu, who slept in the gardener's shed close by. They seized the man, who did not attempt to escape, but told them his story. And as all the lower classes were suffering from the oppressive conscription and other onerous burdens imposed by Ibrahim Pasha, whose rule they abhorred, they furnished the poor deserter with a little covering, and directed him by a lane through the gardens towards the mountains, where he would find holes in the rocks to secrete himself until he could obtain succor from the peasantry. It is not extraordinary that such an apparition as this should have frightened them all, for up to the hour of my return, from ignorance of the language, they had hardly comprehended the circumstances that gave rise to it. Entreaties and tears even then made it imperative on me to remove them forthwith, and as the mules had been kept tethered on the ground in readiness for a removal, they were reloaded, and threading the romantic lanes which wind through the gardens, where lilac trees, bananas, vines, orange and lemon trees of extraordinary height, with passion flowers and other creeping plants, wantoning among the thick foliage, made a delicious shade, we emerged from them at the foot of the mountain. Then, passing the hamlet of Helalia, where, at the doors of their country bastides, the Kalats and Dubayans, friends of my younger days, stood watching to hail my return among them, whilst the elders pointed to their children, now grown up, that I might notice them. We made a steep descent into a small torrent bed, and again ascending a rough and zigzag path, reached the elevation on which stands, on a barren and unproductive cliff, the small monastery of Mar Elias Abra, or Saint Elias of the village of Abra, about an hour's ride from the gates of Saida. Mar Elias had originally been the dwelling of a few monks, who performed the duties of a small chapel attached to it. Being a retired and healthy spot, it was chosen by the bishop of the schismatic Greeks, to whose see it now belonged, for his residence, and in 1813, when Lady Hester Stanhope first went to live there, was inhabited by one of his successors to the see, Macarius, who was also Patriarch of Antioch. At the request of the Emir Bashir, Prince of the Druses, the Patriarch had given it up to Lady Hester, who lived there 5 or 6 years until she removed to Dar-Jun. After that time, she only occasionally visited it, and, since Miss Williams's death, had never been there. General Stanhope occupied one of the rooms, and an old woman, the widow of Mehta, the village doctor, with her son, lived in the lodge and served as porters. The injuries caused by the earthquake were very extensive. It seems to have begun somewhere near the sea of Tiberiad, burying the town of that name, Sufad, and some others in ruins, and throwing down or damaging the greater part of the dwellings in every city or village along the coast as far as Beirut, which latter place did not suffer. The monastery of Mar Elias was shaken to its very foundations, and on taking possession of our new residence, the state it was in sufficiently showed how terrible the terrestrial convulsion had been. General Stanhope described it to me as follows. He was sitting under the veranda, which runs round a part of the small quadrangle, reading his Bible, when his chair gave a tilt under him. He raised his eyes from his book and saw the side of the building facing him rock. A cloud of dust immediately rose above the roof. He knew it was an earthquake, but was not, or had not time to be, terrified, for before he could well think about it, it was over, and he found himself unhurt. He never quitted the spot where he was until his maid, the porter, and the porter's mother called to him with loud cries. When they came to examine the mischief that had been done, they found the storeroom, which was the corner room of the quadrangle to the northwest, entirely fallen in, burying in its ruins more than 200 weight of copper utensils. The wall of the room which formerly served as Lady Hester Stanhope's bedroom, next to the storeroom, had peeled from top to bottom, half having fallen and half being left standing. The kitchen roof had fallen in. In the center of the quadrangle, the parterre, bordered with oblong freestones, had been raised perpendicularly about 2 feet, with a zenzaluk tree, the rose bushes, and a palm tree on it. And so we found them still, the pavement giving a hollow sound to the tread. The arch of the gate of the stable-yard was lifted out of its curve, and the wood-house was down. The room inhabited formerly by Monsieur Bodin, then her ladyship's secretary, and now French vice-consul at Damascus, was a heap of ruins, and numberless rents and partial fissures manifested themselves everywhere. The chapel, General Lostaneau's room, the salon, and another large room of equal size had escaped entirely, together with a bath and 2 or 3 small rooms adjoining. The beams of what had been Lady Hester's bedroom were now propped up by balks of wood, and thus we had 3 large rooms at our disposal. Here, then, I fixed my family, and hiring 2 women, Tabitha and Haloun, a girl Wordy, and a boy Habib, from the village of Abra, which was about 10 minutes' walk from Mar Elias, as servants, there seemed a prospect of great comfort and tranquillity for us all, whilst I could give my undivided attention to Lady Hester's health and affairs, passing my time alternately between the 2 places. End of chapter 7.